conform to your mindset of what you want me to be.
I speak the truth. White knowledge for real. This is the truth show. White knowledge for real, man. I speak the truth. White knowledge for real.
Kind of like when Pops told them two cops popped and dropped them. For your mind, first option, the doctrine. Going to portal slow mo, I know they watching. Red and blue, flashing lights. But the red and blue made a sacrifice. Killing their brothers every day, every night. The traps and stacks attacking for cracks and packs, they ain't acting right. Could it be the curse of Deuteronomy spirit that goes inside of your spiritual psychology? Statements is taught us how to be. Forget they their philosophy. God made and chosen people unto himself. Yes, we gotta be. Obadiah states, either meets their fate. Words that I speak make them too patient. Cannot ride the waves in a burning lake. So as for you, Jake, better keep them slates. The commandments.
I'm not here.
I'm gonna speak the truth, man. I don't give a damn who don't like this, man. To the most high take breath out of my lungs, making y'all mad, man. Stop trying to use a damn color game, man. Get your mind right. Oh, you scary people, stay the heck away from Tyler Dark, man. You ain't built for this. I do this for real. Salute me or shoot me.
With my Bible in my cargo, it's no repentance. Yeah, I know not dancing with you, devil. I left you know my spot line. No, my lyrics with the spirit, so hear it and play it pronto. No Twitter, but we follow these scriptures like we apostles. Down in the valley with all these dry bones. As we give life to all these lost souls, here to liberate all our people from being docile. Though we really showing you love, they claim we hostile. Won't compromise. We down to ride, put my life on the line, like my clothes out to try. Lift up that voice and give a battle cry, and I'll die for my.
That's why I do this, man. I do this for real, man, because I don't die for my people like a Mashiach Yahweh, the one that the world ignorantly called Jesus Christ, man. We up in here. We in here. That's what's going on, man. You're trying to set off race wars where the banksters is playing all of you. Believe that. Believe that.
I believe in my heat. I believe in my Bible, and I believe in my guns. And when it pop off, I pray that the Most High bless me to shoot straight.
Right now it's for real talk for real. So once again, we back up in here, man. We in here, and welcome to another hour of the Truth Show. I am your host, Kahan Tazadak, and this is the work of the Most High. I'm just a dispatcher of the information with other stand-up men like Zadok, Malakar, Marty Ma, that be giving it up hard for the past 3 days. Stop acting like you don't see us, man. I gotta shout out to King Mikael, man. You see us up in here, man, for 10 hours, man. Giving you real news, man. Right now it's for real. And it's not for no weak people, man. This is not for no weak people, man. So run up and get done up over here, man. Because we doing this for real, man. And I'm going to speak this truth until there's no more breath in my lungs. That's the only way they're going to stop me, man. You know why? Because this is your house work. This ain't no game. A lot of you think this is entertainment, man. This is why you want to do it sometime. So we got a very power-packed show this evening. If you come in the room, go ahead and, it goes without saying. Give a thumbs up, man, to attract more people to the channel. Don't come on here to try to debate. This is not a debate forum. Don't come over here and try and shine, show how intelligent you are. This is not for that, man. This is for the truth, man. You understand what I'm saying? And if you don't want to hear the truth, man, you're not going to want to be around here. You're going to get your head taken. You're going to get your head taken clear. Come around here with nonsense and buffoonery because this is the truth. And this truth cuts hard, man. It's cutting hard. So now the latest talk, Zadok, is they're moving to impeach Donald Trump again. Now we know that they tried in 2019, but they fell. So what they're saying now is that Donald Trump is responsible for the insurrection on the Capitol. So tonight we're going to discuss this, man. As you know, as you see, the video from last night, I had to take it down, man. You got a lot of guys that come on here, man, and you start the very moment that you come on this channel and you start saying something that's going to be detrimental to this channel, I'm taking you off. You up out of here. Understand that. You up out of here, man. So basically what they're saying, they're blaming Trump for the insurrection, inciting the riot, inciting riotous conditions. And the Democrats, once again, has called for Trump's impeachment. Now, as you guys know, in 2019, they charged Trump with that. And Trump was acquitted. Trump was acquitted. And I contend there's not even enough time for Trump in office to be impeached. So they're trying to come up with all sorts of and let me tell you this, man. I'm an independent. I'm not for either party. I don't get involved in politics, but I am an adept of truth. And so that's what's taught here is the truth. And if you cannot tolerate the truth, then there's going to be an intolerable situation for you to remain on this channel. Marty Ma, where you at, man? I just gave you a call. Terrence, where you at? All of you brothers that's out there, if you check your emails, the link was sent to you. Malachi, the link wasn't only just sent to Zadok, man. Marty Ma, where you at, man? Zadok, what you got to say about all of this, man? The stuff that's going on. I'm going to give Marty Ma a call real quick, man.
Basically, to reiterate what you were saying, yeah, they trying to get that second impeachment in. Basically, what they trying to do right now, they're trying to force his hand to resign because if he resigns, that will help with his pardon, you know, so with his case, with his impeachment. But if he don't, because if he resigns, that makes Pence the president, and Pence can pardon Trump. And so that's what they're trying to get him to do right now. They're trying to pressure him into resigning. His legal team, and also, you know, the Democrats and certain Republicans trying to get him to resign just because. But his team is trying to get him to resign because he's vulnerable to this impeachment, and he can get a pardon through Pence if he resign early. So it's a crazy situation. The fix is definitely in as far as they're trying to divert on something bigger was going on and blame Trump for inciting that whole thing. I mean, Trump can't incite America on being what America already is. It's based on racism. It's based on robbery, rape, and murder. And so, like I say, like Tyler say, Trump just being a realist. He's going against the norm. So when you go against the norm, you have to worry about everybody turncoating against you. Now all your allies is your enemies now. They're turncoating. But Trump, he's gonna have to. It seems like he may have to resign early just to you know,
I'm gonna tell you,
just to save face.
Trump's not like that, man.
Oh no,
Trump
he ain't built like
away from battles, man. The man's not gonna resign. I can tell you
no.
that.
Oh no, no way he's gonna do that. And I know, so it's gonna be very interesting because they're gonna try to impeach him so he can't run in 2024. That's the whole thing. And so yeah, and so if he wants to run in 2024, he's probably, you know what I'm saying, they're trying to force his hand to resign so he can get a pardon and then he can run again in 2024. But if he don't and they get a impeachment and the judgment come down that he can't run in 2024, that's what the Democrats and certain Republicans trying to do.
So this is their second impeachment of Trump, right? Trump. I mean, you gotta give you gotta give it up to Trump, man. Trump was making mockery of him before when they try to impeach him. He said, "Yo, man, the results are in. I'm acquitted. I didn't do anything wrong." And I contend it's not even enough time to impeach the man this time. You understand what I'm saying? They just don't want him to run for office ever again. Right? They don't want him to run for office ever again. So they're trying to charge him with incitement of riotous conditions and insurrection. They're blaming him for the assault on the Capitol. That's what's going on. That's what they're saying, man. Now, I don't know if people are aware. And to those that's not aware, this is not the first time that an incident again, Terrence, you were sent the link, Benaya was sent the link. People know who was sent the link. It's in the email, just like Zadok got it, they got it. Now, I don't know if you guys are aware that back in 1812, if my mind um informs me correctly, there was violent protesters in 1812 storming the Capitol. So this is not the first. This is not the first time. And by the way, question authority. Question authority. Don't just be a damn yes man. Question authority. Always question authority. Let me say that part. But getting back to the subject matter at hand, this is not the first time that there was protesters that ran up in the Capitol, right? On August the 24th in 1812, right? Violent protesters stormed the Capitol. And on Wednesday, this past Wednesday, it marked the first time that the building had actually been breached like that since the War of 1812. Now, the War of 1812 provoked what actually took place on August the 24th, 1814, right? August the 24th, 1814, the British invaded Washington, D.C., and they torched the Capitol after a victory over the American forces in Bladensburg, Maryland. If you don't believe it, go and check that history out for yourself. Now, under the command of Vice Admiral Sir Alexander, as they called them, Cockburn, and Major General Robert Ross, the troops set fire to prominent rooms in the building, which at that particular time was still under construction. Now, at that time, the invasion of the Capitol building only included what is known as the North and the South wings, which were actually connected by a wooden walkway at that time. And it also housed the Library of Congress when you check out the history. So that building, even back then, was the historic building that they call the Capitol, was severely damaged by the troops back then, but it was saved from total destruction because of a rainstorm. Now we have it again in 2021, only a weekend in 2021, according to their calendar, and there was an assault on the Capitol. You seen people climbing up the walls like Spider-Man. They was calling them rioters, but were they rioters or were they rebels? And if you people are paying attention to the news is saying that this had nothing to do with the group Antifa, that it was all Trump supporters. That is the imagery that the powers that be want to paint in your mind. This is what they want to paint into your mind. And so, as a result of this, their political strategy, and again, I'm an independent. I'm not for either party. I'm an adept for freedom. I'm an adept for freedom. I am for the freedom of the people. And so, but their political strategy is to impeach Trump so that he could actually never run for office again, because they're concerned that since he can move this many people, there's a possibility that hey man, he may win the presidency again.
Con, they know that.
Mm-hmm.
They know
Yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm.
They scared of that.
Yeah.
Con.
Yeah. And so what's being stated is that Trump and other folks are saying that the election was rigged because they're using some app very similar that's to an app that's actually used on the Apple phone that could actually alter the votes that was actually cast without people actually being aware of it. They're saying at one particular time there was a few people ahead on the vote, then suddenly it just changed because they're suggesting that an app was used that actually rigged the elections. But the Democrats are saying this is a lie, as is the media. Now, again, since many people suffer from what is known as aphasia, right? Aphasia. And there's a lot of people that are scienters, right? And then the scienters have resulted in the mass population suffering from aphasia. They think that they comprehend what's going on, but they've only been taught in colloquial speech. They've only been taught to speak in common parlance. So it kind of reminds me of the scriptures, Zara, that says they have eyes, but they cannot see. They have
Con.
ears, but they
But cannot
cannot hear.
hear. Con.
Yeah, so that's what's going on. So there's a lot of people they see. I mean, we could look at the same thing, Zara, that these debtors, these people, these subservients is looking at, but they see something totally different. The book of Psalms 135:16 says they have mouth, but they speak not. Marty, I invite people to come on the time, and I say this is an open forum, man. This is the voice of the people because that's what a republic is. It's the rule of the people that put representatives in power. But they fulfill Psalms 135:16. They have mouth, but they speak not. They have eyes, but they see not. They can see that something's wrong, Marty, but then again, they don't see a damn thing. They're blinded by what? They're blinded by programming. They're blinded by COINTELPRO. They're blinded by what is referred to as democracy. What is democracy? Anyone know the origin of democracy? Counselor Carefoot? You're a so-called intelligent guy, right? What is the origin of democracy? We can trace that back to the Greeks, man. See, democracy supposedly, and what this de facto considers to be a democracy is not democracy at all. Because democracy is supposed to be government by the people. It's a Greek word that means government by the people. Now that's interesting, considering that every damn public policy that they pass, you people are not involved. Were you involved on the Patriot Act? No, you was not. No, you weren't. They just said in the name of freedom, we're going to go through your phones. We're going to go through her purse. Wait, but hold on. What happened to the Fourth Amendment?
Con.
See, people don't know law. People don't know law, and people don't even stop to think. Whereas a republic is a state in which the supreme powers rest in the people by way of elected representatives. So the people that follow Trump are Republicans. And so, since the people saw something that they say and they stood on that it was wrong, the people decided to enforce the Declaration of Independence. So instead of the media identifying them as rebels, the media identified them as rioters. Rioters. See, these people, the bulk of the people, the masses of the people, they're like Ezekiel, dry bones. They have eyes, but they cannot see. They have ears, but they cannot hear. They have a withered hand, which means they have hands, but they're like handicapped. They always have their hands out for a damn stimulus check. And then what does that do? That pushes up the inflation. They always want some de facto benefit because they've been rendered minors, they've been rendered mentally incompetent, they've been rendered wards of the state, incompetent to handle their own affairs. So each time that they go into any sort of color of a venue, they're automatically appointed a representative because you're a minor, because you're an infant. And that's talking about your status. When they call you an infant, when they call you a minor, they're talking about your social, political standing, which means what they're suggesting to you is that you're incapable of presenting your own information because they know that you've been dumbed down. So the robe tell you, I suggest you get an attorney before you hurt yourself. Because you're talking and you're running off at the mouth, and you think you know what's being stated, but you're digging your own grave 6 feet deep, and they bury you in it. And I could prove it. I could prove that they bury you in it. They bury you when you walk into the courtroom in the black robe. He walks in with his black priestly robe, and the bailiff say, all rise. What's he telling you to do? He's telling you all rise because someone has a name that sounds exactly like yours, but it's not your name. And that's dead. That's a decedent. So they're telling you, the dummy, that's what a straw man is, a dummy. A straw man is a dummy. A straw man is a liaison. They tell you to give your life, the living soul, and stand in place of the straw man. And you do it because you answer to the name, because you don't know you don't know who you are. You don't know where you live. You don't even know your damn country. You ask the average damn Joe on this damn call, what is your country? He's going to say the damn United States. Some of them are so damn dumb that they would say America. If such is the case, when they identify the president of the United States, why don't they say the president of America? Because America's been done a long time, man. It's time for people to wake up. And that's what makes Tazadaq so damn dangerous, because they know I see the truth, man. And I wake people up, and more people are waking up. And the more people that you can wake up, you become dangerous, man. And they say, hey, man, we got to eliminate him. He has to be dealt with because he's waking people up. It's okay to shoot a damn basketball through a rim. Yeah, man, you seen how Kobe took that ball through his hand, man, and done that triple. He got that triple double. Man, Kobe's a bad boy. Man, you see how Jordan just glide through the air. They're not worried about that. You're not a thinker. See, don't be a thinker because you become dangerous. Don't be able to tap into people's mental and teach them the truth. See, the most valuable thing that you can know in this world, man, is how to defend yourself. And you do that by understanding the laws of the land and the laws of the Most High. That's what Hamashiach Yahushua did, man. That's what Christ did. See, Christ will always cite the laws of the Bible of the Most High. Then he will come back and he will use their own laws against them. See, most of you damn people, you're so, I don't need that. Especially these damn Israelites. Nah, you going off. They're reading the too many books. Guess who they call when they get in trouble? Guess who they call when they get in trouble? Tazadah. They call me. Then, oh yeah, forgive me, brother. I need your help right now, man. Can't help you, brother. I can't do nothing for you. I had to get my flavor. I can't do nothing for you, man. Remember when you told me to read in the many books was no good? But Hamashiach did that. Stop me where I'm lying. Hamashiach knew the laws of the land. So now people are realizing that they need this thing. Because if you comprehend the laws of the land, you will comprehend what you're seeing. You will comprehend what happened to the Capitol building. But if you don't clearly comprehend law, you look at situations like that, and the enemy could come. The enemy is say those are rioters. Someone look up the word rebel. Where's Benaiah at, man? Where's Malachi? Someone look at the word rebel and someone look at the word rioter. You will see that those are utterly, totally two different things. Those people are not rioters, man. Those people are rebelling against what they contend is an oppressive system. A rebel is someone that's rebelling against something that's unjust. I reiterate again, man. It's called aphasia. Most people has totally they have been done such that there's been such an injury performed to your mental faculty that you're incapable of clearly comprehending the true meaning of words. You've only been taught to comprehend words in colloquial speech. And so as a man thinketh in his heart, meaning his mind, the true heart is your mind, which is the core of your thinking. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. And if they could teach you to think, and you don't learn to think for yourself, you're the best damn type of slave that they could ask for. You're still plugged in. You think that you're unplugged, but you're still plugged in. Man, that's a hell of a slave to have. Because he's not going anywhere. He's stimulated by a stimulus check, not realizing every time that a stimulus check is created, inflation must go up. Someone has to pay for that. Guess who's going to do it? The people. The people have to pay for it. They don't get it, Zara.
It says the definition of a rebel is a person or persons who rise up against armed oppositions like the government.
See that?
It uses the government in there.
See that? See that? That's what a rebel is. Now, a rioter is someone different. A rioter is doing something from an unjust situation. See, that's the difference, and clearly comprehend what words really mean. A rebel is a person that's generally just in his action. So if you pay attention to the words that they throw on people, Zadok, they call them rioters. What do they call people that was protesting for all of the melanated people that got shot? They call them rioters. They didn't call them rebels, because a rebel is a just person that's rebelling against an oppressive system. See that? You see that, Terrence? The average Joe don't get that, man. They don't think words are important, man. And they go in there, they talk, and they running off at the mouth, and they digging themselves deeper into their grave. They're digging themselves deeper into a grave. So then, when they can manipulate your thinking like that, and imagery, see, the word that subliminal perception works, man, is that they gotta distract one of the five senses, right? Once you distract one of the five senses, then you have that person becomes vulnerable to whatever that you're feeding into his mental after that. So I could create a distraction like this, right? This is distracting your sense of sight. And so when I distract this, whatever I'm saying is automatically going into your damn subconscious mind. And most people have not been trained to understand this type of psychological warfare. And they do this to you all damn day, every day, all day, by putting things in the media, and they keep repeating a lie over and over and over and over. And you say, damn, wow, these people was rioters. That's wrong. No one stops to think. Say, could this be a just cause? Could this be a just cause? I'm going to play something for you. I want you guys to listen. I'm about to wake you up. I'm trying to break this spell. I'm going to play something for you. Some of you probably don't know it because it's not that damn, what they call that, new trap music. It's not the damn trap music. I'm going to play something and you're going to hate it, but you're going to hear it. Let me find it, man. Where is it? You probably heard it in school back in your grade school. Marty Ma, what you got, man, while I find this, man?
What's going on, brother? Shalom, brothers.
Shalom, shalom, shalom.
All good. All good.
Shalom, brother. Shalom.
Sir, we're gonna get it done now. We ain't playing with this now, brothers. Shoot.
Playtime's over, Marty.
Can't get me
over, man. We're in the trenches now, Marty.
Put it down, boy. Big time. That's right. Get it done. Shoot. Put this knowledge on your ass.
Okay. Listen to this, folks. I got one for you. Wake them up. I got something for you.
You did. You better did.
Stop the share real quick. Okay. This is this type of stuff that you should be spending your time listening to, but you don't think it's important until it's too late. All right, here we go. Listen to this. Listen good.
In Congress, July 4th, 1776, the unanimous declaration of
this is what was going on last Wednesday
of America. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have
Can you turn it up a little bit, Tazadot?
Oh, hold on. Stop the share because it should have been pretty loud here. Hold on.
Yeah, they won't have no excuses now. We're gonna get that volume right. You're gonna learn something. Put it on you.
assume among the powers of the earth.
Can you hear that? Is that clear, Marty?
La.
I'm not sure why it's not loud, man. I got it.
Congress, July 4th,
So you can't hear that?
Yeah, we got it. Hold on. We got it.
Declaration of the 13 United States of America. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another.
Okay, listen to this. Listen to what's being stated here. When it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands that connect them together. I want you to muse over this and I want you to think about certain catastrophic events that took place last Wednesday. Listen well. I'm trying to wake you up.
And to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them.
The laws of nature, meaning the laws of the Most High. What this is saying, Now, remember, the so-called founding fathers wrote this. They knew what it was. These are the laws given to you that's inherent by the Creator. Democracy can't take this from you. Republicanism cannot take this for you. You're entitled to this, man. You need to wake up. I know you can't hear. XOOR. I know you can't hear. You haven't been able to hear for years. And you probably still won't hear after this. And I got to turn up loud too, man. I got a damn equalizer on his up, and he's still saying he can't hear. You see that? That's going back to Psalms 135, man, what I was just reading.
Con.
You can hear it, right? You can hear it, right, Terrence? Damn shame. He said, I can't hear. And I'm blasting it too, Terrence. He said, I can't hear. He can't see either, man. I probably look like a snowman to him.
So, Con, I got a little announcement.
Decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal.
Okay, stop. Because I got a lot of debtors on the call. I'm going to break this down for them piece by piece. If all men are created equal, Terrence, does this not mean that a robe or a briefcase has no more power than I? Is that not true, Terrence?
Con.
When I say the robe or the briefcase, I'm talking about the man that comes out in the black priestly robe. In the briefcase, I'm talking about the man that they call counselor that walks around and put everyone away with words of art that's known as legalese, the third form of English that very few people comprehend. So according to this, all men are created equal, but there's something more interesting. In their public servant capacity, we, the people, have more authority than them. With the law state, Terrence, if it comes down to an interpretation of the law, the interpretation of the people is superb. Constitution is the law of the land, man. That's in the supremacy clause. Article 6, Section 2 for you dodos that don't get it because you don't read it. The Constitution to many of you is more degenerate than a piece of damn White Cloud or Charmin toilet tissue. Until now. Now let's continue on, man. Let's get some more of this.
That they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights.
Oh, hold on. They are endowed by their creator, Terrence, by the Most High, with certain unalienable rights. When you break the word down, the word has alien in there. It's unalienable rights. That means these rights cannot be taken away from us. These rights, you cannot place a lien on them. What are these rights? We're going to find out what these rights are, man.
That among these are life.
Okay, life. So every man is entitled to the gift of life that was given to him by the Creator. Who in the hell are they to impose the death penalty? Is that not playing the Most High? Unless someone else, unless you've taken someone's life, they do not and should not have the authority to deprive you of your life. The scripture saying an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, and a life for a life. So the only situation where it's just for them to deprive one of their life if you take someone else's life. That's real justice. Okay, so the Creator gave us life. We're all entitled to that. Liberty. That means freedom. So someone has a lot of background noise here, man. That means freedom. Who's that background noise coming from? So liberty is freedom. That means that's got to be coming from you, Terrence. You're the only one unmuted. That means I have a right to travel. To those of you that don't get it, liberty means I could go from point A to point B, and I shouldn't need any kind of piece of plastic to give me permission, because the very moment that I think I need a piece of plastic to give me permission to go from point A to point B, I am no longer in authority of myself. I suddenly became subservient to the people that I place in office to secure my rights. The only damn reason that we created government was to secure our rights, to secure these unalienable, aka unalienable rights that was given to us by our creator, not by politicians. Understand that. Understand that. Let's continue on.
And the pursuit of happiness.
And the pursuit of happiness. I should be able to pursue happiness. Whatever field of endeavor, as long as I do not cause an injury to anyone else or damage anyone else, I'm not breaking the law. If I go out at 12 o'clock at night and there is no one on the streets and I drive through a damn red light, what law have I broken? Who have I injured? Nothing. You see what I'm saying? That is known as an infliction of commerce. That is known as a way of something that you set up, that you call government, that became a damn de facto to look and say, hey, man, we could place an excise tax on this and we could suck as much money, fiat, from these people as we possibly can. You understand what I'm saying? Just about every time you go outside on their books under public policy, you're breaking their damn statutes, their codes, without even knowing it. And you know what they tell you? Hey, man, you can't study the law. But then again, you can't study the law without a license. And they don't have a license. They have a bar card. They turn around and tell you ignorance of the law is no excuse. Damn. That's a hell of a entity that you guys has actually voted into power.
God. God.
That's a hell of a thing right there, man. That's a hell of a thing right there. I want you to think about what's going on here, man. Let's go on. Let's continue on.
That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men.
Okay, hold on. So why was government created, Marty? To secure the rights of the people. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted amongst men. The government is not instituted to take away men's rights. See, the Constitution was never for us. The Constitution was created to control government and limit what the government could do. The Constitution tells the government every damn thing that it could do. And when the government steps outside of the Constitution, they're warring against the Constitution. That's what treason is. Treason is not standing up for your rights. That's not treason. That's a rebel. That's a patriot. But real treason is when the government violates the rights of the people and they war against the Constitution. That's true treason. That's what real treason is, man. But the people don't get it. Why? It's called aphasia. It's called programming. It's called COINTELPRO. They put the people back to sleep. You know when some people, they have little children, Terrence, baby keeps crying all the time. What do they give him? They give him a pacifier. Same problem that the baby have is still there. But they just gave him a pacifier, so he's stuck on it, get something to calm him down. What do you give a damn dodo a dog? Give him a stimulus check. He'll calm down. Hey, no, sure, man. I'm going to get me these damn nails done. I'm going to get my hair done. Go, yeah, man. I'm going to claim all 7 of my children. They pacify him. But with the pacifier, which is a benefit, it comes more loss of authority. Why? How are they doing it? They can't do it if you don't consent. Every damn thing that they have over you is because you consent. And to those of you who don't understand what consent means, it means because you agree. whether that's implied by your action, whether it's viva voce by mouth, whether it's signing or otherwise. It's because you consent. Let's continue on. So the government's primary purpose is only to secure our rights, not to do all of these damn things that the de facto is doing now. The government has actually become a de facto and a 5,000-pound gorilla. And they treat you like you're a damn spider monkey. They taking all your damn bananas. So now you have a republic, but it's a banana republic. It's a banana republic because they're not enforcing law. They're not enforcing law. And when you look at something, they're such skillful enchanters, they make you believe that you are not seeing something that you're looking at. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. You see a constable on patrol pull out a damn gun and shoot a man. And you know what you know what your de facto tell you? Well, wait, we got to look at the tapes. We got to examine the safe. Man, that's programming like a mofo. You looking right at it, and they said we got to examine the tapes to see what happened. But you saw what happened. And their programming is so damn strong. The mother, the father be riled up. But after they talk to their skillful enchanters and Pharaoh's magicians, they come back and say, why can't we all just get along? Just calm down, you all.
Calm. That pacifier.
Trust them to take care of it. They pacify.
That pacifier.
They pacify. Just like was there a little thing on Popeye, Sweepy, that was always crawling around with a damn pacifier in his mouth? That's what they do to you guys, man. This is what's going on. This is what's going on. Let's listen to some more here.
Deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed.
So the government gets its powers from the consent of we, the people. This is law, man. What am I teaching you? I'm teaching you real law. All of you have the capacity to learn this. They don't want you to know this kind of stuff, man. This is the real law. The government gets its power from the consent, from the agreement, from the consent, the agreement of the governed being us, the people. Who doesn't get that, man? Who doesn't get it? Let's keep it going.
That whenever any form of government becomes destructive.
Now we got a problem. That when any form of government becomes destructive, unruly. Hey, we're gonna search your conveyance, and we don't need a warrant. We're gonna search it. We're going through your purse, Eve, in the name of security. I don't give a damn if you got tampons or whatever in there. I don't care about your privacy. We're gonna search your purse under the guise of security, of national security. We're gonna take all of your damn rights away. You see that? That's a skillful way of depriving you of your rights reserved by the Constitution. What prevents that? The Fourth Amendment. The Fourth Amendment. What does George Bush Jr. say? Hey, Patriot Act. For the security of the country, we're going to tap your phones. We don't need a warrant. We're going to search your home and your car with a warrantless search. We'll get it later. You know where this stuff goes forth? Because you, the people, consent. Let me give you an example. When you tell us, I didn't consent. You're a damn lie. You're a damn lie. You did consent. Let me tell you how you consent. It's known as acquiescence. Acquiescence means you stay silent. You see how many people on this damn channel acquiesce, Terrence? When I call them and try and give them a voice to speak, what do? Nah, I'm just listening. Get your weak ass up out of here, man. Stay your weak ass away from me, man. Because if I was by you, I'd smack fire to you, man. Because it's people, it's cowards. And you die a damn 1,000 deaths every time you see Tazadak Because you look in my eyes, you can see that I'm real. And that dude is ready to die for his. You're a coward, man. So you die 1,000 deaths every day and 20 damn thousand times on Sunday. After you go to a damn passive, weak, docile preacher that I'll never be able to respect. Because he's weak and docile. And that's why they don't like me, man. That's why they don't like me. When you get the opportunity to speak up, you be quiet. Oh, no, I'm going to see what happened to you. These weak people that come around me with the damn creditor stuff, man. I try and tell them to become creditor. No, I'm going to see what happened to you. It's scary ass. Shaking like it's a damn month of March, Marty, when all these damn leaves fall from the tree.
You did, because it's true.
You know it's true, Marty.
It's absolutely true.
Then they come on here, they won't say nothing. They're not about that, man. That's George Appin, talk of a tent. They sit around and let this stuff happen. Then they complain.
No,
it's right
then
here.
they go talk.
They wrote it in their records.
Yeah, you know it.
In their records, man. It's right here. I'm reading it to you. They get their power from the government. They get their power from the government, man. Let's listen to some more, man.
These ends. It is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it.
Oh, wow. Wow. It says on these ends,
there it is.
Of the people to alter it or to abolish it. We're going to pause for a minute. We're going to allow that to muse in. Your scary ass, you can't even fathom your thoughts to think that way. Oh, here's our Taza Dot. We're going to get him. He's rebel rousing. I ain't doing a damn thing. I ain't doing a damn thing. I'm speaking the Declaration of Independence.
That's right.
We're going to charge you with like Donald Trump with inciting a riot. Then charge me then.
Yeah.
I'm reciting the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, trying to teach people what you don't teach them. To the ones that could sustain it, man. To the ones that could tolerate it. To the ones that could receive it.
Yep. What's up? And they get over there talking all tough around the woman and acting all like they the baddest dude around and scary as can be. Scared of their own shadow. All you got to do is somebody raise their voice in the room and they jump and it's it. That's a damn shame, man. I wonder sometime, Khan, all the stuff you do, is it worth it, man? Look at all you do, man, and then they won't even bust a move, man. Wow. Who does that, man?
Talk that talk, Marty. Talk that talk.
Unbelievable, man.
Who raised you?
And then they sit up there, put a little bass in they hear a real man with a little bass in their voice, and then they start getting all scary. Oh no, it's just us talking, you know, used to hearing that high-pitched stuff, you act like a female. Stop it. Wow.
Who raised them, Marty? Who raised them?
Shit, boy, they was raised by girls or something, man. They still acting like that, man. This baby, man. Don't even get no credit around here, man, in the big boys book, man. Ain't even a column for them, man. Come on now. Come on. Shit.
Gotta turn them mama boys into men.
Wow. They see real, you know what, Zara, they see real cats over here doing it big and stuff, and they get mad at us just because we holding them up high in the air, man. They get mad at us because we doing the work for them, and then they get over there, start tripping, man, falling apart and stuff, wondering who's that with all the bass in their voice. These are big guys. We talk loud. We do big things over here. We get it done in a big way. Look at it. Everything we say is true about you. You gotta be tired of it. You get over here and get a little knowledge and stuff, and then go around here popping your collar, acting all big and shit. You ain't big. Big is big. Itty bitty is itty bitty. You know, we tall timbers. We not little bushes. You get it done over here, man.
God.
Then we got to come over here and be annoyed by holding a motherfucker's hand.
With all due respect, I'm trying to
Okay,
go over this
okay.
this this because a lot of people don't know this. And I'm trying to show them the importance of this Declaration of Independence because this country is built on this. So I'm trying to teach people their rights. If you let me finish this, then the floor is yours. But they need to hear this because they're not being taught this. And this is vitally important in all of our interactions with any kind of public official. You need to keep this in mind each time that you're operating with a public official because in their public official capacity, you have authority over them because they get their power from the government. This is what I'm trying to emphasize, man. People need to know this. This is important. There's nothing more important than this, man, than knowing the laws of the land in which you live. Because if you don't know them, they're gonna swindle colorable laws right in your face, and you're gonna think it's law. So let me play a little more of this, man.
It is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such forms as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness.
Okay, now let me stop for a second. Not based on what I said, what he just said from the Declaration of Independence. I want you to muse over that very briefly, and then I want you to reflect on what happened last Wednesday. Could it be that there was a possibility of that is what was actually occurring? Could it be that was occurring last Wednesday? I want you to muse over that. Think about what he just said. I'm going to play that part again. And was that occurring last Wednesday, or was these people just rioting? I need you to think for yourselves. You have a brain. Use the faculties of your brain that's been injured. I'm trying to teach you to use it again.
Organizing its powers in such forms as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not betray pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it.
Stop. Think about what happened Wednesday. Was that what's going? I'm just asking questions. I'm only asking questions. Is that what was occurring last Wednesday? Could it have been done on paper? Would they have listened if it was done on paper? These are rhetorical. I want you to answer them within yourself. Or was it a necessity for those people to react? They didn't act. They react based on something that apparently they thought was unjust. Think for yourselves.
And to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such forms as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness.
So it's saying here the Declaration of Independence, if you have a government that's actually become a de facto, and if that government is not proceeding according to the will of the people, then the people have a right to alter and abolish that government and replace that government with a government that's going to satisfy the will of the people. After all, that's the purpose of government, anyways. That's the primary purpose of government. What were we watching? What was occurring in Washington, D.C.?
Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. And accordingly, all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism.
Absolute despotism. Who doesn't know what despotism is? Can anyone recall? Tazadak has a book, We the People versus Despotism. I be teaching you guys this stuff in my books, man. But it just go over your head. The infliction of commerce, commercial warfare, red pill right knowledge versus the feminist oligarchy. I'm teaching you these words, man. Where do these words come from? It comes from the Declaration of Independence. It comes from the Constitution. I'm putting it in your face and you don't even know what the hell it is.
It is their right. It is their duty to throw off such government.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. If you listen to the Speaker of the House, they're rioters. But what does it say in the Declaration? It is their right. It is their duty. You say, oh, hell no, Tazadunk, this can't be real. What the hell are you playing? Is that a new rap song? Some of them think this is a damn rap song, Terrence. That's how damn lost they are. They think I'm playing rap music right now.
Absolute despotism. It is their right. It is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies. And such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter their former systems of government. The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world. He has refused his assent to laws, the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance unless suspended in their operation till his assent should be obtained. And when so suspended, he has utterly neglected to attend to them. He has refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people, unless those people would relinquish the right of representation in the legislature, a right inestimable to them and formidable to tyrants only. He has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the depository of their public records for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures. He has dissolved representative houses repeatedly for opposing with manly firmness his invasions on the rights of the people. He has refused for a long time after such dissolutions to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers, incapable of annihilation, have returned to the people at large for their exercise, the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions within. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states, for that purpose obstructing the laws of naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migrations hither, and raising the conditions of new appropriations of lands. He has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws or establishing judiciary powers. He has made judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries.
See that? You hear that? Do you hear this? What I should really ask is, do you really hear it?
He has erected a multitude of new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance.
Is that not what's going on, Marty? Officers to harass our people and eat out their substance.
He has kept among us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislature.
He's kept amongst us in times of peace standing armies. Standing armies policing you when you're not even in danger. Under the guise of the security of the nation.
He has affected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution.
You're under a foreign jurisdiction. a jurisdiction foreign to your constitution.
Acknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation. For
Pretended legislation is a de facto legislation. It's a de facto government. It exists, but it was never officially established. It's not officially recognized by real law.
quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, for protecting them by a mock trial from punishment for any.
That's what they give you, a mock trial. You don't have a plea of innocence anymore. They've taken away the plea of innocence, so therefore I never enter a plea. Because the inner plea automatically gives them jurisdiction over you in the mock trial for educational purposes only. I'm not an attorney, nor do I have a desire to be one. I'm just a dispatcher of information, right? Knowledge.
Murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states, for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes on us without our consent.
Did you consent to the tax, Marty? What about you, Malachi? You consent to the tax? These taxes that's imposed on everyone?
Not.
Did you consent? How then is it mandatory? You're a damn lie. Yes, you did consent. You voluntarily filled out the 1040 suggesting that you was a federal employee and you don't even work for the damn federal government. That's consent. That's consent. Anything of the law is no excuse. See that? See what I'm saying? You volunteered to do it. All they need is your consent. Gotta wake up, man. Wake the hell up.
For depriving us in many cases of the benefits of trial by jury.
Let me ask you this, man. Let me ask you this, Mike Marlowe. Is a family court a lawful court according to the Constitution? Let me ask you, Tim Eber, is a traffic court a lawful court according to the Constitution? Hell no, it's not. Because where is the jury? Since you people don't know, let me inform you. Sixth Amendment. It says that you're entitled to a speedy trial by jury in all criminal matters. That's the Sixth Amendment. Seventh Amendment. You said, Tyler Dock is civil. We don't have a jury in Seventh Amendment. You're a damn lie. Seventh Amendment, important part, says if it's $20 or more, you're entitled to a trial by jury. So now, with that being stated, when you go into a family court, which is a court that's designed to emasculate the male member and to divorce rape the man, where's the jury? Where's the jury? When you go into a traffic court, where is the jury? Those are unconstitutional courts. That means they're warring against the Constitution. Why don't you stand up and do something about it? You're the people. All power comes from the people. You just want to talk about it, man. Be about it.
For transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses. For abolishing the free system of English laws in a neighboring province, establishing therein an arbitrary government, and enlarging its boundaries so as to render it at once an example and fit instrument for introducing the same absolute rule into these colonies. For taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments. For suspending our own legislation.
Let's stop. I want to think for a second. How is it under law in America, not the United States? The United States is a corporation according to 28 USC 3002, subsection 15A. But according to America, a debtor's prison is supposed to be illegal. With that being said, how is it that people go to jail, primarily men, for child support? if a debtor prison is illegal in America. They play semantics. I'll tell you how. They play semantics with you, and they'll say you're in contempt because you disobeyed a court order. But is that where they really locking you up? No, they're locking you up because you didn't pay. But wait a minute, a debtor's prison is supposed to be illegal. This is your de facto. This is what you continuously vote in the office. It won't change until the Declaration of Independence is exercised to its fullest extent, to the full extent of the law.
Legislators declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. He has abdicated government here by declaring us out of his protection and waging war against us. He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coasts, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. He is at this time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny, already begun with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages.
So, as you saw in Washington, D.C., police officers, Metro Police, National Guards, they all have family members. In some instance, what you was witnessing is that some of those people will side with the family. So what does the de facto do? What does the powers that be that you voted in the office do? They summons the UK soldiers who don't give a damn about you. They summons foreign entities to come here on American soil and shoot you and don't give a damn thing about it. They don't give a damn 2 cents about you. Do you understand? This is the real world. See, the world that you've been seeing is the Matrix because you've been taking a blue pill because you're a blue pill man. This is where your women manipulate you. This is where you get divorce rate. This is why most men have actually become a blue pill mangina. Your thinking is off. Let's continue on. Let's get some more of this right knowledge for real.
Totally unworthy the head of a civilized nation. He has constrained our fellow citizens taken captive on the high seas to bear arms against their country, to become the executioners of their friends and brethren, or to fall themselves by their hands. He has excited domestic insurrections among us, and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers, the merciless Indian savages whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. In every stage of these oppressions, we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have...
What happens when the people petition? They tell you you're supposed to petition for redress. They ignore it. Maybe, Tim, what you saw in Washington, D.C. Wednesday, maybe, just maybe, the people was exhausted with petitioning for redress and no results. So maybe they exercise the only avenue they had left. The people had to stand up for themselves, is what they were screaming.
Been answered only by repeated injury. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is unfit to be the ruler of a free people. Nor have we been wanting in attention to our British brethren. We have warned them from time to time of attempts by their legislature to extend an unwarrantable jurisdiction over us. We have reminded them of the circumstances of our emigration and settlement here. We have appealed to their native justice and magnanimity, and we have conjured them by the ties of our common kindred to disavow these usurpations, which would inevitably interrupt our connections and correspondence. They too have been deaf to the voice of justice and of consanguinity. We must, therefore, acquiesce in the necessity which denounces our separation and hold them as we hold the rest of mankind, enemies in war, in peace, friends. We, therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, in General Congress, assembled, appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for the rectitude of our intentions, do, in the name and by the authority
The Supreme Judge of the world is the Most High Yahweh.
of the good people of these colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are and of right ought to be free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that as free and independent states, they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortune.
That's what you gotta be willing to ride until the lights go out, until the wheels fall off. You have to pledge your life. Don't you ever think about freedom if you're not really willing to ride to the end, man. If you're not willing to give up your life, get the hell out of the way, because you're not really for freedom. You're not really for true justice. You're not for it. So get the hell out of the way. Get back on the sideline. Get back in the closet, because you're not built for this.
And our sacred honor.
I'm gonna tell you something, man. The people that they're saying is going to be arrested. Let me tell you something, man. These people, do you really think that they didn't think that there was actually a repercussion coming behind their actions? They knew that. They was doing what they did in the name of liberty. That's why the people was doing what they did, man. Why don't you wake up and see what's really going on? Why? I'm gonna tell you something, man. Most of you agree, you hide back in the damn trenches. You hide. You're in the rear with the gear. You're not even out in the trenches like us. You hide back in the rear with the gear, and you're saying, you're applauding, but you won't come out and stand up. You just stay in the background on the damn sideline. But the things that the true warrior states, see, the true warrior realize that he has to push beyond the pain. He has to push beyond the hardship or whatever may come before him to ascertain the victory. Where you just stay in the background, you want someone else to do it for you, then you want to cheer in the winner's circle. There's no room for people like that. There's no room for people like that, because people with that mentality is where systems remain oppressive and the same. There's only a small fraction of people that's willing to put everything on the line and say, I'd rather die like a man than to continue to live on my knees to an oppressive system that outright oppress you with unjust statutes, codes, rules. And you just comply. You see, you do what everyone else does. You comply. And then They have you so trained. Let me tell you something, man. Most of you people, you're trained like dogs. What's that precept, Zara? They say they're all dumb dogs. What's that precept, Malachi? They say they're all dumb dogs.
I'm trying to damn.
Yeah, it's somewhere in Isaiah. Isaiah
Hold on,
56
hold on one
verse
second.
10.
I'm gonna find it right now. I'm gonna find it.
Isaiah 56 verse 10. The Isaiah 56 verse 10 says, his watchmen are blind. They are ignorant. They are all dumb dogs. They cannot bark. What the hell? You got a dog for a guard dog, Zara. He don't even bark, man. They
God.
cannot bark. Sleeping. And he's supposed to be a watchdog, Zara. He's sleeping on the damn job. He's a dumb dog. Lying down and loving slumber. You know what the slumber is, Zara? That damn stimulus check. The damn handouts. Stimulant is a wink. Stimulant is a damn welfare check. Another stimulus handout. Always waiting on daddy de facto to take care of your sorry behind. And you make a living off of the workers. You just go out and have more babies and more babies. And saying, we holding it down. You hear that Eve saying last night, Zara? I didn't want to divert. Man, I was taking her damn head off, Zara. But I didn't want to transfer the topics. Tell me they holding it down.
I must have walked away, though. So what she said?
Yeah, she said, we holding it down. You better tell him. I said, oh, hell. Hey, but I didn't want to change the topic, Zach. Terrence, you heard it. You know you heard it, Terrence, because you did, man. You know you heard it, Terrence. I said, man, I don't want to transfer the topic on this, man, to Eve, man. But you holding it down, but we got all these damn children out in the street selling damn drugs, girls pregnant at an early age, teenage suicide, but you holding it down. I would say that you fell. I would say that, and she was talking that talk, Zara, and she was another Eve that had her damn children taken away. You see what I'm saying?
A lot of them just get them kids, man, just to get that damn welfare check, them food stamps, that damn child support, and damn that Section 8. You know what I'm saying? She gonna get all that off one child. You know what I'm saying? So she holding it down, all right. Yeah, you holding yourself down because the kids is suffering. You know what I'm saying? You just trying to use to get a kid to try to be bummy.
She hit a lick, Zara. She got that.
That's all it is. Lick for
she got that 1,800 and stimulus checks. That's a she had it. She had a 20 lick, man.
Good.
She got that stimulus check increase. But that's what's going on, man. It's time, man, that you people get your minds right. So we're gonna go ahead and open it up. Marty, you wanted to talk that talk? I'm done. The floor is yours. I yield to whoever.
Zadok, shoot, I calling it off like I should, but go ahead, my brother.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, they are actually I'm looking like on the news here in Arizona, they're rushing the, like the Capitol buildings in all these Republican states, even though Arizona went Democrat, like Georgia, they use a Republican, but they are trying to make them recount the ballots. They're doing the same thing they're doing in DC. They get death threats and all.
The spirit told me this was gonna happen. The spirit told me this is gonna start to pop off at other states, man.
It's serious death threats too. It's on the news out here, you know what I mean? So I'm pretty sure this ain't the only state that's going down.
Send me the link. You watching it on the news?
Yeah.
It's on the YouTube.
Someone find that link, man. Someone find that link, man.
Let me just seen it.
And check this out. See, a lot of people sitting up here watching this, and because they don't have the right state of mind to decipher this and to actually break down the code like we all know, we know a whole lot more. If you don't have the formula to break this down, which you don't because you don't have right knowledge, whatever you think, you couldn't possibly be thinking rationally because you don't have the equipment to do it. You don't have the knowledge to actually to deal with this stuff because you don't know what is being perpetrated against you. You're scared to find out. You sit over there and you get mad
It's like it, Marty. Hey, Zara, what's the name of that thing that you see on the news?
I finna it's under it's called Maricopa County Border Supervisors face threats. I'm trying to share it right now. I'm trying to
All
copy the
right, go ahead,
link.
Marty. Go ahead, Marty.
Yeah, I'll copy the link right now.
You know, I mean, in order when you get mad and you want to start doing something else, then you come over, get in the chat, start saying stuff, talking crazy, talking like a woman.
Sending it
or
right now,
something.
Tyler, Doc.
All right.
Go ahead, Marty.
Because you don't know, you have to have the formula to actually. It's just like they're talking a foreign language to you, and you don't have the code book to decipher this shit, and you don't care about getting it. So whatever happens to you, you should actually don't even care if they might walk your ass to a firing squad or take you to the hangman's noose, or either, how about this one, walk the plank while the sharks is circling out front. Because that's what you deserve. You know, that's maybe a little theatrical, but that's how far out this get when you don't even know what the hell you're doing. It could be that out in the open, and you be like, oh, well, that couldn't happen. How do you know it can't happen? Because you don't have what it takes to deal with it. And you got right knowledge here, and you know it's right knowledge because you'll gang up over here, then go back and try to impress your little flower, your little pebble with this talking big and stuff. But really, I mean, you waiting on us to save you, most of you. And while we got to grab your girl and escort her down to the exit zone to safety. We got to come along and get a lifeboat for your dumb ass too. I mean, because we probably do.
Now being felt here in the valley. Members of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors now the targets of death threats. ABC15's Nicole Valdez speaking with two supervisors tonight who say enough is enough.
Well, some may argue that online threats are just words. We don't know what their real intentions are. But there is real fear after what we saw happen in our nation's capital. Some county board members say these are no longer just words. They worry someone may choose to act.
It's frightening. I've been an elected official for many years, and I've never been in this position. I've never felt this way before.
Criticism as an elected official comes with the job. But the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors has been a target for months.
They continue to fan the flames of conspiracy theorists that has made it so threatening and so scary to even show up to work. It's scary to even walk out the front door of your home.
Supervisor Steve Gallardo, the lone Democrat on the board, emotional Friday after hearing about a comment posted on the right-wing blog Republican Briefs, according to the Arizona Republic. Some of the supervisors and others involved in our elections have earned an old-fashioned necktie party. What do you say to that?
It's outrageous. It is scary and it's outrageous. They're saying we should be executed. That's what they're saying.
I think it's pretty clear that they're saying because we didn't manufacture the result that they wanted to see from this election, that we ought to be hung.
Longtime Republican Supervisor Bill Gates says this has gone too far now.
These sorts of threats take on a more sinister meaning when you see that people are now going and engaging in violence in the name of political perspectives.
Driving the hatred, the board's decision to certify Maricopa County's election results in November and later rejecting subpoenas sent down by some GOP lawmakers asking for a forensic audit of the county's election equipment. Instead, the board chose to have a judge decide if and how they respond.
These are members of my own party, and they're frustrated. And now they're lashing out and they're suggesting that violence is the way to proceed. I disagree with that. I reject that.
The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office investigating several threats, not just on websites like this, on social media, even calls and voicemails that came into their offices.
For doing what? Doing our jobs? For conducting an election?
On New Year's Eve, they were doxxed, an email addressing patriots asking supporters to mobilize to every one of the 5 supervisors' homes.
They're trying to scare us. They're trying to keep us from doing our jobs. They want to keep us from showing up to work. They're going as far as threatening our families now.
Even if one person doesn't actually intend to engage in violence, maybe somebody else reads those words, and that's the thing that triggers them, and then they go out and do it.
Nicole Valdez, ABC 15, Arizona.
So your thoughts on that, folks? Your thoughts on that? Is this really what's going on? Are people really inciting violence, or was there really some discrepancy in the election? What's the real truth, man? So come on in, man, and give your perspectives. Anyone in the room that they have anything that they want to speak, be mindful of what comes out, because we're really being monitored here. Use a little common sense on your selection of words. Do not say anything that's actually insightful, and do not issue any type of threat, but speak your truth. Speak your truth. Anyone have any kind of response that they want to respond to this? Now is the time to do so, man.
I have something, Taj.
Go ahead, man.
Another police officer died from the nation's capital, Congress. He died by suicide Saturday. U.S. Capitol police officer died. His name is Howard.
Is that in one of the links you sent me?
No, sir. I'm just reading the article. I'm reading the article off the other device. His name is Howard Lobbinggood, age 51. He died by suicide on Saturday. I wonder why he did that. Why would you take your life? That was just one article.
Babylon the Great is falling.
Yeah. Anyone has anything? I'm gonna go ahead and open it up. Malachi, you on the call? You're not saying anything. I'm gonna go ahead and put you in the back room, man. I don't even know if you're here. I'm gonna say this again, man. Don't come in the room and just act like a deaf mute. If you're on the platform, engage, man. Engage the platform, or you could actually just listen from YouTube, man.
Con.
Yeah, I got something to say, Todd.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I was just listening to that broadcast. The man was saying some key words. I could be wrong, but I could be right. He was saying that the people were mad because they didn't manufacture the results that they wanted. If it wasn't manufactured, mean they created, right? That means
right.
they made that. So they're not saying that it was something that was elected by the people. They saying it was manufacturing. Could they be covering themselves for the fraud that they already committed? Because people use words precisely. And they're not using that word for no reason. Because they could have easily just said the so-called election fraud or the voting fraud. But he didn't say that. He chose to use the word manufacture. So maybe they already have insight that what they are doing is coming out, and that's why these people are reacting the way that they're reacting towards this situation, because they're not implementing anything, even though they've seen that all this fraud took place.
Right. I mean, all of this is what people have to comprehend. It's a lot of this that's going on. It involves politics, and one of the primary political agendas is to get rid of Trump, either by way of resignation, by way of impeachment, when it's too late for that, or by way of the 25th Amendment. There's three ways that a president can be taken out of office, and it's one of those three. He could resign, he could be impeached, or it could be the 25th Amendment.
And like you say, it's too late for the 25th Amendment. The Democrats already said that. They say by the time they get that even on the floor, you know what I'm saying? Because it'll be past the 20th. You know what I'm saying? It'll be like the 21st or 22nd, they say. So they say they're trying to pressure Pence into doing the 25th Amendment, but Pence is very loyal. He's too loyal to do that right there at this point. So he's gonna let that go. So really nothing's gonna really happen to Trump. Trump gonna be running again in 2024. But it's gonna be hell for the next 4 years, man. Cause these folks is tired, man. You know, these folks tired, man. You know, so they see a bigger picture going on. And you know, everybody tired, man. This is biblical prophecy we living in.
Yep, come.
But they're still pushing forward tomorrow with impeachment. Anyway.
Well, it doesn't matter, man. It's too late for that. I mean, he only had 10 days left in office. There's no way they would be able to do an impeachment if you understand how that works. Remember, they tried an impeachment last time, man. Trump was acquitted.
Right.
Trump was holding out the paper saying, I'm acquitted. With a smile. And I'm going to tell you something, man. Trump is probably enjoying this because Trump loves publicity, man. He loves this.
Oh, yeah.
So they're feeding right into his hands. You know, Trump is not going down without a fight. Trump's not the kind of guy that's going to tap out, man. And when they tell him not to do something, he's going to do it even more. He's going to do it harder.
That impeachment could be a smokescreen, you know what I'm saying? Like, because you know that Pelosi tablet was so-called stolen, you know what I'm saying? So could that be a smokescreen for that? Because of the information that will be revealed if they get if they release what's out in her tablet.
I doubt it's a small screen, but they're not going to be able to impeach him though because it's just too late. Cause even all the Democrats pretty much saying that it's too late for that. They want Pence to put the 25th Amendment in so they can But even if that happens, Trump will still get pardoned. You know what I'm saying? But though they don't want him to run for 2024. But I don't think Pence is going to do that. If he do, it's because he want to run in 2024. you know, so but he been loyal to Trump this far. I doubt he's snake Trump at this point because I don't think he'll beat Trump in the Republican runoff in 2024. But it came down to it. You know what I'm saying? These Americans, they want Trump. They want Trump. You know what I'm saying? Especially all these poor white Americans. They definitely want Trump. And so it looks like people are gonna lose this battle right here because I don't. He's definitely not gonna get impeached. Too late, and he's definitely not gonna resign himself. And so the only possibility is the 25th Amendment, which Mike Pence had to put in, and I doubt he do that. I just very seriously doubt. It'll be hard for him to breathe in that White House with Trump in there, man. Man, you do that right there, then Trump gonna really send out a message, and this country be flipped upside down.
Hey Zadok. Then if it's not anything, then why are they pushing for it if it's too late to do an impeachment? Then why are they pushing it so heavy and making such a big deal about it?
It's just politics, man. You know what I'm saying? Just to see like they doing, you know what I'm saying? They really want him to resign. Or they really want, you know what I'm saying, and really want Pence, but they know they ain't had no impeachment thing. They're just trying to, pressure him and pressure Pence into something. But like I said, they all coming out now, like, all the Democrats pretty much saying, and Republicans saying it's too late for impeachment. So they just got to, you know, they hoping and praying that they get Pence to pull the 25th Amendment. So I doubt that happens. Trump gonna finish out his 12 days or 11 days. How many days he's got? 10 days left. He's gonna finish that out, and he'll be trying to run in 2024.
The Constitution couldn't Pence objected to the certification of them votes in them certain states that they had election fraud or suspicion of election fraud. You know what I'm saying?
So what
So
now?
Pence, I said, don't Pence have authority to object to the certification of them votes for certain states that they had election fraud in? I believe it was something in the Constitution. I think I can't remember right now. That's why I shouldn't
No,
have brought it
Trump was
up.
trying to
But
get
it's
him
Article
to
2, I believe.
Trump was
Yeah,
trying to get him to overturn it, but he didn't have the power to do that. But see, Pence kept saying that, you know, we will have our day in court, and so I don't know what I mean. They pretty much had everything thrown out by then, but that's what he was saying the day before the electoral votes. And so when the electoral votes came in, uh, the next day, and he had to count them up, he went ahead and just, you know, read it off how it was. You know, it wasn't no as far as the votes came in like it came in. Um, what they keep hollering about voter fraud is because of the mail-ins. You know, a lot of minorities mailed in their votes, and so but they also know that a lot of people ain't probably sign them and send it. They, you know, their argument is they wanted you to come with an ID and go before the thing, and they
Okay,
know once they
we're
have,
gonna
you know,
go
what I'm
ahead
saying,
and open
voter
it up,
suppression.
man. We're gonna go ahead and open it up and let some other people come in the room.
Huh.
Mikael, if you got anything to say, it's always a honor and a pleasure to have you on spitting that right knowledge. Just come in here, as Terrence always say, don't come in here spitboxing, but come in here talking the truth. Come in here speaking the truth, man. Just don't drop any spit bombs.
God, brother Mikael, man, he a good brother, man. High
Well,
power, high
there's the
frequency
link.
brother.
Anyone that wants to come in and speak on what's going on, we already know it's too late for an impeachment, but they still are pushing for that. Monday morning, they're going to go over there and more than likely just embarrass themselves because an impeachment is not going to take place. We already know that. And, you know, based on the things that's actually going on, man, things are really about to get, you know, very, very interesting. Tim, it looks like your device is not connected, Tim. I see you're trying to come in. Again, people that come in the room, if you say certain sensitive words, I'm going to have to immediately remove you. So show some decorum when you come in the room. The video from last night, I had to delete that because certain people come on and they know that there's certain words that is actually that trigger. There's certain trigger words that results in, you know, certain actions by the censorshipers. So, you know, be cautious of what you state. Go ahead, Mikael.
Shalom, 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 everyone out there listening, brothers on the panel. It's always a pleasure, and
Shalom,
I've
brother.
have to express my gratitude to Wada Kahan for giving me an honorable mention, just so that we can get everything off the ground. So let's dig right into it. Without getting too specific, I'm going to leave it a little bit cryptic, but you can get it. Anybody that actually is on board with what's discussed, I'm going to give you, I'm going to give you the room to make of it what you will, make your determination. You're likely smart enough to read between the lines and see if you have anything constructive and valuable to add. As far as what's happening in this country. Let them attempt the process of impeachment. It's only further damnation. It's a good thing for them to do it because it just confirms in front of the American public who they really are. So if they think they're going to have an easy time of dealing with the people as a result of any legislation that they attempt, well, all I have to offer is Title 28 of the United States Code, subsection 3002, Part 15A. It reads, the United States is a federal corporation. The oldest corporation, over 800 years old, was only founded in the City of London Corporation, the city of Londinium, Rome Corporation to be exact, of the unholy Roman Empire. So let that sink in. So if that is the way we have created corporations based on their design, what does that tell you about what's happening with big tech and these other entities? They followed suit. So instead of fighting all these foreign wars to protect the interests of the United States, the American people, the American citizens, and I do mean with a capital C, meaning you, members of the Republic, had they been serving your interests in those wars? Could they have, if this legislation, if this law, this code, the United States Code, could they have been serving you the entire time? It's there, it's plain for you to see in the Cornell Legal Research Institute citation. There really is no argument. And all you would have to do is say, scream it at the top of your lungs to those members that are there in any of their speeches or addresses open to the public if you learn about this law. What else? March 9th, 1933, Emergency Banking, Emergency War Act. This is your current state of existence. It's been that way since then. These are laws you need to know about. These are acts you need to know about because they have bearing on everything you do. So I just want to kind of leave it at that because I don't want people to get lost in any other thing that I might say in regard to this topic. I want you to focus on those things because they're tools to combat the quiet weapons, the silent weapons of this regime and its uses of electronics and technology to take away your freedoms.
Okay, Stormy Denton, what you got? You're muted. You gotta unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clearly now.
Okay, I never did this. Okay, well, I just want to say, hey, good evening. I've been on sub. No, I have an echo.
No, you sound pretty good on this side. You sound pretty good on this side.
Okay, well, I feel like I'm living in an alternate reality. And I've lost my faith completely.
Why is that?
Well, with everything that's happened, I mean, I watched all the Senate hearings. And I don't understand how this could still be going on. I mean, the Senate hearings prove that they stole it. And nobody has the courage to do anything.
I don't know about that. We saw there was a certain faction of people that took a stand.
Khan, those people know those citations of law. They know. I want to make sure everyone is very clear when they come on this platform, stick to the topic and at least do some light homework. You know, if you know about this platform, at least try to watch a video or two before you get involved in things like this. It's good to speak. You have a First Amendment right, but you want to.
Well, I am. I thought we were talking about January 6th.
We are speaking on such things, but obviously, this platform is about truth, and it's about academic research, evidence, facts, and verified claims. We try to stay away from topics that involve conjecture, because this platform, despite the thousands of views or whatnot that should be present any live, this channel is actually very it's a very liberal platform in terms of use of the First Amendment, and we are seen and scrutinized by the very top. It goes all the way up to the top. So we have very high visibility to the so-called powers that be. And we don't, according to the First Amendment, we're not operating within the de facto United States pursuant to Title 28, United States Code, subsection 3002, Part 15A. We're not within the insular jurisdictions of that body. That's only a 10-mile square radius within the Washington, D.C. area and 5 states. So we're not part of that in this conversation. This is a free, open conversation, but there are concerns because when you're in foreign territory, it's occupied by unknown agents, and we don't want to destroy our sovereign freedom to speak amongst ourselves privately. So we're doing so, we're enjoying our private right on this platform. And it's a shared space. So there are different channels that have different comprehensions of laws. It's international, and they regard it as private. But the truth of law is it's not within their right to declare something private, but they're doing so because of the failings of people who had not learned the law, had not done any research, don't know the facts, don't know what is and what is not, what can be and what can't be. These are all artificial corporate entities, and they're operating under trust. So they're able to do things that they're able to do just because you don't know. But for those that speak on this platform, that are creditors, know the truth, know the law, which is why it's contrary to what you see in the public venue. We don't mix jurisdictions of public and private together. They do. And that's actually not the correct way to do things. I want to refrain from a certain C word, but there is an exchange that has occurred, and these parties are aware that there are rights that they need to respect, or else what is this? I mean, we have a constitution, we have we have Bill of Rights, Articles of Confederation, we have the Declaration of Independence. and other acts of legislation to protect us and our interests, which is why a government was supposed to be formed to protect property, even if it's intellectual, which is what this is. This is intellectual property owned by the host and any delegates or signs that he has authorized to, be custodians of such. We are able to present information. So this is not a disorganized effort. It's not unorganized either. It's just so that you have an opportunity to exercise your First Amendment right just as much as, and I don't like to use this word, but for legal purposes, your religion, it's all intertwined. So we have, the rights afforded to such parties representing themselves either as the man or as the authorized representative. For all those that like to try to censor rights, that's just ultra virus of the corporation. So that's for all of them that listen to this. It's ultra virus of corporation. And there are ramifications for that, because anything you take away, it's proof of it. So I would just ask those parties that are responsible for making any type of up to the moment decisions, weigh those out carefully, because you shouldn't be doing that.
I would like to I would like to remind those that's actually familiar with a certain information in regards to the Constitution, because I notice that there's a lot of people that keep stating the Constitution, and probably many of the people that's actually pledging allegiance to the Constitution probably have never really read the full Constitution. So let me remind you of some of the articles therein. Article 1, Section 10, important parts. Now, keep in mind you currently have a fiat currency, a Federal Reserve note. Article 1, Section 10, important parts, it says that no state shall enter into a treaty, alliance, confederation, grant letters or marquees or appraisal coin, money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin and tender and payments of debt. Anything else is in opposition to the Constitution. We could look at Article 4, Section 4. Important part, it states that the United States shall guarantee to every state in the Union a republican form of government. That's the Constitution. Where did democracy come in? Why is it that everyone that's actually been in office is speaking about democracy? Trump's not speaking about democracy. The Constitution never mentioned anything about democracy. Where did that come from? Article 4, Section 4 guarantees every state. I want you guys to muse over what I'm saying. It guarantees every state in the Union a republican form of government. Article 6, depth, supremacy, oath. It says the senators and the representatives before mentioned and members of the several states legislatures and all executives and judicial officers, both of the United States. Now, I want you to notice the distinction. Both of the United States, which is Washington, D.C., and of the several states. That's a direct distinction. It's showing you that Washington, D.C. is the United States spoken of, shall be bound by oaths or affirmation to support this Constitution. All right, so that means they all had to take an oath. It's stated, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will do my best of my ability to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. So the president has that oath. It appears that Trump was trying to enforce that oath. Fourth Amendment, searches and seizures. I got a question for you folks. I want you to think. How is it that the de facto pass statutes and acts for warrantless searches? Article 4, the Fourth Amendment. It says the right of the people to be secure in their persons, in their houses, their papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation. That means a sworn oath, man, under the penalty of perjury, and particularly describing the place to be searched. What does that mean? That means a warrant has to be specific. If they want to search my property, first of all, according to the Constitution, which they all took an oath to uphold, a robe can't just create a warrant because they want to search my property. And the warrant has to be specific, and it has to be signed by a robe. In what particular area that he's authorizing for a search to be conducted, because there must be probable cause, not just conjecture. But now they have warrantless searches. And you got people screaming democracy and saying that we're free? You've got to be crazy, man. Can you folks not see what's going on here? Can't you see that you're slaves? Can't you see why things are transpiring as they are? And the media are pretending not to realize what's going on. They created warrantless searches. They go through your phones. They go through her purse. They go through your wallet. They say, we're the government. You got Bellagio. He's so damn bold that he came out and told you we own you. If we tell you to get vaccinated, when what was it, the measles that broke out in New York a year and a half ago? And he said, if we want to vaccinate you, we'll vaccinate you. Because we own you. He was letting you know that you're nothing but a straw man, a debtor, a slave. He told you the truth because you don't know who you are. It goes on and on and on, man. The power of the states comes from the people. The people make up the states. The people are the states.
God.
No, and I'm gonna hit you with something, man. No treaty was signed ending the Civil War. No treaty was signed ending the Civil War.
God.
Have a look at document 43, 1933. The state owns everything after that period of time. You want to know why? You walk in Walmart and you see a greeter, Zedek, that's 85 years old, and he can hold it up, and he has an air tank affixed to his body, but he don't want to get foreclosed on. That's a de facto that you put in office. Have a look at Senate document 43. 1933. State owns everything. You can't own your house anymore. You're going to pay property taxes forever. You want your car? You want to own it? You're going to pay taxes on it forever. Oh, oh, my father just died. Well, you're gonna pay inheritance tax. You're gonna have a look at Senate Document 43, 1933. State owns everything. They've taken away your damn rights right in your damn face.
God. I just sent you I just put a link in there of them rushing the Oregon State. It looked just like it kind of rehearsed just like the DC one. Like the people like were kind of letting them in, like kind of like you know what I'm saying. I just hit the news thing, like in the room, the clip, the link.
All right.
Yeah, Zadok, that senator, that legislator, he let them in. I seen that video.
You say what happened to him?
The legislator, I think one of the senators, he let the rioters in.
Yeah, there's a representative. Yeah, he was a representative.
Yeah, you got a lot of videos in here, Zadok. Which one is it?
The last 7 ones. I mean, cause they all the same one. That last 7 ones.
All right. Courtesy of Oregon State Legislature. Okay. A lot going on, man. People need to wake up. It's like it doesn't have any sound. Doesn't have any sounds on it. It's just the cam.
Oh damn! I thought they had the sound on this one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it has sound because it's the overhead cam. Oh, there's a cop. Look.
He's trying to take the shotgun from the cop, ain't it? Or whatever the hell that is.
Yeah, this is spreading like the flu, man. Other states are starting to pick this up.
These patriots need to take examples of how they treated indigenous people in Afghanistan. I don't know why you would go to a place of business. There are better locations to have meetings with people that you don't like.
That lady on the news earlier asked Nancy Pelosi, she said, well, if y'all like impeach him, he could just, pardon himself or whatever. And she's like, well, yeah, because that's on a federal level, but we're trying to bring up state charges.
DC is not a state.
Exactly. But I don't know if she's trying to, they're trying to bring other states into it. I don't know.
Ultimately, what happened here? They brought more cops. But when I go forward,
God, it's no different than, let's say, a prison riot. The police usually end up
Oh, that boy tear gas.
Right, they end up on top in the end. They know this. People need to wake up.
Yeah, they gassed him.
They gassed them with taxpayer-funded equipment.
He bought a he's recording it, this guy. Yeah, they looks like they're not coming with weapons or anything.
That would be those are acts of war that took place in Washington, D.C.
Mm-hmm. This guy, he's armed.
I perceive the fringeless flag deterred those foreign agents from any further contact because they took that flag and brought it in there. It doesn't have the gold fringe.
Can't really hear what's being, what's being stated, if anything here. Yeah, so it looks as though this is actually, it's spreading like a flu or something, and a lot of different states seem to be actually being affected by what happened in DC, and my spirit kind of told me that this probably will happen. And what these people are not realizing, if they do move to impeach Trump, I think that would be a move in the wrong direction, because the Patriots are going to turn it up even more. I suppose, just based on the way things are going. I mean, they're showing you they're not going to go away. They're showing you that they're not going away. I mean, right now, with your witnesses, it's basically an initiation of, looks like a civil war is about to occur. This is what it looks as though that a civil war is actually transpiring right before faces. And as you see, politicians are in great fears of it. The politicians are in fear because they're directing it towards politicians. So if you listen to both sides of what's going on here, the politicians are saying that the people are wrong, that the people are rioters, but the people are saying that the politicians are being an allegory and they rigged the election.
Con,
yeah.
Con, I want to make sure that you were finished speaking, Con.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. There's two things that I noticed are taking place. Two things, one of which is the video and the other is in the chat. And there's a person that I have a very high regard for with coming forward with their job, and I want to mention them first. Hillbilly Hart, I commend you for what you've done or the circumstances which caused you to, work and live in transparency. I see you were a former parole officer, and you've chosen or you've elected to speak on such things. And, to be honest, it'd be an honor to have you on the platform if any of what you say is truly heartfelt by the moral convictions in your constitution, your ethics, values inside. It's people like you coming forward from those dark places of containment and speaking up in honor, standing in honor and speaking the truth about your experiences working behind the wall in those de facto rackets that they run. Because unbeknownst to these clouded, concluded figureheads that operate you know, with these political offices under political corruption, which should be routed out by the FBI for all to know. That's the FBI's, one of the FBI's job functions is to take down public corruption, right? So that's political people using their official office, official business for personal gain, which is exactly what's taken place. We've all seen it. Now, for you to come forward and expose what you've seen taking place is one step in the right direction. It's shedding light on darkness. It actually is a fulfillment of biblical prophecy that all things done in dark must come to the light, and they will be judged in the light. So if you speak your story, you know, under permission of Kahan, because of the host of the platform, it'd be great for you to speak on that. To use your First Amendment right. This is not within the de facto United States. This broadcast, this discussion we're having is private. It's foreign to all parties and powers that represent the de facto interests of an artificial, fictitious entity that is backed by any type of investors or accredited investors or parties that are being overseen in a corporate structure with a corporate charter, or any rules, regulations, and any acts of legislation that came after the pre-1871 Constitution. So with that being said, I would think that you should have the courage to stand under your First Amendment right to speak. And this is Hillbilly Heart. There's no animosity. You know, it's no hostility. You're speaking the truth. Obviously, you know, if any of your former colleagues that want to serve this system, knowing the truth, would hate you for it. So clearly, it wouldn't be beneficial or advantageous to you to be, you know, discovered typing such things. But if you have the conviction, speak on it. You know, make it be known. You see what's going on with the president. I mean, by now you need to know that that's a racket that they run. And some of us have intimate knowledge of the inner workings of the prison financial complex that actually has been running the de facto through mortgage-backed securities. So I just wanted to put that out there. Next, the video. That flag.
There's a link for anyone that wants to come in the room. I just posted the link again.
And make sure you do so from a Chrome browser or Safari, depending on what type of device you're using. And then mute YouTube in the background so you don't have any type of distortion or your voice lags. So the video, the flag, the American flag, red, white, and blue, with no gold fringes, no Maritime Admiralty Corporation context, that drove the members of de facto's back. If you notice, if you look at the video, they brought the flag in. That flag should have been in there the entire time that they were doing what they were doing. The moment these guys showed up and attempted to assault them, which is a tort, putting their hands on them and under the guise, the color of law, that they're actually running a officially established entity, which they are not. That location, I don't want to call it the Capitol, that location is in fact part of the de facto Title 28 United States Code subsection 3002 Part 15A.
Hey, so like Tim, each time you try to come in, your device is not connecting. I'm not sure what's going on there. Go ahead, Mithal.
So just to be aware, this is how you have to view this. And hopefully the Patriots, although they know that their rights are being trampled upon, and they're all injured parties. This de facto system eliminated the lives of 5 people in the heart of where this so-called country was formed. And any other patriots that encounter any difficulties, they're injured parties. That matters. And if hopefully if they were creditors, they could actually make a difference in a constructive commercial manner. But nonetheless, that flag, I wanted to focus on the flag. The flag type that was brought in there did make a difference. It did, because they brought the de jure republic into the de facto regime. And it's kind of like bleach. It's killing and purifying wherever it goes. Because they're all of these types working in interests of the de facto know what that means. So it's not like it's human nature. They're just trying to defend themselves. No, it's a color war. It's something that they know the clearly drawn boundaries of, and they're operating accordingly. So people need to think anywhere patriots assemble, they want to, do things, affect change. You have to have that de jure flag with you. You have to have it with you. You have to have a flag, carrier. You want to have people who are bringing that flag into the location to establish a new jurisdiction, the proper one, the de jure one. Or else these people are going to come thinking they have all rights over you and to trample on your freedoms. We just witnessed them simple assault and tort of the people. They're injured again, right? So that's the mindset you need to have as you approach what is taking place here. Just because they look like you, they speak English like you, in common parlance, you can have a conversation with them. You don't know that they're serving that interest, does not mean that they're innocent to all of the wars and all of the death, the carnage that has been done at the hands of those serving this foreign corporation. So I'm just gonna end my little input there.
Shalom and peace, family. Means the same thing, but I just wanted to go ahead and add real quick. Do you agree with Mikael, whoever that the chatter was in the comments, definitely come in. And I mean, in my opinion, given what was read earlier in the video, I would say it's more than could be about what these people are doing. I say that's exactly what it is they're doing. They're doing what's supposed to be done, and as normal, you have the television, feeding into the propaganda of what they want the people to see and hear. Play on words and casting spells and trickery to sedate the people and pacify them, and to guide them like sheep to the slaughter on what they want them to hear. Listening to the video, well, not the video, but the news excerpt about the public officials, so to speak, are in fear because they're receiving threats. Nothing is going on that's not supposed to be. People out there talking about do your job. Exactly, do your job. And then they're going to try to say, oh, well, since we didn't manufacture the results that they wanted, that's crazy. If they go back and comply with the audits from the other side that are opposing them, it shouldn't be an issue. If you have nothing to hide, everyone's on the same playing field. Do be honorable, and honor the requests. But they got something to hide because they're not complying. You look at those Senate briefings, and those meetings that they have in the House, they're just flat out getting rejected for no apparent reason at all. If there's suspicion, okay, go ahead and do a recount. But for informational purposes, it's just this looks all too familiar. Just like Tazak was saying, looks like it's gearing toward a civil war. And I just want to go ahead and bring out it. And since it does look like it's gearing toward a civil war, don't only stay focused on what's happening right in front of you, because folks are watching us outside of the country as well, waiting for something like this to happen. So keep both eyes and ears open, walk circumspectively, stay in the dang on scriptures. Talk about put one out. Well, we put many out, but most recently that Luke 8:17. I mean, we are literally living in the end times. We're living and walking and observing the prophecies take place. So it's should not be a huge surprise to some of us, but for those of you who are still in some kind of shock and or disgusted, you definitely want to get intimate with with right knowledge and true history of what's taking place in the corporations past. Yeah, that's all I was going to bring out. Yeah, it is what it is, man.
Hey, ring around the Truth Media. What you got, brother?
Hey, can you hear me clear?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, here's what I'll say. I'll say that somehow, for some reason, they've decided that now's the time, right? And it's not as if this could have happened without impeccable planning. So it needs to be understood that there is an evil force out there operating very cleverly with masterful planning that has been existing from generation to generation, because this stuff doesn't just happen overnight. And this is what it looks like when a world domination plan is going over successfully, executed through the medium of COVID, in order to take over and activate all their paid off people, because they control the money. So they've paid for everything in every country, and it's all been activated. So what's happening in America is basically America is the last place where liberty exists, the republic is still alive, and if they take down America, that means that their recipe for overthrowing countries is perfected. The very last place where they did something like this to an elected government was in the Ukraine. I was in Poland when they did. It was crazy what the hell happened. They know what they're doing. Aid, funded by Soros, but Soros isn't even at the top. Bill Gates has moved into the spotlight now, but that's because it's his time to shine. If you really want to know who's really who's at one of the upper levels of being behind it, you can look up a book called Klaus. It's written by a guy named Klaus Schwab, The Great Reset. He writes and talks all about it. Like he's just deciding how things are going to go for everybody, but ain't nobody asks about, nobody asks his opinion about nothing. So if America falls, then with all the different countries in the world that are at least putting up some sort of resistance to this evil, if America falls, then there's no hope left out there. Because if America could find a way to push through and battle this evil, then we will be then setting the stage for how to fight it, and other places will follow suit. But if not, then it is what it is. I mean, really. And it's what happens whenever you have a population of people that are actively put under a psyop that is military grade and was perfected by the Soviets that left Russia and came over here and joined in the CIA. Let's talk about Project Paperclip, and then that's going back to the end of the Nazi war. If we want to talk about false flags and how they're so perfectly able to perpetrate, this happened, but we have the answer, but you don't know about this, but we did that. Let's go back to what was it, Project Northwood? And that goes back to the whole Cuban Missile situations where they were going to where they basically faked blowing up a commercial airliner, and they did that to try to get JFK to launch the missiles, but they couldn't get him to launch the missile. And besides that, he was doing what he was trying to do with the Federal Reserve, So they blew his head off, and then because they blew his head off, they couldn't even get his brother to launch the missiles. So it's a huge situation where they got away with that false flag in Operation Northwood, and they were never
Project
checked
Blue
about it.
Book.
Nobody ever went to jail about it. Nobody ever there was never any military tribunals held about it, nothing. And from there, they've only perfected the false flag. So, and when it comes to the situation that happened in DC, that was not a false flag by any means. You know, I wanted to go to DC. I was talked down from going, but I really was ready to go because I understand what's going on right now. I lost everything because I'm not playing with this, because I don't play with evil. I don't give evil an inch because I know what it's going to do to you. I've been around the world. I've been in many situations. I've survived. It's just that simple. So you don't play with evil, because if you do, you will lose more than you thought you were bargaining for. And this thing is that people don't have a true conscious understanding of how serious it is once you step into the ring with evil and decide that you're going to start playing with it. And with that, people don't even understand that, you know, different how deep the programming goes in order to deprogram themselves. People are like, well, you know what? When it comes to the mask situation, I don't wear a mask. You can't convince me to wear a mask. You can't convince me that this is what it is. Lost my job because I'm not wearing a mask. People will come in, oh, I'm sorry, I don't have a mask on. I'm like, man, look here, let me tell you something. This is America. Freedom of choice, freedom of decision. If you don't have your mask, I don't care if you don't have a mask. I'm just working a regular job. I'm nobody to tell you what to do. So wear it or don't wear it. And besides that, this, my friend, isn't, well, you know, they care about you. They're looking out for you. Let me tell you something. The system doesn't operate in ways to care or look out for you. Okay, the system operates in ways to further your agenda. So you want to tell me that they're looking out for you? I told the person, I was like, okay, let's boil this down. What are they doing? I was like, this is ultimately what they're saying. They're making a decision that's, you know, looking out for you. No, that you can't put that on paper. This is a medical decision that's being made. A medical decision. And back in March, I was telling people this. If they can make the medical decision, because from their perspective, they're making the medical decision for you. And if they can make the medical decision to get the mask across on you, then they're gonna make the next one with the vaccine. And it's just that simple. And people think that it's a game to play whenever, oh, well, you know what, I'll wear the mask here, but I won't wear it there. No, I'm not wearing it at all. Fire me. Okay. Lost that job. Moving on, trying to make it happen, get another job. No, y'all aren't hiring me unless I put on a mask. Damn, I guess I'm not getting a job today. I'm moving on. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is, because I'm not playing with it. And I know people are like, you know, well, I got money to make. I got bills to pay. Well, you know what? Let me tell you something. You keep saying you got money to make and bills to pay, but if you keep playing with this, ain't gonna be no money to make, ain't gonna be no bills to pay, because you keep allowing them to take the inch and take the inch. And because you got money to pay, you know, money to make and bills to pay, they're gonna keep taking the inch. And next thing you know, a person like me who didn't let the inch go and wanted to fight, and you didn't fight with me because you want to keep your job and keep your lights on and stuff, but I was willing to lose it all. Now, you know, a year later, we all in the rut because now they got enough power to, you know, take it to the next level. And all because you wouldn't fight. Now I'm over here, you know, rightfully by their means, getting held down, getting the injection in my arm. You know what I'm saying? You know, getting them knocking at my door, you know, with their goon squad, you know, to inject me and my family and my kids. You know what I'm saying? All because nobody wanted to fight up whenever they wanted to put a mask on their face. So I know where it's going. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is, they written about this stuff. I knew that, you know, I didn't know how they were going to do it, but they were like, if you look up an organization called the Trilateral Commission, they've been deciding how the world's going to go for quite some time. Since 1975, they've been operating under the Trilateral Commission. Some people know it as the Bilderberg, but those people meet up all the time and they write down how things are going to go. And if you read what they write down and compare it to how things are going, you'll see that things are right on track. So you tell me how that goes like that. There's nothing to oppose that. Evil has its force and it's mowing across the land. We don't have a force to even resist.
Yeah, we do have a force. Our force is the Most High. See, this is the thing, man. People keep trying to this is more of a spiritual war than it is physical, right? Because essentially they have the power physically, man. They have your family members on their side that will yield to whatever they say. So if your spirit is in the right place, then you know, I mean, and this is what I'm witnesses, you know, and those of us that's walking in the right spirit, we realize what's going on. Second Thessalonians, it warned us about this. Second Thessalonians 2, the second chapter of Second Thessalonians, it says that let no man deceive you by any means. He would have never had to say that unless someone was going to come along and try to deceive us. So what most people are witnessing when they see what took place last Wednesday, that they're deceived into believe that that was a riotous conditions. They don't see that as people standing up opposing oppression. They don't see that. But the scriptures say, let no man deceive you by any means, for that day, meaning this destruction of this whole thing, the second coming of Hamashiach, that day shall not come except there come a falling away first. That means the whole nation will have to fall. The whole nation will have to fall. Then shall that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition. That's talking about the children of hell. The children of hell, who opposeth and exalt himself above all that is called the supreme Elohim, or that is worshiped, so that as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is. This is what they say. We're the only remaining superpower. Who could bring us down? We give the orders. Blasio came out and said we owned you. If we want you to take a vaccination, you're going to take the vaccine. That's absolute. That's an allegory, man. And so when people rise up against that, you know what I've been hearing words that they're using? They call it anarchy. They say this is anarchy. But they won't call themselves an allegory. They won't call themselves despotic. See, what's going on is despotism, and there's a certain faction of people that's exhausted with this disposition. And so we see, I mean, because we're warned, if you're spiritual, the scriptures warn us about spiritual wickedness in high places. So the reason that these people are so wicked, this is why they make sacrifices. This is why they're involved in the organ control and so on and so forth. This is why so many children come up missing. This is all satanic rituals, and it's coming from a spiritual level. And I don't give a damn how wicked they are. As long as we stand in the right spirit, we will be victorious, man. We will be victorious. That's the so I would say this, man. Some people may say, man, we don't have nothing. I would tell all of you under the sounds of my voice this. You can't lose with the stuff I use, because I'm using the Most High and his son. Therefore, they could kill the body, and that's what they have to do. That's what they got to do. But they will never kill my spirit. I'm immortal. I'm immortal, man. That's the real you, man, the living soul. And that's what you got to be willing to do, man. If people are not willing to lay down their lives for this, you've lost already. You've lost.
That's right.
You
did. That's right, Khan. You absolutely right. You said it on the 100, man. It's exactly like you said, just said everything. If you ain't willing to do that, Khan, everything you said is exactly the way it is. This is spiritual war, and we ain't stepping aside for nothing. We got the Most High. We going with it. We gonna walk with that. We gonna run with it. We gonna stay with it. That's what's up, man. Just what the Khan said, exactly like he said.
Yeah, see, because what they're doing, that they use fear to manipulate folks' spirit. They use fear to make people docile, and this is going to happen to you. Well, hey, we're going to kill you. I'm already dead the way that you're treating me. I could barely do any damn thing. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
You already can't do nothing.
Right. You damn right we hear you, brother.
We're already dead.
Damn right.
You understand what I'm saying? We're already damn dead unless we stand up, man, and say, listen, man. But because at the end of the day, this is what people are forgetting. They put pants on just like we do every morning. They got the same nuances that we have. They go and defecate just like we. They bleed
Yeah.
just like us. You see what I'm saying? They have the same shortcomings that we have. But people have a tendency to put these people up on a pedestal. And so, oh my gosh, they're so and so. And that's idolatry. And from that perspective, you make yourself weak because it's supposed to be just in the reverse. They get their power from the consent of the governed. And so, if enough people stood up and say, hell no, no more, never again, then and only then would you realize the power that you have invested in the people.
Checkmate. Checkmate intellectually. That's right.
That's it right there, man.
Outside of that,
There's your answer.
if you write,
So
outside of
people,
that, if you
so
write
people,
God,
I'm into something though, man. This is the one thing that I'm sick and tired of. You have people that keep coming on here and they want to play the damn color game. Nah, man, we got to do this. We got to separate. You a damn idiot. You understand what I'm saying? Because I'm hit with something. If you're a wise general, Nicholas Carefoot, Chancellor Carefoot, may be able to get into some organizations that me and Marty cannot because of our appearance. So you're gonna have to coalesce, man. That's the only way, because your enemy is not skin color. Your enemy is not gender. Your enemy is spiritual wickedness in high places. Some people call them the Illuminati. Some people call them the banksters. Some people call them what that brother was calling the Bilderbergs, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds. Call them whatever title you want to put on them. It's all coming from the spirit of High Shaitan. That's what makes them the way that they are. They're coming from a deep, lower vibration, and they have no feelings. This is why they call themselves corporations, because they're like dead things. They're corporate entities. They don't give a damn. And I'm telling you something, man, because I've been around a lot of powerful people, man, in some of the jobs that I had in the military. These people will go out publicly and they will give you some story, but in the back, they'll give someone a damn order where you do what I tell you. Looks like a total damn different person, man. But they go out and then they put on the best performance that even Denzel couldn't even touch. They go out and they do such an act and they make you feel as though that they care for you, and they don't give a damn about you. The only thing they care about is their welfare and their wealth. That's it. That's it. And they measure everything. They measure everything like that, because as far as you're concerned, we're all expendable. If we're not involved in those top bloodlines, we're all expendable. So you better get that in your heads. You better get that in your head. If you're not willing to sacrifice your damn soul to them, then you're expendable.
My God, it's exactly like you said. You got to be in the spirit of it, because they got all the big shit. They got the cannons. They got the con. They got the fake suits. They got the everything to play drag on us. But we got the Most High, and the Most High, we ain't taking nothing. We're going to put it on them, and we're going to keep it like that till the wheels fall off. The wheels going to have to fall all the way off, not halfway off, not one or two, every damn one of them. And we're going to still be moving. We're going to keep it just like you said, God, every day, all night, 365 days a year. And we're going to do nothing but that. And we're going to fight that fight. And we're going to win it too. It's our day.
Hamashiach told us something, man, that we should never forget, man. The one that the world called Christ, he said in Matthew 10:28, and fear them not which kill the body, but are not able to kill the nefesh, meaning the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell. That's who you should fear. But you're fearing the wrong entity. You're fearing Shaitan, when you should be fearing the Most High.
They don't hear you, Khan. You know what you know they don't hear you. You've been trying to give it up to them all this time. They not trying to hear you. But I'm gonna tell you right now, if they don't get this, that's all they got. We got the biggest stick of all. We got the Most High, and He's running everything. You may not think He is, and all you want is land on the ropes playing like you don't get it. Oh, you don't get it. You damn right. You don't get it, and you ain't gonna get it. But I'm gonna tell you, when that flesh rots from your body and your soul got an answer for it, you're gonna believe this because you're gonna see nothing but kings shining from the heavens, because we're gonna be on our way. We're gonna be rolling with the Most High in the big. We're gonna ride in the big chariot. It ain't but one lifeboat up out of here, one way out. Esau ain't running nothing. It's one lifeboat, dig, only one. And I'm gonna tell you, we're gonna be rolling with the Most High, and whatever He's rolling in, low rider, up rider, everything. We're gonna be up top. We're gonna be riding over everybody.
Hey, Marty, in the book of Wisdom of Solomon, it said they would shine like the firmament. They would shine like the firmament in the day of their visitations, man. That's beautiful, man.
And you know what? Check this out. And all you squares and all you suckers, we ain't gonna even look back. We ain't looking back, and you ain't gonna be able to ride our coattail. You ain't riding our coattails to the eternal order of a damn.
I respect this brother right here, Marty. This brother, because they try and use fear in this brother, man. Ring around Truth Media, and the brother said he walked away from the damn job. You know how much courage that takes, man? You know that the average damn weakling is gonna bow the hell out and go, oh man, I gotta take care of my family. And that's how they control people. That's how they continuously control people. But when you're willing to walk away, man, see, the strongest negotiating position, man, in any event is to be able to walk away and really mean it. That's right. That's the strongest negotiating position right there.
The bank did that to the nation.
Do that, man. It takes a real man to do that, man.
You know what, brother? We got a seat. We got an extra seat if you want to roll with us, because we roll big and we roll in the truth and wisdom of the Most High. And I'm gonna tell you, it ain't no better outlook, because we overlooking everything and grander, man. But you know what? You a real cat. You a real dude.
I accept that, and thank you. And to capitalize on what Taz said, like about the fear thing, I don't know where I heard it, but it's the perfect thing. And I don't know where I heard it, but he said, when you fear God, you fear nothing of this world. But if you don't fear God, then you will fear everything in this world. So if you don't believe in God and you don't fear God, you're gonna be afraid of anything in the dark. You're gonna be afraid of a creek behind the corner. You're gonna be afraid of everything. But when you do fear God, the high, you don't walk with any fears of that. You can move on past it. You're ready to go at any moment. That's just what it is for me.
Brother, this is real as it get, man. We don't speculate on this when we come to the Most High. We know this is what's up. That's how we own this, man. We own this in a real way, in a big way, like real kings and giants do, man, in wisdom and truth. And I'm going to tell you, we don't think that's what's up. We know that's what's up. We don't think we rolling with the Most High. We just waiting on him to turn the corner, man. That's how we roll.
Talk that talk, Marty. Talk that talk.
That's what's up, man. That's what the hell is up, man. You know it.
Yeah, you already know it is, Mark.
I wanted to share something earlier. I had to step away, but I've been listening the entire time. And 100%, you got to be willing to let the body go. And I'm a firm, believer in using what you have, speaking no matter what, doing what you need to do, no matter what. And, I'm in a position where I've gone through some things, and I had to move, the mountain, so to speak. You know, so I know what it is to be in combat. And I just wanted to, you know, touch on something before I stop speaking. There's something that I noticed tactically with that issue in Oregon, in that location. Those officers moved into the back offices. Those officers did that for a reason, because they knew the camera was up front as well. So yes, the flag drove them back, but they knew that they could give up that space, those quarters. But going into the back office, if any of them were to intrude, they'd have the freedom to say, hey, well, they broke in, we shot them, and a similar circumstance at Washington, D.C. So I would just kind of put that out there. That's how these types operate. They'll do things like that because they presume that they have the right of law, even though they're serving fraud, de facto fraud. So just to put that out there, and Kahan, you hit all the points as you usually do. You hit all the points, you know, you hit all the nails on the head to secure the coffin that they put themselves in. And if all the patriots knew this information and knew it, you know, collectively, the de jure republic is right in front of us. It's right there. You know, all we have to do is authorize the president. That's it. And if we sign it out,
a lot of them guys, Mikael, a problem with a lot of them guys is they're measuring everything with violence, right? I mean, you know, a lot of these people are not spiritually rooted, right? They're just going off you know, something that's written, and that's their highest form of spirit. And you know, they claim and profess a belief in the Most High, but when you trace it back, man, it doesn't go back any further than Roman Catholicism, and which goes back to the papacy, and which goes back to all of this damn stuff that's going on. So the very system that many of these people believe in is the system that is oppressing us, because it goes back to the papacy. The whole court system, the whole judicial court system, is based on what? It's based on the priesthood. It's based on the papacy. This is why the robe comes about in a black priestly robe. It's all spiritual. It's spiritual war. It goes back to being spiritual, man. And they start writing these damn complaints and claims. What are they doing? They're spelling. They're casting spells at us every time they write things down. And people, only a small few people, man, figure this stuff out. Only a small few, because everyone wants to fight physical in a spiritual fight. I'm not saying it may not get physical, but the real war is the war for your soul. When you're able to do what this brother is doing right here, when this brother, because a man is standing up for something that he believes in. It takes a strong man to do that, man. Because you can't even call me a liar, Mikael. The average damn Joe is gonna walk away. He's gonna fold and do what he's told. He's gonna fold. I'm gonna tell you, man. Most people on this call right here now, Mikael, and you've seen it again and again. When I call them, when I invite them to come in the room, what do? They have a mouth, but they won't speak.
They fall back.
No, I'm just listening. That's like the dry bones, man. That's like the valley of dry bones. They have ears, but they cannot hear. You know, they have withered hands. They have hands, but they're non-productive. They're not producers, they're consumers. They always have a hand extended, wanting, looking, begging for a governmental benefit like Lazarus. Like Lazarus. Well, I'm just waiting and begging for the stimulus crumbs that fall from the rich man's table. And now the rich man's dollar is just about depleted. And he's telling them, look, boy, get out of here. I don't have no damn crumbs for you. I could barely take care of this damn de facto. So we're going to have to eliminate you. And so they get the gates of hell to come on and give his damn speeches about how to fix the populations. You know who I'm talking about. The gates of hell. I think his first name is Pill. Yeah, Pill Gates of hell.
Pill Gates.
That guy, sleeping pill Gates, because he put him to sleep, man.
The
He's
new
putting
front
him to
man.
sleep. But you got to be careful of the jargon that you use, because certain trigger words, like I say, they shut you down. They shut you down. But you guys know what I'm talking about. Pill Gates, the sleeping pill guy that believes that the way to fix the population is the process of elimination. And he said that. He deliberately said that openly. So that's what we're up against, folks. Those are the real evil forces at work. And they're at it every day. You got people that sacrifice their children, man. You got people that sacrifice their children to be a part of this, man. To be a part of that, should I say. They sell their souls. Dawood, what do you have?
Yeah, I'm actually surprised you pronounced my name right though. But actually I've been listening to you guys for a bit, and I'm actually like I'm truly happy, the fact that I thought this journey was just like, how like people take this woke movement to a different level, but you guys are actually going towards a positive thing, and like it just I see that there's a true spiritual warriors out here, and like I'm not a big fan of the Bible, but I got into it like about 2 years ago. That's when I kind of got too deep into it, and I went on a actually 40 days no food, which is 40-day fasting, and that's how I got closer, to the Word of God, and in early 2020, before the coronavirus, I was in Minneapolis, and I was having dreams of this so-called lockdown and everything. I was having dreams about all this stuff that's happening. So then I decided to move back to Washington D.C. That's where I stay. And what's weird about it? Yeah, what's weird about it is my dreams are actually start to come true, and and like when it comes to the Bible, obviously everybody says I'm a believer. Everybody says yes, I'm down with Christ. I'm this, I'm that. But when I start to walk on the journey, I start to see that not everybody is actually willing to die for it, and I've died before too. And when I hear other people talk about how they died and they went to heaven and all the story, they come back, and I hear it and I'm like, bro, why are you BSing, and like around February, and so-called, when people say your third eye open and all that, all these people are saying the same thing about God, but they're just in a different corner, and when your third eye open, you start to see things differently. Not everything is a coincidence. Everything happens for a reason. Like this conversation, for example, is for a reason, everything is for a reason. Like if you look right now, it's what, 3:03 now, boom, everything happens for a reason. And I start to see that you guys are all like heading towards a great journey, like right now everything is all right, things are gonna get tough, not just for me, not for all of you guys, but for all the so-called God's people, because you guys know who you are. We all know who we are, and this is nothing, it's gonna come to a point where, like we might all be out in the streets, we might not be able to even sell or buy. So so those kind of things at first it used to like scare the mess out of me, I used to curse a lot.
But that's prophetic. That's how the Most High work, brother. Job,
of course.
Job 33 and 15, man, says that in a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, and slumbering upon the bed, then he opened the ears of men and sealeth their instructions. So the Most High tells you what to do in dreams. But the dream, when the Most High talks to someone, it's never deliberately as the dream is. It always requires an interpretation. You could look to Daniel and Joseph for that. It's never the way that you dream. So when people say that they have dream and they told me things happen the way exactly as in the dream, you can't find any incident in the Bible like that. The dreams always had to be interpreted because the Most High and His Son always speak to people in allegory. It's always allegorical, and you have to be able to unravel the meaning thereof. But go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So obviously, when I said, yeah, okay, when I said the same, not scene by scene, but like I have like about five dreams back to back, and they
Right.
all about like they're vivid dreams. Like when I say vivid dreams, it's like how we're talking right now, just like
Mhm.
that. And then sometimes I have to just snap out of it, like, whoa, this is too serious. But those are just like dreams. But the journey that when it comes to like the story of Christ, for example, yeah, um a lot of us, like this so-called Christ man is bigger than is even bigger than the Bible, because I feel like the Bible is misunderstood. Everything that we when it comes to the Bible, it comes down to the man's understanding. Like if you're filled with ego, pride, hate, that's what you're gonna get at the Bible. If you feel with humbleness and whatever it is, whatever it is, the Bible really reflects that on you. You are what you're seeking. So the more I start looking into the Bible, I start to like start seeing things differently, like numbers and all that. But I try not to like get too deep into it. Obviously, I heard about the Matrix and all kind of philosophies. I got into Quran. I was reading Quran as well. I was reading everything. I want to know who this so-called Christ is. And then I start to see that this world that we live in, like if you say look at Genesis chapter Genesis, for example, when like obviously that's when God says men ate the fruit of knowledge. Now we become like like gods, and now we know what's right and what's wrong. And then so if you look at that story by itself, it's like we already know what's right and what's wrong. That's why you feel bad when you do somebody wrong. The Holy Spirit automatically convicts you, so you already know which route to take. You see what I'm saying? So like when people talk about like this so-called things that are happening in the Capitol, for example, and Donald Trump talking about the army and all that, it's like the real revolution. We already know what it is. We already know what we need to do. You know, and I see that how like as people we come together and like you guys are really doing a great job. Like the people that actually listen, those are the people that are not supposed to even listen because they already know. And the people that are supposed to listen, they're not listening. You see what I'm saying? Like, I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. Like, like
Can
yeah,
I
the people
interject on
that.
you real quick?
Sorry.
Can I interject on you real quick?
Yeah, of course, brother.
Yeah, I want to say that about the dying, about how you said you've died, and when you say whenever you've listened to other people's stories and how they've seen heaven and all that, and you say it's bogus. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I've died twice, and almost a third time in the same night. And I ain't seen nothing like what any of these people that's ever had those stories say.
Yo, that's what I was saying, bro. That's what I was
Um,
saying, bro. That's what I
moving
was
on, yeah,
saying.
I'll agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Moving on from that, I'll also say that when it comes to the dreams, I'm very familiar with them, and when it comes to interpreting those dreams, your best tools for that is wisdom and patience, because some of it just takes time to unfold so you can understand the message that you got. It's not something that you can even ponder upon in a moment and try to understand. It's much it just came from much higher power, so it's not something that you can comprehend in one moment. So to even ponder on it, you can get lost, and that could actually take you further away from the understanding and properly translating and deciphering it. So it's better to carry it with you in your subconscious, and just as it comes up, as you're moving through your day and through your life, you're going to start plugging in, and it's going to start making sense to you what that dream was trying to tell you. This is coming from someone who I translate this often. I've been translating stuff from the Most High from quite some time, over a decade. So I like this is how it's done. And anybody else that does it, this is like they could tell you similar stuff too. It all
Yeah, bro.
unfolds.
Yeah. And really, thank you very much for saying that. Because like I start to see that everywhere we look is deception. Like when Jesus was doing his 40-day fasting, and then Satan said, if you bow down to me, like I can give you the whole what, but if you look at that, and Jesus did not sell. Jesus could have said, like that's my dad's stuff, but Jesus said, you have the dominion on this world. Like he's pretty much the Lord of this world we live in. So everything in this world, like your car, for example, I understand, like we feel like it's our rights. Like, for example, like in America, for example, if you look at the houses, you don't even own it. But even if you're trying to fight it with your rights, it all belongs to Satan himself. And when we talk about like the Tower of Babel, these guys, when the tower fell, like they haven't like disappeared. They're what we call today Illuminati. Like if you go to Africa, for example, like these guys, they have the signs and symbol all over the place, but nobody really seeing it. Like if you like in Holland, you said Holland, right? You were in Holland. In Holland, if you go there, the signs all over the
I was
place.
in
You go to
Amsterdam. Yeah, I was in the
yeah,
Netherlands.
yeah, and if you go to China, it's the same thing. When I was in Australia, the same thing. In America, the same. And then thing is like now this is the age of so-called network where we network with people all over the world, but we're not seeing the simplest things, because the thing is, if we start looking at it carefully, like the Bible really, like I tell people, like the Bible is the key to like whatever you're looking for, because
Let's get back on topic here, man. Malachi, what you got? Let's get back on topic. Let's stay on the topic that we was on here. We don't want to divert too much. Malachi, you said you had something. Daul, let's stay on topic, brother. Yeah, we agree with the Bible being the key and all of that, but we had a specific topic here. We don't want to divert. People always come in and divert to a different topic. Malachi, what you got?
yeah, sorry about that.
Terrence, you got something else? Marty, you got something else? The link's in the room for anyone else that want to come in the room. So initially the topic was about the impeachment of Donald Trump. And will he be impeached, or will there be more insurrections in different states? Like Zadok's actually been showing in these videos. What's going to take place? Malachi, you're in the room, man. What you got?
You can hear
Terry,
me?
anything else over there? What about you, running around the Truth Media? Anyone else got
When
anything
it
on the
comes to
topic that we
impeachment,
was discussing?
when it
Yeah.
comes to impeachment, I don't I think that they could use that in order to try to get him to. I think that it's more of a manipulation tactic. If anybody's going to do impeachment, they could try to get it through, but it's not. It's going to die in the Senate. It's already been
Right,
discussed. They're not. They're going to kill it before it goes through there.
right.
It wouldn't even make it that far if it did get up and going. Besides that, it's a situation where Pence is kind of wishy-washy. It's understood with some people who came out and decided to speak in some areas that Pence basically went to Trump on the 6th after the whole situation happened because they were ready to make their move. And Pence went to Trump and basically tried to get him to concede, which he did. And he came out with the speech and said what he said. And they got him to do that because they threatened him with impeachment in the 25th. So, but then Trump came back and he actually said he regretted that. So, in a sense, it's a situation where they're going to do whatever they can to smear Trump because at this point, that's the best tactic that they have is to try to discredit him and his followers. Because the more that they can do that, the higher up and better position that's going to put them in for moving forward because it's a situation where, at the Capitol, whether the police were letting people in because they're on their side or whether they're letting them in because they got the, call over the radio and they're part of the setup, we don't completely know. But if the police were letting them in because they are on their side, then you really can't make your move if you are the left without having a unanimous understanding that law enforcement and the military are on your side. Because if you try to make a move without having that, understood and without that being flawless, then you risk them turning against you.
Why is
So the left
Pelosi
actually
pushing for it
risks.
so hard, though? Why is Pelosi still pushing for the impeachment so hardly? Pelosi is pushing for this like really, really hard. And there's not enough time even to impeach him. But
Pelosi's a crazy one.
Where does the final decision for the impeachment come from?
That's not going to happen, dude.
Nancy Pelosi, of course, out a couple of hours ago. What do we know?
So we know that Nancy Pelosi has said that on Monday she will introduce a resolution asking for unanimous consent to have Vice President Pence remove President Trump by invoking the 25th Amendment. Presumably, she will not get unanimous consent for that, so then that would go to a vote on Tuesday, and then presumably that doesn't succeed, so then they would take up impeachment most likely on Wednesday.
You see, she's doing it just
Trump is
to
planning
go through the motions so it can be done.
Final week in office. How is that defiance likely to articulate itself?
President Trump is most likely planning a trip to Texas near the border, where he'll try to highlight his
Go fringes.
border wall, a barrier fence, whatever we want to call it. And then
show the game.
We're really not sure what else he wants to do, and we're not hearing much from him because he's no longer on Twitter, which was, of course, his favorite way of communicating. It's unclear what the president plans next.
Wow, man, they really want Trump. They're trying to do anything, and there's a fear that he may come back and attempt to be elected again 4 years from now. So they want to ensure that doesn't happen.
There's also the idea that if they don't throw this impeach Trump out there and focus on that wholeheartedly, then Trump is going to focus on big tech. And they don't want that narrative out there. And really, if they could have him tied up with this rather than tied up with doing what he wants to do in his final days, then that's an accomplishment for them. I mean,
Trump said they tried before, man. Trump said they tried before, and the results are in acquitted.
Yeah, it's real.
Wow, man. If you saw the video on that right there, man, it was beyond funny, man. Trump said, well, I mean, they tried, but I'm acquitted because I didn't do anything wrong.
Like,
this is what we can expect from them. This is how they want to treat all of us. He's just the first to go through it, but we are all subject to what it is that they want to do against him. So if you think that this is malicious prosecution is what it is, and they're completely out of the bounds of their offices. If they ever did have an oath to office, they are really after you, and they're just trying to make him an example.
They have to get him out the way first.
And also I see Biden. You can hear me fine?
Yes, go ahead.
Right. They're also like now Biden is like also trying to like take the attention away, saying that he's gonna help Blacks, Latinos, Asians, and Native Americans reopen and rebuild their small businesses. Also, they said they're gonna help women-owned businesses. So they're trying to push that liberal card. Like trying to get everybody riled up, trying to get more support and everything. While they're trying to impeach this man.
It's not gonna happen.
Has anybody heard that Joe Biden has a reset that he wants to do? That's part of it. He wants to undo or at least between him and Harris, undo everything President Trump did, and then make a continuation of the Obama administration. So let's be prepared for that. First 100 days, he's going to bring something, and I can't even mention that he says he wants to bring that's going to further damn this country. But I'll just allude to it by saying Sodom and Gomorrah version 2.0.
You know, I'll say this. I'll say this in response to that. Biden does have the idea of what he would like to do. I mean, well, it's not Biden's plan. We know that. But there is the plan of what they intend to do once Biden gets into office, it seems.
Although the Second Amendment people, maybe there is, I don't know.
But it's also very well understood that people aren't going to accept him. I mean, if you just point out the most obvious, it's like there was tons of people at Trump rallies. There was very, very few in attendance at Biden rallies. So how do you expect people to accept Biden knowing that he got into office under the terms in which he got in there? How would you expect people to accept him? If anything, there's resistance at every turn.
The majority of the
Like I can't see people accepting Biden. I can't see people accepting the House. I can see people dealing with the status of the Senate maybe, but I can't see people on a mass scale accepting Biden at all. And think about it like this: if for 4 years the left decided that they didn't want to accept Trump, but he rightfully won, how do you think that the right is going to respond within the first whatever of having to deal with Biden, somebody who they did not ask for, they got disenfranchised with, as it stands, and is completely in opposition of what the Patriots stand for, really, the vote stood for. So I mean, I don't see people accepting him at all. So anything that he's going to be doing, even if he has the House on his side and whatnot, I see people going out of their way to be arbitrary, or not even arbitrary, to be rebels.
Well,
it's not arbitration.
I feel like like the mass are gonna probably accept Joe Biden, like those who are like ignorant and just with the everyday stuff, like, and that's because a lot of them are just pretty much like in their feelings and they're not really in like the actual like the facts that's going on. Like I have an article right here that just came out today. Specialist Jovan Polister says over 300,000 Pennsylvania mail-in ballots never processed by USPS, and it says that he believes 300,000 fraudulent ballots were counted in the Pennsylvania, and yet do not show up anywhere in the tracking system of the United States postal system as being processed. So it's like a little bit more proof or speculation if it is true.
Well, see, I'll say this: when it comes to the allegations of fraud, there's a reason why they never got to court with that, right? There's a reason why that never got truly presented in front of a judge. There's a reason why the Supreme Court turned and shut it down, and there's a reason why it went like that. Because if the truth about it gets out there, then what has to be done will be done. But they don't want that to happen, in a situation where you got to acknowledge the affidavits. There's tens of thousands of them. There's video recording of accounts of what was happening inside the voting polls while they're poll watchers being denied access. That is already enough to have something shut down. And then the situations of how everything went around when the polls closed, and then the next morning things are different. Like there's many things that if Biden did win, it's like, okay, if you did, just step here, face the evidence, and if you won, you won. But it's like the evidence never got to be looked at. Due process was never had for a grievance of the people, And that is one of the main reasons why it will not move forward with people accepting Biden on a mass scale, because due process was never, like, we never got the case. We never got to even look at that.
Did nothing.
Never happened.
I want to say something before we run this video, or okay, we've already seen the video. This is we need to be aware that the Insurrection Act is not yet it's legislation. So once it's active and everybody's on notice, it's done. The deed is done. So let's wait. Let's hear that play go through, because we know how we feel. They have enough media outlets. It's not like these the people serving in the Trump administration are stupid. They're brighter than any of the ones that have ever been in office that have never supported the people. So they're the brightest of them all, and they actually have plays. And they know that we don't want what happened with Biden, Harris, and the whole Democrat demon rant regime. We know what they represent, and they've heard the voice of the people. The people have written the White House. They've done other things. Things have happened, so they know what's up. They know what's up. We know that there's Insurrection Act. I appreciate the person or party that put that in the chat on YouTube. You're standing strong, and that's excellent. That's what we want to see. The right spirit. And the president is wouldn't you believe that he'd be in a secure location? I mean, they're built for a reason. So let's let this side do what it said, because his son, Eric Trump, did a rally. Eric Trump did a rally, and they did something awesome. They were speaking about censorship. They were speaking about everything. They're very real about this. They're not we're too used to politics and politicians. We're too used to that, because that's the narrative we'd all been given to oppress us, all of us, the world really, for all of these decades, years before I even set foot on this earth, on this planet. That was the case. So now we finally have, the move of the Most High, making all of this come to light, because it's part of his plan. All the dirt, the darkness, the evil, the wickedness has to come to light. It has to. And there is a time of judgment and a cleansing, a purging in the land. It has to occur. So let's let this take place. And whatever happens, just do what you can to secure yourself. Your basic needs, have that covered. Any followers of this channel know, with every major incident in this country, Khan Tazadak and brothers in the T-Dot have made a survival plan and guide and walk you through all different kinds of things. So some of that, for those who were able, would be bleed over into this scenario. Now, what's upcoming is the idea that we may be hearing for the first time a national broadcast system. It's been said. I'm not repeating anything new, but for those that have not heard this, it's been bandied around. They can't do anything about that. Meaning the left can't do anything about that. It's at the president's discretion and the Insurrection Act, and he has to remain in power until whatever it is that kicked off any emergency response has concluded. And that years don't matter in regard to that, because we've already been in a national emergency for decades now, for at least a couple decades, a few decades. So these are things that are mounting up, and all of this has come to a head. I mean, the house of cards, it eventually has to fall. It has to fall. I mean, you just have to be patient, but you also need to stand strong, and you need to be willing to secure yourself. And if you have people you can link up with, which is strongly advised, you get involved with T-Doc. Those who are committed of a real, genuine heart, it's in your spirit, you're convicted, you know that you should do it immediately, without hesitation, without reservation. Move forward. Others, you want to make sure you secure your community where you are. Everybody secure. If everybody secures their community, the system structure has to stand by itself off, somewhere else in seclusion where it will eventually,
Large
have to
platform for
face the
President
music.
Trump, and after Wednesday's events at the
Let's get
Capitol,
it. Let's
social
get it.
media companies have banned the president from using them, with many blaming him for inciting the violence. Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram clamping down on the president's accounts. Here's Kara Swisher with the New York Times.
President Trump has been violating rules all over social media for a long time, but they gave him a pass because he was considered a newsworthy figure. And now, then they started to label him, as you know, and that wasn't very effective. And he continued to press the game and game these social media companies. And then at this point, when he was part of incitement, using their tools, they decided to shut him down.
Some critics have called the move by social media companies to ban President Trump's censorship and an assault on free speech. Others say the move is long overdue. In a statement Friday, President Trump said, quote, "We have been negotiating with various other sites and will have a big announcement soon, while we also look at the possibilities of building out our own platform in the near future." WINS News Time, 10:31. Time for traffic and...
Hey, Elizabeth Barnes, come on in the room. I'm going to post a link there. Justify your statement, Elizabeth.
Yes, please do.
Come in. You're welcome to come into the room, Elizabeth. Please give us the definition of tyrant and proceed to explain how it applies to Trump. Go ahead, Elizabeth. Come on in. The floor is yours.
Yeah, we'd appreciate you speaking. So just come on. You're not going to be attacked. We just want to hear out what got you in that position. That's all.
When people make accusatory statements like that on this venue, we require that you justify your statement. So come on in, Elizabeth Barnes.
Hey, see, people like that still walking around with their robe and slippers on because they dead sleep, see, or you wouldn't make reckless statements like she just made. That just proves that she doesn't know what she's talking about. But come on in and show us how we're wrong.
Don, Mark, let's allow her the opportunity, freedom of speech, to voice her opinion, and then we'll see if maybe there are some gaps in her comprehension that we can address and hopefully correct if there's any dissension. Because a lot of people suffer from lack of knowledge. They don't know everything that's going on. They hear the public narrative, then they wake up, they find something like this, and then it challenges everything that they've learned. And then now they have something that they need to get off their chest so they can get the narrative straight and straighten out their own lives. So we welcome you onto the platform, Elizabeth. This is not hostile. We'd rather have people learn the truth than embrace the lie.
We're waiting, Elizabeth. You want to come in and put something on the chat board? Come and state it viva voce. We're waiting on it, Elizabeth. Damn, the insurrection is going to be over by the time you get in here.
I agree. All the deliberating is worse than Congress and the electoral votes.
Be nice if she said she was on her way or something.
Did she?
I don't know. She didn't say
Just
nothing.
click on the link, Elizabeth. Let's engage in some intellectual dialogue.
Come out of the barn, Elizabeth. Stop hiding in the barn.
You would have to be trolling us, would you, Elizabeth?
A republic, if you could keep it, Elizabeth.
Let's hear it out, Lizzie. Let's hear it out.
No. Siraj. We're not attacking. We're bringing clarity to the situation. No response, huh? Elizabeth, if you could hear us, type in the room. Explain why you have not accepted the invitation.
Sounds like acquiescence to me.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's implied agreement, tacit agreement that she's made with us now that she knows it's just heckling. Are we wrong, Elizabeth? Is it wrong to say that you're heckling? I mean, you have an opportunity to use your First Amendment right and voice your opinion.
Well, she's not heckling. She's definitely Jekylling.
Of course.
Remember those two black birds, Hecko and Jekyll?
Does Edgar Allan Poe know about him or no?
Nevermore, nevermore, nevermore. It's a case of the Amontillado, man. The beating of the hideous heart in the basement. The telltale heart. Edgar Allan Poe. That was one of my favorite writers, Mikael.
It was excellent. His prose was very. It was
The
shocker.
Annabelle Lee poems, man. The Annabelle Lee poems. Don't you know he married his 13-year-old cousin?
Who among those people in those days didn't do something really ridiculous like that? Especially
Trumpet. I've been waiting for you to come into the room since yesterday, Trumpet. Come on in the room, Trumpet, and blow the trumpet.
You know, it's like those that the actors and actresses, they used to have young boys playing the little girls, and they used to have men playing the women in theater because the women weren't allowed to be on stage. So you can imagine.
This is what we mean, folks. People come along and they make accusatory statements like this lady, Elizabeth Barnes, and then she tucks her tail between her backside and she run. This is what, I mean, we gave her the floor, but now she goes mute. Even if she couldn't come in, surely she should have at least put something in the text room explaining that. This is what I mean. And this is how lies are pushed. She makes an accusatory statement and cannot give it any validity whatsoever. See, a tyrant, we asked her to come in and explain that. A tyrant in law is essentially, someone that uses, it's a despotic sovereign ruler that uses his power unjustly and arbitrarily to oppress his subjects. Is that what Trump's doing? Is he oppressing his subjects? Because that's what a tyrant is. This is what I'm talking about, man. Aphasia. People often use words and they have no clue what that word means. They're just used to using a word in colloquial speech that they learn in the public school system. But when they look up the legal definition of the word and how the word is actually really articulated in intelligent proceedings, they have no clue what the word means. And so they make what? A debtor, a corporate construct out of themselves, like she's doing. And now she's become a deaf mute.
Khan, she's subjected herself to ridicule at this point because as any thinking, sound, sane man or woman listening to this dialogue, they would have questions and they would also want to hear out the entire argument that she would bring so that it could be justified. Because unbeknownst to her, if this is her first time, there are creditors on this panel, and that means the people who actually drive, the economy behind the scenes have certain processes and they comprehend the world pretty differently than your default status in society that you're born into and then molded into in these institutions of so-called quote-unquote higher learning where you learn aphasia. So what we like to do is we like to hear and suss out information and we like to digest it. And we need to know certain things so you can certify your standing and provide, to verify your proof of valid claim. What are you alleging? Do you have anything to support it? Can we hear it? Can we see it? What way can we interface with this information so we can make sense of it? And we need to pair that with the facts, the maxims of law, and we need to see that it is sound. So if you can't do that, It's best that you fold. And if you even wanted to come on here to save face, that would have been more honorable for your position. But right now, you're in dishonor. And your dishonor is acknowledged by every member that's up here, everybody that's up here, and also the world at large that views this and any other type of interest of other parties that happen to be paying attention. You've subjected yourself to anything said about you after the fact because you made a defamatory statement and a libel against a dignitary that you don't know anything about. And you're not proving or disproving, you're just making a statement. So you want to be careful when you do things like that. We govern ourselves in this panel in an honorable way. We use decorum. Where ridicule or criticism is warranted, it's had, and that's how that goes. So if you're not going to speak, just consider your point struck down. It's null and void. It has no standing. It has no bearing, and we're just going to move on. And anybody else that has positions like that, and you don't want to come in the room, you can see yourself out. I'm a moderator. Ordinarily, I'd be in the chat, but these times call for increased exposure, and I want to make sure I'm available to speak. You're going to be gone. You're going to be ejected because we don't need that energy over here. We entertain differences of opinion if you're going to bring something that we can actually dialogue on. But if you don't want to do that, you just want to be a clown, or you want to be stupid, you want to be a kid about it, immature, you could just leave because you're going to keep doing things that's eventually going to get you out of here anyway. So to save time, effort, energy, don't post anything in the room if you're an idiot, not for legal purposes, but you're really stupid. You just don't get it. Don't say anything. Even a fool is accounted wise if he doesn't say anything. You can look good. That's what the politicians do all the time. The Democrats say dress well, they do all this stuff, but really they're damn fools because they're damned fools to go against the Most High, Yahweh, right? So that's who you're dealing with. You're contending with something that the Most High has built. So I would just stop for your own benefit. Just stop. That's all I gotta say.
And there is there. Wait, did you want to top it off?
I was just gonna say, Khan, because we can't be bearing false witness. We have to actually try and manifest and meditate on this type of stuff. And people should not be coming on this platform just talking in the chat. Like when they can come up here, the link is always sent. Multiple times. Frequently actually. For people to get the chance to come up here and express themselves. And I personally do not appreciate it. Being robbed of joy, happiness, or information. You could be coming up here for educational or entertainment purposes, and you get our hopes up, saying whatever you want, and then you just fade right back into the background. That's not fair to anybody.
And the response in itself that everyone has replied with, in a sense, it just proves that okay, amongst us there is a system of code of sorts, a sort of value where if you open your mouth to say something, then we need to know where that came from. You need to provide sustenance for that. You can't just put it out there, being the sucker punch that it was, and have nothing else behind it. And if you operate outside a system of value, like there's many different types of system of value. Different people have different types of codes, and as you interact with different types of people, you'll be able to identify that. But you can always tell when you're interacting with somebody that does not operate on any of that. And when you do, you don't like it at all. You identify it right off the back. You know what it is. And I think it was great to even try to give her the floor to speak. She denied it, and I liked that he took the step and he openly and verbally nullified what she had to say, because I think that's a good practice to do whenever people decide to troll in the fashion of what she did. That's all I have to say about that.
Glad to see Yasha Beam as well.
Calm. Peace. It's good to be seen and to be upright, vertical, and not at a horizontal level.
Looks like you guys went mute, Mikael. What happened?
I don't know. I just stepped off to use the restroom briefly, but I was here the entire time.
Who's that there in the background? Nija, what you got, brother? Nija. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Yeah, shalom. How is y'all? We up here in the Shemayim. What you got?
Hold on, let me I got the YouTube live running right now. Kind of interfering with what you're saying right now. Can you repeat that?
No, what do you got, man? Well, I mean, you're on the platform. You could go ahead and speak.
As far as right now, like as far as the media goes, I can't say I know everything that was been going on, but I've been getting certain hints that I can't trust nothing of what they saying. Basically,
That's a fact.
I've been saying that for years.
That's a fact.
mean, I remember the time in high school before Obama got elected, and I couldn't vote then. I was 17 at that time. And I was kind of happy. It played off the emotions. My daddy happy, everybody around me happy. Yeah, black president is right here. I'm happy too. Okay, finally things going, kind of change for the best of, for the benefit of us. And it was an emotional thing. You understand? It's a very emotional thing. I was kind of emotional about it. I'm hearing my daddy talk about, he say, oh, some black folks, they won't vote for him because they all talk, but how it go. But
right.
as I'm paying attention, what I'm saying? I'm paying attention. I'm looking at see what he's gonna do. And I'm like, I'm paying attention to all his the years that he's running. I'm just paying attention. Okay, let's see what he's gonna do. And I'm finding out nothing ain't changing. I'm like, screw that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, screw that. Can't
What's your father say in regards to that? You ever mention that to your father?
I never mentioned to him because me, I'm the type I don't. If I feel that somebody won't really understand my point of view of where I'm coming from, I won't speak because I don't want to get into what I kind of can tell what they're gonna see, and I don't want to waste my time. So I keep a lot of things to myself. I may speak to people who I will feel would kind of give me an ear. Other than that, I just sit back and watch.
I understand that.
Yeah, and that lady, man, like she was out of pocket.
She ain't say nothing to her.
Like she was out of pocket. Soon I seen, oh, he's a tyrant. Like, I mean, I don't agree with everything Trump does. I don't agree with everything he does, but I didn't vote anyway. But if I were to vote, if I was to vote, I would have voted Trump. I mean, I know Biden's a no show. He's a no go for me.
Yeah, man. It's just that when people come on here and they make accusatory statements, and then they're not willing to give any validity to it, you gotta watch that kind of person.
Mm-hmm.
Was some lady on here talking?
She tried to say Trump was a tyrant, but like I said,
Which lady's trying to say that? Malika?
Oh no, I was
Hey, Kathy, come on in the room. Kathy, come on in the room. Explain what you're talking about. Go ahead, Malika. There's a link, Kathy.
I don't know if Benaya, I don't know if you've seen her, but Elizabeth was trying to say Trump was a tyrant. So I was just saying like how people can't just recklessly speak like that and not get on the platform robbing everybody of information and like it could be something educational or it could be entertainment, and they could just say something and then just walk right away. Like that's like people got to get out of the habit of doing stuff like that.
I mean, what is
Okay, one second. Is Kathy saying that the Insurrection Act has okay, look, I'm having ideas about what she means, what she's talking about this. Is she trying to say that Trump is using the Insurrection Act to make moves, or is the Insurrection Act been activated and there's something else going on? Like what? I don't know what she's saying. It's got me puzzled a little bit.
Let her come in the room and explain it. But I don't know, when you come on any platform or just speaking in general, when you say someone is a tyrant, define tyrant. Is someone a tyrant for going against what the status quo is? I mean, I don't really find that tyrannical. I just find that just different, a different change of pace, because doing the same thing over and over again is insanity. We all know that. So if someone decides to say, you know what, maybe we should change things, they get labeled certain things. They get labeled crazy, this, that. I don't really see Trump as a tyrant. I see him more as someone who really knows what's going on. But that's shalom, everyone. I just wanted to hop in and really say that the programming is real deep, especially among so-called Black people. I mean, the programming that they've done and said, the things that they say about Trump on TV has gotten to our people to a point where you can't even really say anything good about Trump or they call you crazy too. I was talking to my grandmother earlier about a lot of her retirement savings and her money she's got, and it's gone up since he's been president. The money really has increased, and if you look and really understand, when a Democratic president comes in, taxes actually increase and your money goes down. So I'm like, what? Why would you? Why would you want that? Don't you want your money to go up? I mean, I don't really understand. Like, what is so good about that? All because of you thinking that this guy is, quote unquote, he's not good, quote unquote, he's racist. I don't know, and I really had to explain to her all the things that Biden has done that's racist, that Kamala, that these other people have done that's, would be deemed racist, and it's really I don't know, man. The programming is deep.
The Clintons.
That's what I was gonna say. My fault. Go ahead, Randy.
Like it can have you real confused about how the program is, and like you said, it gets difficult to even talk about it because the truth of the matter is that they use racism as a tool Like, think of it like this, right? Think of it like they are on a mission to, complete a job, and they got a tool belt, and in that tool belt, they got something called racism. And whenever they want to, whenever they need to, whenever they feel they have to, they pull that out and they use it. And they use it, even if they use it too much, they use it. But that's how it is. It's a tool that they use. And like, it was getting difficult for you to even talk about because it's so confusing, and it's like difficult to even pinpoint it. That's what it is. They just take the racist gun out and basically pray and spray all over the scene, and it doesn't make any sense at all. It never will. But that's the programming. And when you try to make sense of it, that's when you're gonna get lost in the programming, because they're selling you on the idea of making sense of it when it don't make sense at all. It's evil.
And when we give people the power to make us feel a certain way based on the words they say, they've already got you. Even
that's programming.
Right. Even if someone says something racist to me, it is what it is. Oh well, are you gonna there's two things you can do when someone is being racist towards you. You either be about your business, you keep on, or you punch that person in the face, you actually do something about it. You see what I'm saying?
There's a third option.
You're gonna get your panties in a bunch because someone called you this and that. It is what it is. Those type of things don't affect me because I don't give people the ability to affect me with their words or their whatever the statements they say. So
you don't give people power over you.
Right. Calm. But it seems like a lot of so-called white people get caught up on the things that the media says. And I was really over there for a minute. They had this 60 Minutes thing. Nancy Pelosi was on there saying all kinds of stuff about, he's incited it, and it's just all kinds of stuff, man. I don't know.
But you want to know what's crazy? Like even in the book of Genesis, when it talks on the serpent, saying that the serpent was the most subtle beast, meaning that the serpent, the liar, the deceiver, like looking at it from that standpoint of like, conservative and liberals. The liberals are so subtle. Like they know that they know exactly what they're doing. And how Ring said, when he brought up that analogy about them wearing the belt with like the gun of racism, for some reason, like a picture of like a Batman with a donkey on his chest like came into my mind.
Yeah, same.
like you see like this fake superhero runs around and rallies up, like he's so subtle and he's so discreet, like he knows exactly what he's saying. The sad part about it is that through everything that they're really saying, they're telling they might drop like some misinformation, this and that, but like they're not like necessarily like just blatantly like they're not just like lying straight to your face. Like they're the way that they use their words, they're like leaving so many things out and they're using it in a different context that gives it a whole different meaning. And they're taking advantage of people who have no idea what's going on. But then you see you see exactly why the Most High tells you not to be friends with the world, because the only person that you could save is yourself. If you go out there and you try and pull a Moses, notice how Moses tried to save everybody and he got himself like killed, like along the journey. When you try to like take the Satan out of somebody else from a wise man's book, they will murder the Christ in you to make sure that they can keep the Satan inside of themselves. They will do it. Then and they will feel no remorse. They will stay programmed, but they'll be like, nah, Benaiah, you're completely wrong. Nah, Neji, nah, Ring, you're just completely wrong. And they'll drive you crazy just to be wrong and prove that their trick knowledge is the supreme knowledge. That's all they want to prove.
Like, I mean, this dude got on TV and said, "You're not black if you don't vote for me." Like, don't you realize he's making fun of you? I don't really. I mean, I don't know. This feels like People just don't really try to even question things
Actually,
anymore.
his way of calling him stupid.
Yeah, he's calling you stupid. Yeah.
To say if
Like,
you're not, to say if you don't vote for me, you're not black. He's basically calling you the damn M word. He's calling you stupid because that's what the M word really means. You're stupid. That's basically what he called you.
And they still went out and voted for him. I mean, this is just, it's really just turning into a comedy, man.
Joe
Shit, this is
Biden
a joke.
is a dinosaur liberal, okay? And, you know, if you can go back and watch clips of Malcolm X talk and understand, you know, what he would say when it came to how he broke down the, you know, I don't like to break things down into white and black because I don't break down the world like that. But Malcolm X at one point in his life did, very much so, until he woke up on the other side of that and then they killed him. But he broke it down that the white liberal is the black man's enemy in a sense because they will use the black man as a tool to further their agenda in the system.
Right.
Now, Joe Biden is just one of those white liberals from back in the day that will use the black man as a tool to further his agenda in any type of way. He is one of those dinosaur white liberals. And if people don't completely understand that, like I said, you can go back, watch clippings of Malcolm X. And from his perspective, you get a real good grasp of what the white liberal agenda is. And I like the way he articulates it, but I don't adopt the idea of, you know, being a you know, the whole black supreme race being as he fell into that. But like I said, he fell outside of that and they killed him. But that's what any leaders. But yeah, you know, that's what Joe Biden is. He's a relic, a old white liberal. And back in 1987, mainstream media basically outed him as that and understood him as being that. But somehow he stayed in the game, and he was the one that, you know, was willing to compromise really at every level. Didn't matter what it was. He was one willing to do it. I got no idea how a person that was as low and identified as being publicly, officially low as him could make it into being the vice president with Obama. But that just goes to show you what they're really trying to serve you. They're trying to serve you the ultimate brown pie, and that's just it right there, right to your face.
And just like how like I said, how they try to use words to basically like they'll say things, but
hold on, listen to this hearing, this old hearing on 1985 of Joe Biden, where he uses the M word twice.
Indicates that there was intent. The court found the plan with unerring precision slices through the city's traditional subunit, the ward, in a racially selective manner, leaving intact predominantly white wards while carving up those densely populated by blacks. As of the governor, the court concludes, quote, the governor's opposition to the Nunes plan was predicated in significant part on his delineation of a majority black district centered in Orleans Parish. In a confidential portions of your staff memo, they brought to your attention the allegation that important legislators in defeating the Nunes plan in the basement said, quote, we already have a nigger mayor. We don't need any more nigger big shots. And the court cited evidence of discrimination.
Hearing George saying that, man. How come they didn't censor that? How come they didn't censor that to the N word?
Right.
Why did he just say that so openly out there like that?
He probably felt like he was getting off saying that. He was like, fine.
Right. Wow, you know, they usually censor something like that. They have to call it the N word. You know what I mean? Because supposedly it's so offensive now. He said that. You can see he looked at the audience when he said that.
Yeah, like a little grin.
And see, this is why like a lot of people out there, especially in the comments, if you haven't like already tendered a donation to Kahan, you know, like even reading his books, I highly recommend taking the time to actually read the books. Like even in you know, like Commercial Warfare, Read the People. Like it's not even about the fiat. Like, you know, just get your mind off the fiat because you probably would have wasted it on something that's like irrelevant or vain anyways. But invest in something that's actually going to be beneficial to you. Like in this book, he's explaining how even the word black, you know, for those of you who don't know, the word black is like they're calling you a slave or a minor. So as I said before, sometimes they'll literally say sentences where like they're telling you the truth, but like how Kahan brought up, people suffer from cognitive dissonance and aphasia. So when he said you're not black if you don't vote, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. He literally, technically, he was saying like, if you do not vote for me and violate the amendments, if you do not violate the amendments for me, then you're not a slave. And
Right.
people still
Con.
Yeah, they don't get that though. That's way over their head, Malachi. I mean, and so this is why when people use the oxymoron black power, I find it laughable because black has no power. Black is not synonymous to anything that has any kind of power. Black does not even have a flag. It's not even represented by a flag. It's a branded name. It's a color, and it has nothing to do with nationality. So as long as people refer to themselves as something colorable, then they really don't have no real standing in law. See, anything colorable in law, if you look up the word colorable in a law dictionary, it'll tell you something that's resemblance, something that's not real. In reality, it has no substance. It's a resemblance of something that's real. So you have colorable laws, and they call these colorable laws statutes, codes, and so on and so forth. And then they created what is known as a colorable people, and they started calling them colored people. And these people don't have any standing, and these people are not even a human being. They're not even a monster. They're 3/5 of a human being because they don't have any standing. So they're almost animalistic. That's how they look at them. They don't have any standing in law, and therefore they can't own anything. Only a man could own something. But if you're less than a man, you can't even have ownership of anything. But what became more interesting is with the creation of the 14th Amendment, one of the first times the word citizen was actually ever used in the annals of history, they degenerated mostly old people into these colorable people because they created something known as citizens. And a citizen became subject to the jurisdiction of the corporate construct known as the United States. And so now people utterly run out to become citizens. And you know, the people from the other countries, they want to deceive you into thinking that they're so wise. And these people are so damn dumb that they will come from their own country and they will come to the United States to be a citizen. So that makes themselves subservient by coming here and being a citizen or being naturalized. They're not nationalized, they're naturalized. So they too become subject to the jurisdiction thereof. When prior to taking on the citizenship, they was aliens. This is why they call them illegal aliens. When they see an angelic being from what they refer as outer space, they refer to them as aliens. Why do they refer to them as aliens? An alien is someone that is not part of your society. That means your rules, your statutes, your codes do not apply to that particular man or that alien because they're not part of that society. They are an alien. And this is what you do when you put yourself in a proper status. You alienate yourself from this society. So you become an alien and you're putting yourself back in the capacity of an American, which is a national, a free American national. Now you have all your rights back and you no longer have to beg one for privilege. You no longer have to beg one for a permit. Let's wait a second though. Who asked for permission? Children ask for permission. Why? because their parents have to grant them permission. So essentially, all citizens are federal babies. They're infants because they have to ask their parents, which is the federal government, for permission to do all of the things that they could otherwise do without the permission. But they put some legality effect on it and tell you, hey, well, you can't do this unless you have a license. What is a license? A license is a permit. It's a permit to do something. Now, if something is legal to do, if like, let's say if I cut hair, now, if it's lawful for me to do that, is it really justice, and is it really a righteous act for someone to come and put an excise tax on that or put a fee on it and say, hey, you can't do that unless you have a license, unless you have a permit? How could it be legal to do it if I have a license or permit, but it becomes illegal if I don't have that license or permit? It's the same act. They want to place a tax upon it, and they want you to be in a subservient position. That's what this system is made up of. It's made up of people that's literally created a tyrannical system that's dumbed the people down so much that the people are even afraid to think for themselves. People don't think that they will be able to make it on their own. People, they created a mindset in the people where people literally believe that they're supposed to go to work and work 8 hours, 12 hours, 16 hours a day to make a living until they retire. And when they retire, they're too damn sick and too damn old to enjoy that retirement. And on top of that, after you retire, you got to come out of retirement and go and stand up in damn Walmart so your home won't be foreclosed upon. That's the system that your leaders have created for you. So you could either continue to go along with the system, or you can make moves to change the system. It is not going to change itself, and no one is coming to save your ass. No one is coming to save you. The only way that change is going to take place is if we, the people, bring about that change. And you could only bring that about with actions. Stop talking about subjects. It's time to start using verbs, because verbs, they're action words. So you could talk all day. That's just a subject. But in order to project yourself properly and articulate yourself properly, you have to have good verb and subject agreement. And what I mean by that, the subjects that you discuss better be prepared to support it with actions. Otherwise, it's nothing. It's nothing.
Khan. Excellent. That's an excellent point made, Khan. There's a woman, Kathy Rennick. Kathy Rennick, you're typing in the chat that you want someone's email for some information President Trump sent and Lynn Wood. Why don't you come on the platform and share what you know and use your voice?
Right.
I don't think she would.
Right.
Bring all of those topics that you have in the chat into the forefront, the foreground on the platform. So you click the link when it appears. If it's not present, coming from a Chrome browser, and make sure you mute your YouTube when you transfer over to StreamYard. That will eliminate a lot of difficulty with your audio and feedback. And speak it. Don't sit back and chat it. Speak it.
Right. And the link's in the room. There it is. The link's in the room. Again.
We have room for one more. The maximum occupancy on this platform is 10 people. So we have room for one more, and that would be you, Kathy. Kathy, you come here before I've seen it. I'm a moderator in the chat. you've made like you know some things, or you'd like to share things and get your voice heard, make many posts, come on in.
Yeah, I'm about to remove some of them.
Something else.
Some people are not talking anyways, man.
And even to touch on like how, you know,
Something else that I would like to add.
Go ahead, brother.
Something else I'd like to add, you know, just to give a little bit more perspective on, you know, how the system looks at it. Okay, don't try to take this information and break it down to how another person is personally looking at you, because it could cloud you in that sense. But how the system is looking at it. Now, it's understood, you know, one of the biggest mistakes was, in my opinion, was when black people as a people, and even women, allowed it to be written in the books that there's women's rights or that there's black rights or any of that. Because in this country, if anything's to be understood and taken on equal terms, like with the whole civil rights movement and everything, they should have never put black in front of anything. It should have just been citizens, or whatever word they use to acknowledge the, you know, citizens.
Right.
That's the word.
Right.
And
right.
so instead of doing that, they decided to make differentiations. But understand, they never put white. Now, just because they never put white, don't feel no type of way towards white people. That's just how the system operates. But they put black, they put other colors, they put it for women. So if it's a situation where, you know, the system feels that if you want rights, you have to petition them for those rights, and then they'll write it down, and then you have those rights. Understand, that's not how it works. If you think that's how it's working, you lost. That's not how it works. But that's how it did go down. And that's why people
I went over the Declaration of Independence with them earlier, showing that those rights are inherent from the Creator. You're born with those rights. See? You're born with rights. And rights is not something that any system could give you. What they give you is privilege.
That should tell you that. What does that tell you about the civil rights movement?
It was a joke.
Yeah, we don't go by civil rights. When you become a creditor, you don't go by that.
Right. We don't acknowledge that whatsoever.
Yeah, but this is just an understanding as to how the system looks at the people.
Right.
So that people can understand this isn't something you mess with. They never looked at you as anything from the beginning. Even whenever they created a movement, created leaders, then took down the movement and the leaders, and then left you entrapped. This is how the system is.
If you notice how I dealt with Elizabeth Barnes, who came in and made a defamatory libel against President Trump and attempted to assassinate his character. I dealt with her as a U.S. citizen, from the private side to a public member. She put herself in that jurisdiction, so she's under those laws. And she's subject to govern what she says and how she says it in her conduct, lest it become illegal. There are legal ramifications to what she does, a member of the public. Now, it's important when you see what is taking place to really read public and private. And yes, of course, the language that they use, legalese, can entirely change the meaning and the context by which they're interacting with you.
Hey, I'm working on a project right now, man. I got to put this floor in. I'm over on Sunset.
Are you good, Con?
Oh yeah, man. I'm just messing with Raymond, man.
Oh, okay. As far as the people in the chat, you have Kathy Rennick that's continuing to type things, but won't come into the room. For what reason? I don't know. I hope it's not about color or brand, the brand, the race that you are. I hope it's not that. The other thing, psyops agent. You're putting cryptic things into the chat, and you're doing these things as if it's the best way to expose all the things you say we've been lied to about. Why don't you come on the platform and voice those things so we can hear the matter out to conclusion? because it's counterproductive. If you think about it, it's counterproductive when you do those things. You say you know something, you're standing on it, and you don't want to give your audience
we're gonna impeach Mr. Raymond Smith.
Some people, what if people don't read? What if they don't like to read? What if they don't like to read the chat? Then what? You're losing people, and you're no more effective than those that are trying to take your rights, because you're leaving people in the dark. So taking responsibility upon yourself to bring light, make sure you do it to the best of your ability. And that also means using your voice and coming on here and presenting things you know will improve, benefit, and enhance
work on this house.
the knowledge of the people. You need to stand up and do the thing that you know you should be doing. Don't do it at all.
And also, PSYOPs agent, I hope you do come on here, and keep on saying whatever you were gonna say. I actually wanted to disagree with your comment I seen about Satan being pi, because, and I'll explain this. I'll explain this with math and the scriptures. How can Satan be pi when pi is actually the circumference of a circle? Now, let me do this math problem with you. How many Hebrew letters are there in the Hebrew characters, or the Lashawan Kodash? There are 22, right? So now you take those 22 characters and you divide them by how many days did it take the Most High to create the heavens and the earth, plus the day that He rested? 7, right? So you do you do 22 divided by 7, which gets you what? 3.14, which is pi. And that's the circumference of the circle is the universe, or the UNI-verse. So how can Satan be pi when we use the formula of the Lashawan Kodash divided by the 7 days mentioned in the book of Genesis? But just getting back on topic.
You see, this is why people need to voice what they're talking about, because they think they know what they know, and they may not receive a response from someone on this panel who knows what is taking place unless it's brought to the forefront. And I had to speak on it in order for that error to be corrected. So you don't want to be just putting blind information in the chat. That'll get you removed from here as well. Because I am a moderator. I'm one of the moderators. And I make it my business to engage with people in the chat to sort out who is in there and what you're putting in there, and if it's detrimental to the platform or it's an attack, it's automatically gone. And the ignorance, we don't like to tolerate ignorance here. Ignorant people do come on, and just save your breath. If you know you can't handle a big boy, big woman discussion on this channel, on this platform, just save it. Just save it.
Yeah. What's your question, brother? How you pronounce that? Niji?
It's Neji, but that's just character from the show. I just put it up there. But my wife is in Jamaica, right? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
My wife is in Jamaica, right? And I listen to the show and everything. And as far as her coming over here and being a citizen, what would be the step that you would take for if your wife is in Jamaica and you want her to come over here?
Yeah, if she gets citizenship, then all of the things that it's in the 14th Amendment, all of these statutes and everything, all of the civil codes, they apply to her. Let's take it for example, as a Mexican that comes here and he doesn't have a green card or ever establishes citizenship, they consider him an illegal alien. Reason being is because none of their civil codes apply to him. So the only thing that he wouldn't pay taxes or any of that. The only thing that they would be able to do to him if he broke some criminal law, then they could punish him and maybe expatriate him. But anything civil, there would be nothing that they could actually do to him because he is an alien, which means he exists outside of their society. See, this is what happens when you become a secure party creditor. When you become a secure party creditor, you alienate yourself from their society. You're saying that I no longer operate in your world. And the only time that I'm going to come in your world and play with you is if I use my liaison, which is called a straw man, which is my transmitting utility. So I use that straw man because it's already a corporation. I use it to operate in commerce as my liaison. And so when I'm not wanting to operate in commerce, I go back into my world where what they have created does not apply to me. The only time that stuff applies to me is when I decide to go in their world and want to operate in their commercial venue. Otherwise, it doesn't apply to me because I'm a national and I operate outside of the capacity of the construct of the corporate construct. I only come in to play in commerce. When I operate in commerce, I don't have to do so because me being in sovereign capacity, I choose when I want to come in and operate and when I don't. So such would be the case for her. Now, if she came over here and she got naturalized or became a citizen, all of this stuff that you're trying to get away from right now will suddenly apply to her. But guess what? People that usually come from foreign countries, they are very, they welcome this stuff because they think that this lifestyle is better until they lived here for a while. See, when they first get here, they compare it to where they're coming from, third world region, as they call it, and they come over here. So this is like the pie in the sky. Everyone wants a slice of the devil's pie until they eat the pie, and then they realize that the pie is nothing but a damn Bloody Mary. It's a cherry pie, and the cherry is filled with blood. And that's the price that they're paying because the blood represents their life force. And that's what they're given to have a slice of the devil's pie.
That's profound, Kahan. You said a lot, and you also exposed something big in that statement. Well, in what you shared, I should say. People need to wake up. So that's he's saying. What he's letting you know is your next moves should be to go to truedisciplesofchrist.org and look for the secured party creditor package, and you do soul searching within yourself and your wife how you want to live the next 5 or 10 years of your life after this call, this platform, this discussion. You do that. How much do you love your wife? How much do you love yourself? How much of an investment do you want to put into how you live for this next administration? Whatever takes place leading up to the 20th and beyond, you will find your own freedom is impacted. So regardless of what it's been, how you were able to live prior, it's time to make that decision how you want to approach life. Do you want to continue eating this the lying fruits of the enemy and his system, or do you want to preserve where she is in the her status in the system, and actually just simply make that move, secure it, and then you can operate and have the benefit of being on the other side of the equation, which is the solution, the creditor side. It's very attractive. The lifestyle afforded you is not like anything you've experienced up to date. I can tell you that. Just it's not as hard as you think. You have the Kahan here. You've been working for fiat your whole life. You've been given someone else an opportunity to make their dreams come true. Make yours come true this time, and learn why you would have made the best decision you could possibly make. Don't delay, don't slack on it. There is a reason why you called in, you came on here, you spoke about that, because it's bothering you. You want to know what to do about her citizenship status. Just invest in learning. Khan has books. I'll teach you A to Z. He also has the process, procedure. All you got to do is do it. That's it. All questions answered. So wherever you are, you see you dropped off the platform. Hope you take that with you to save your breath. The answer is in front of you.
That was a real good answer.
Yeah, he seemed like a pretty sharp dude. I mean, the fact that he would just act something like that kind of shows that his mind is moving in the right place. But here's the thing, brother. This is what my concern is. People that usually come from what they refer to as third world countries, and when they look at this from the outside, they glorify this place. So they come here, especially most people from the tribe of Benjamin. Some of them work 2-3 jobs, right? And they think they're getting ahead, but they don't realize that it's a fiat currency, and the more that they work, the more they're going to be taxed, and essentially the less they have, because the more that they earn, the more the de facto takes. And so they come here and they work and they work and they work and they work, and they say, "Wow, I'm living the American dream." But the people that's here already, they know what it's like, and they don't even want some of the jobs that foreigners come here and take, because they know how the system really works. But when you're not from here and you come here and you've been struggling, because I know what it's like. See, I've traveled the world, brother, and most of these people that come from these places like Jamaica, Trinidad, the Dominican Republic, they glorify these places, but these places are third world, and the only thing that they show you is like their resorts. But when you go to them damn places, man, that damn standard of life is so damn low. And I'm telling you,
Yes,
brother,
I've been there. My
on
bad to cut
some
y'all, brother.
research, on some research, brother, you got more people from the so-called West Indies living in Brooklyn, New York, than you do in all of the West Indian nations. That's how many of them that's gravitated over here. You got more of them living over here in Brooklyn, New York, than you do over there, because the lifestyle there is so substandard. But, and this is the thing that I don't appreciate about most of those people. They always come over and say, yeah, my country, my country. You don't want to be in your country. That's why you're here. It's the same damn thing like people from New York, and you go down south and you cut them down south sometime, and they fronting like New York is so damn great. And when you talk to them, they was living in the damn projects in a damn one damn bedroom apartment and struggling. You understand what I'm saying? I
Hey,
hate
Ties,
people that
I
front like
I
that. Yeah.
I understand on both ends, cause I'm from down south, and I've been to Jamaica. Been there like 3 times already. I seen how everything went down there. As
Yeah.
far as my wife, I put up on game. I tell her, like, hey, everything ain't sweet over here. Like, it's some things over here that we trying to get away from. As far as how the land goes, you paying you spend all your money, you save your money just to buy a house and everything. You getting taxed on it. and I see what's going on with my grandma. Like she been working in the sugar cane field for like as long as I can remember. You know what I'm saying? She about like 70 something right now. I see what's going on with my grandma. And she been working in the sugar cane field for like as long as I can remember. So she about like and you know they put those little extra 2 years on them.
Raymond, mute that.
Hello?
Raymond got the background noise. Go ahead,
Can you
brother.
hear me now?
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
she been working in the sugar cane field like for a long time. If it wasn't that, some other fields, but
Damn.
they put the little extra 2 years on her, and she could have retired like 2 years ago, but now she got to work a little bit more. And when you were saying those things about the old folks and everything, how as soon as they get a break, they already getting their money pinched off on already. So I'm like, it's just not a good situation. So I'm telling her, like, everything ain't sweet, you know what I'm saying? Like, this country got things about it that you don't know. They just always show the brighter side on the TV, like always.
Right. And so the reason that people in those countries that they call third world countries is because the US that they sanction those people, man. The people over there, they make a living off of bananas and so on and so forth. What the US does is the US go over there and set up what is like East Indian companies, and the people that grow their own crops there cannot even sell their own crops because the US and Britain have their products going over there. And so the people that's over there can't even make a living and their crops are left to die. There's a film that I would suggest people go and watch. I watched it years ago. It's called something. It's about when you come to Jamaica, this is what you see. It's called Life. No, it's called Life or Death. Life or Death. And it's in that film, it's a documentary. It goes in how Jamaica has gone to complete ruin because of U.S. invasion. They got a lot of people working over there, man, that they was working those damn people for about like pennies on the damn dollar, man. For an hour, they was only making about 75 cents or something like that. I mean, that's legalized slavery right there, man. That's literally legalized slavery. And but when the people come over here, and this is what I don't appreciate about people not being real, when they come here, they talk about how damn great their country is. Well, when the country is an allegory. The people over there, man, your life expectancy is very low because the people has been warring against the Jamaican government for years now. For years. But they don't paint that picture, man. People always want to paint a false reality. See, it's not isolated. The same thing that's going on here is going on in Jamaica, is going on around the world. All governments are forming together to be a one world order. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. So no matter where you go, the devil's going to be in rulership. And they're all in cahoots at the end of the day, man.
Yeah.
Yes, I can identify. First of all praises to the Most High, and may His peace rest upon all of you with a fullness. I can identify with that going back some almost 30 years. I was in the company of some people from one of the islands, and of course, at that time, I really didn't consider other people's feelings the way that I do now. So it was put to me, just as you said, Kahan, how it is that, oh, well, my country is so great and everything is wonderful and whatnot. So I stopped them and I asked them one question. And that is, if that be the case and everything is so wonderful and great there, why are you here?
Right. That's that's what I asked him, Raymond.
Yeah,
Reality.
yeah. But I found myself, like I said, getting into some I wouldn't call it trouble, but there was a big disagreement, concerning that. But I still left that question on the table. Why are you here? If everything is so wonderful and great there, why are you here?
What did they say, Raymond?
They couldn't answer. As a matter of fact, it's like you said, they got in their emotions and got in their feelings.
It's not just Jamaica, it's all of these places that they call third world countries.
Yeah.
We're just using that because the brother brought it up. But it's all of them that they call third world countries. It doesn't matter what, I mean, another place like that is the Philippines. But go ahead, Raymond.
But I wanted to just talk a little bit about what was being said concerning, just people coming here in general from other countries, and you couldn't have brought it more clear, Kahan, when you said that they come here, they're looking for the pie in the sky because that is always what is projected to them concerning this country. In other words, they're looking to assimilate within the construct of this system because what has been projected to them is the American dream.
Mm-hmm.
And when I use that term dream, I'm talking about it from the standpoint of someone being lulled to sleep to the point where they don't really know the truth of the matter. So they come here and they want to assimilate within this construct in order that they might realize what is called the American dream, but yet they're just on the road to Kansas, if you will, never quite reaching there. Unless perhaps they come across right knowledge. Most of you here have crossed that threshold to one degree or some degree, or depending on where you at as far as your status is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
But yet we find, as I said, again, that those that come here from other countries, because of the way that things has been perpetrated against their country, which was brought out earlier, now they have their eye on what they consider the prize or the pie in the sky that has been projected to them. In other words, again, the American dream. And I want you to understand that word because it is purposely perpetrated against them that they be lulled to sleep, that they might assimilate within the construct. That is the whole purpose of the dream. Let's put them in a dream state. That way, when they get here, they're already unconscious, and it will be so much easier for us to assimilate them. That's why it's done. Is purposely perpetrated against other countries and other nations in order to accomplish that. Now I'll go back to one of your previous presidents. He came out boldly and made a statement that we are going to accomplish this thing as far as the New World Order. Many of you know exactly who I'm talking about. But there was another that came along prior to him that looked to open the eyes of some of the people and telling them that, hey, there's something that's being perpetrated against every man, woman, and child, this sinister plot to enslave everyone. And what happened to him? He was killed because he wanted to wake people up. Now here we come some almost 50 years later, and we have another trailblazer, if you will, that comes on the scene. That he's not the status quo, but yet we still yet have those that are perpetrating against the minds of the people to say some of the things that, like the young lady said earlier, because she's been mind controlled. They sit and watch particular news stations instead of doing research to find out if what a particular venue is saying, whether it is true. They don't look for the truth because, again, they have been lulled to sleep. They have been assimilated to the construct. So now what it is, they'll try to kill you to protect the construct, no matter how sinister it is, because of the fact that they have been brainwashed.
Khan, Khan Elder, you are on the money. You're spot on. You know, you're really just raking up what the secret society members preach internally. You're really just right on their heels, because I'm making all kinds of tie-ins and correlations with what you're saying, and it's very you're being very specific. In fact, it's like speaking to maybe potentially, if I might guess correctly, some contact or some experience, but that's on target. You're on point, and I just wanted to use this opportunity to address PsyOps agent again. You are in the chat typing a lot of things, and they're not necessarily on the subject. You're just typing and firing away. I'm getting ready to come off this this platform to put you on timeout, man, because you're typing a lot of stuff, and you were asked to come on this platform because you really sound, to be honest, you sound like what you say you are, a PsyOps agent. You sound like, I'm reading some of your comments, and it just sounds like you want to put in divert, or to put in secret society based esoteric information in the chat. Now, I don't know what your angle is, if you're for or against, and you're operating in anonymity. If you do have a device, a camera, if you do speak English, and you have something you would like to share that people should know, or you want to offer your opinion on the subject that we're discussing tonight, then please, by all means, find the link, click it, and come into the room. Because I find it counterproductive if you're putting all these things in the chat, and you have a handle like PsyOps agent. I'm not really liking that too much, because I need to know, I need context. And you have Malachi in there responding to some of the things that you're saying, and we don't want to detract from the truth here, because all of what you're saying is unverified. It's just coming from you, right? So let's stay on topic, or you got to go into timeout, man. Khan, please continue. Salaka.
I just want to get at one of the things that Rainbow said, and the truth is, the main goal of it all is mass assimilation. That's it right there. Mass assimilation on a planetary scale. And I believe that within the eyes of what is the evil that's perpetrating the program that is just so impeccable that it makes the one under the program fight to stay under the program regardless of anything. Once they've achieved a certain level of culling the planet and mass assimilation, they then gonna move ahead with whatever the next stage is for their plan. Because for quite some time, I've just seen the idea that that's what all they want: mass assimilation. They want a population that they completely, totally control.
You said a very, very interesting and key word. That word, calling.
Mm-hmm.
Cullling. And if we look at this thing as far as what is taking place right now,
Mm-hmm.
the calling process is actually in its infancy stage. But as
I agree.
we can see, it is building momentum. This is not happenstance or by chance. This is by process of what they are looking to accomplish. You hear many times it being spoken about how it is that they want to depopulate. They have been doing that right along for I don't know how long. When you look at all of the diseases, all the sickness and things that's going on, cancer, diabetes, and all such things. People say, well, it's because of this or that. But in reality, it is part of their culling process. But we must look at it from the outside. We have to look at things from an objective point of view, that we get the correct perception of what is going on. I've been around for a while. I've seen many things come down the pike. I hear many people bring up Malcolm, Martin, and all these cats.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually on the scene. Kennedy. I was there. I was just a youngster at the time, but I remember it just like it was yesterday. We can even go abroad and look at these cats like Arafat. Saying, why did the things that happened to them and the way that it happened happen? Because it was a part of that process of making sure that they tried to even assimilate these nations, and these cats were standing in the way.
Yep.
Yeah. Salaki, Elder Raymond, you need to continue that, but we got to get something out of the way. Saab's agent, Kahan, can you or one of the your power, someone put in the StreamYard link for the PsyOps agent character? They want to come in, and I just want to make sure we know what type of situation we're dealing with, because they're putting a lot of stuff in the chat, and we want to crack. Usually, I would crack down on that ASAP in the chat, because we don't want to spread any information that's incorrect or detracting. We need to know what type of spirit this is that we're dealing with. But Salaki, Brother Raymond, you just had to take care of that. Go ahead, please continue.
No problem. No problem at all. But like I said, from the fact that I've been around for a while, and I've observed many things over the course of some years, that if you really, when you begin to really look at it, and as I said, you're looking for things objectively, that you might acquire the correct perspective. And the only way that that is going to happen is to yield yourself to right knowledge, which comes from the Most High. That's your defense. Without that, you have no defense. None. Zero. Without doing that, you're going to be taken down one path or another, just like I spoke about those that come here to look to assimilate. And what they do, they would take them down certain parallel lanes to bring them to the same end, depending on their actual personality, not necessarily their character, because the character is based on something that is within. The personality is based on an observation. Well, Michael, he's projecting a certain personality to me, but his character is something that he knows from within himself. Now, the Most High knows all of us inside and out because he made us. So what better way to get an understanding or an overstanding of a thing than to go to the one that knows all about it? But at the same token, we have these forces that is being perpetrated against us to even overthrow that, to the point where you have some, even in this time period, to say that there is no Yahweh, that he doesn't exist. That's something that's actually being perpetrated against the minds of those people.
Khan, you're speaking about the Illuminati. That's literally, they are anti-Christ. And if you ever looked at any of their material or come in contact with any of these people, they are literally of the synagogue of Hashatan, or Satan, for those who don't know the Hebrew origin of the word. That's them. They literally have a different so-called God, and his name, or its name, is Abraxas. So they really do believe something entirely off the wall. It's absurd. And their end is not Shemayim, but or heaven, for those who don't know that Hebrew root word origin. They want to go into the play Roma, which is it's very similar to the 72 virgins that those radical Islamists were taught to believe in, and all of that stuff. When they do the act of the jihad that they do, they'll get all of that. It's a brainwashing. That's why I had to remark when you said when you started off, Elder Raymond, and you are being a priest right now too. That's all Kahan means, but we respect Kahan Tazadak as chief priest, because he really is bringing the Most High's work to the forefront, which he should be doing. And so this is why I had to make this little interjection. And I have to excuse me one more time, because Saib's agent, you use the Chrome browser and you log in from there, or Safari, depending on the device you use. Just click the link, make yourself a name, the proper name, and if you choose another name than the one that you have under your handle on YouTube, identify yourself by the handle you have on YouTube. And the host, Khan Tazadak, will see you, and then we need to hear you speak about whatever it is that you have going on. We need to know what's going on with that, because you're influencing people in the chat room, and we need to kind of get perspective on what it is that you claim to know. All right, so I just wanted to put that out there. That's how you get in the room. But Salaki, Elder Raymond, please, again.
Yes. It come to mind a precept And it states, "Seek ye first the kingdom of Yahweh, and all these things." And this is where the trick comes in, that this so-called system is tricking you and trying to seek the things. It's a trick. It's like the greyhound race. When they hold that put that rabbit out in front of the dog doesn't know that it can't catch the rabbit. He just keep running. That's the trick.
Hey, dangle it right in front of him, remember.
That's right. Keeping it just ahead of him.
And they run hard, Raymond.
They run hard.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Very hard.
But now, this is the thing. They have flipped the script, even when it comes to us as mankind. They got us chasing the rabbit. They have us looking to go to Kansas because we desire the truth, but then because of the dumbing down process, you never get there. But again, that precept says the first things first. How is it that I'm not going to seek that which owns and controls it all, that it might download into me as to how it is that I am to acquire? So we seek Yahweh first, and then all the things falls into place, because
everybody's hearing this.
He's never going to lead you wrong. That's not in his nature. As a matter of fact, when he see you tending to veer off, if you have earnestness of heart, he's going to corral you in and guide you correctly. That's just what he do. That's who he is. And again, it's not a coincidence that you find yourself on this platform that was orchestrated by Kahan Tazadaq. It's something you seeking. And Kahan has professed, I don't know how many times, hey, I want you to have right knowledge. So what does he want you to have? I want you to have Yahweh first. That's what he's projected. He's saying, follow me as I follow Hamashiach Yahweh Shai. So, brothers and sisters, how did you put it, Khan? Let's ride it till the wheels fall off this bad boy. And if the wheels fall off, hey, let's run on the axles, baby. Let's go.
Let's go, man.
There's only one way. It's forward, and when we can't go forward, we go up. That's it.
That's right.
I agree.
All the way up.
Neji, so you have your answer. Your wife has this issue that she wants to go join the United States as a citizen. She doesn't have to. The Kahan has all the documentation, paperwork, processes, coaching, everything you could need to get everything straightened the right way. No sense in going through, the foolishness, the lie of the system. That's falling and even being challenged by President Trump right now, as he should. You should not back down under any circumstances. It should literally come to gunpoint. And then even then, when gunpoint happens, we know it's game, set, match. That's when we all kick off.
I
They
agree.
gunpoint, we all kick off. So don't join the de facto. Just go to Kahan You see it. It's clearly outlined. Get the materials, get the books, educate, do the process, educate. You can either get the books ahead of the process and learn, then do it, or do it first, have it, and learn through the books and submit it. So you have things done correctly the first time out. You heard Elder Raymond. He told you.
Yeah.
It was very clear. He gave us decades, centuries of knowledge of what these people have been doing time and time again. The same game plan they've been running. He exposed it from origin, from inception all the way to now. And you see it working. You see the president has been censored. I mean, how does that happen? He is censored by companies that are operating in the United States. So that means there's something else they're serving, some other agenda they're after. And Elder Raymond was just speaking on it at length, describing every aspect of it. And I hope everybody that was not being distracted by, other conversations going on in the chat got that, because that's critically. I mean, this is the reason why people are indoctrinated. People are confused. People are in need of seeing all this corruption play out in front of them so that they can get the picture. He just gave it just freely, easy delivery, right to your doorstep. For those who are still with us, if you're on the East Coast, it's after midnight. We get it, but if you're still there, this is important. People take their time out to be on this platform and to make it possible to get this truth out here. Risking whatever. So let's all respect that. And then Saab's agent or Agent Saab's or whatever, I don't know what's going on with you on your end. If you're having a tech problem, but it would be good for you to come on this platform and share how you obtained any of the information that you did, what drew you in, who supplied esoteric information to you. Things like that are important because it ties into what we're discussing here, and nobody should be left out. And if you're influencing people in the chat room, all the conversation up until your last point, we don't want people getting behind information that is not verified, credible. We don't know how you obtained it, or who you are, what you're into. Okay, so let's just all keep on one accord. Let's get the subject thoroughly understood, get the solution underway, know where we stand as individual men and women, and let's cooperate. Let's cooperate to move in one direction, because we don't have the kind of time that we used to have leading up to what's taking place in these 10 days. All right, we need to have a mindset to move in the right direction, and whatever cost comes to us is a result of what transpires.
That is a key point, Mikael, and that is you have to have a made-up mind. But first of all, you have to get your mind right, and then have to have a made-up mind. So I'm going to leave you with a question to ponder, and that is, who is the lawgiver? Ask yourself that question. Where does the law come from? Who gave the law? And don't you know within that, it says that he's always placed in there, no matter what someone brings against you, he's placed in there room for you to escape all things. He designed it that way. Kahan is showing us proof positive. He's a living testimony. What'd you say, Kahan? Hey, it works for me every time. So it says study to show thyself approved. You got to study. If you want this thing bad enough, you will study. And it will take precedent, not president, but precedent. But he was chosen for such a time as this. So why do you think Hasatan is working diligently to overthrow this man? Because he wanted people to wake up. He's trying to show the people what the real deal is. And these people say, we got to put a lid on it because he is waking people up left and right. And then you have those that are coming, like you said, coming against him. If he is of Satan, there's another precept that said, how can Satan cast out Satan? If he's coming against this establishment, how, if he's of this satanic establishment, then how is it that he's going to come and cast his own self out? Doesn't make sense. How can Satan cast out Satan? That would be crazy. Beyond crazy.
Khan.
So I leave you with that question. Who is the lawgiver? I didn't say statutes and codes. I said law.
It should be an easy question to answer out there. All of you that's listening, you've spent any time listening to Khan Tazadak, Elder Raymond, or any of us on here, including Elder Marty Marr, you would know who that is. Who is that referring to? And what side of the commercial venue is that regarding? So let's get into a proper mindset and assert who we are as a kingdom. Because once you break away from this de facto, you make up your mind with the right knowledge, you can only have one master. Because remember, this is spiritual. You know, you have a requirement. If you know the truth, you hear the truth, you say you confess the truth, you have to live in truth. That means if you know the truth is being challenged by evil and darkness and wrongdoing in legislation, you got to come out. You got to come out of it. You got to turn and go the other way. You cannot be a part of it. You have to come out of it. Right? And it may seem like, whoa, this is an unclear way, but you have to trust the Most High, and you have to make up that decision. Joshua did in 24:15. He said, this is part of the verse. It says, "As for me, who will serve whom shall ye serve? As for me and my house this day, we shall serve the Lord, the Most High Yahweh Mashiach, our Savior, Christ Yeshua, the only one that has ever resisted the prince of the air and the prince of this world and had no part in him." So you cannot have the de facto way of life and embrace it as yours in your home, in your life, in your private domain, in your affairs, because it is a sin. It's actually against the biblical principles and the natural law given to us by the law giver.
Yeah, I see a comment in the chat there, Alondra. And evidently, like you said, she's doing selective listening because she makes the comment that they will make laws against the Most High. How can that be with what was just said? If he's the lawgiver, how can somebody make a law against him? He's the lawgiver.
I don't understand what she said. It doesn't make sense with me. Really.
Doesn't make any sense.
Con. Alondra, you know, when you type things like that in the room, and you know you're able to do that for a little while. I'm a moderator. Why don't you come into the room, onto the platform, and join this discussion, because it's clear that whatever you're trying to say in the chat doesn't translate. It's either the way you convey it, your delivery, but when you speak, things can become clearer and they can be comprehended by whoever needs to comprehend it if it's sound. We're speaking on the biblical concept of natural law. There's only one lawgiver. So the words, you see, you're suffering from aphasia. You don't truly know the meaning of the words that you're using. You're just saying things in common parlance. That's why you should come on the platform and speak. This is not a men-only platform. It's not misogynistic. We're looking to hear, the truth, and different voices have the truth. We're not discriminating, but you need to speak. So come on in the room. There should be a link in the chat at some time stamp. You just go ahead, you click that link, or maybe another link will be provided. Coming from a Chrome browser or Safari, and mute YouTube when you're on the other platform. It's called StreamYard. So you come in and you speak. Don't type anymore, because otherwise I would have already had to respond to whatever you're typing in the room. I'm on this platform right now because that's more important for everyone, to make sure that this message gets out and the truth has been spoken under the First Amendment.
You know, I could be wrong, in the interpretation of her words, but she writes, they will make laws against, in capital letters, the Most High, like in the future. You said, so we have to choose who we will serve. Is she getting at the Most High in a somewhat facetious manner or a condescending manner? Also, when she says, so we have to choose who we will serve, is she like, what other option is there? I don't understand what she's saying there, because I don't see any other options. There's never been any other options when it comes to choose who we will serve.
No, for her, I think honestly is how Miguel said, like aphasia and cognitive dissonance. Like when you go and you look at the definition of the word law, it's that which is laid down, ordained, or established. Now, just reading the book of Psalms 119, 105, chapter 119, verse 105, thy word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. So the path is already laid. That is the law. The law is the path that you must walk down. What you're referring to, sister, is they're not making laws. Men cannot make laws. But we live in a commercial society. Well, I'm saying we, like, that's like a loose statement, but the general person lives inside of this fake little society, the de facto government. They're not making laws.
Correct.
They're not making laws. They're making, yeah, they're making offers. So you have to accept what it is that they're offering. Like what they're saying is not laws. Like you have something, basically, like, to tell you the truth, like a wise line that I read from Tazadak, and I've never forgot it ever since I read it, is if you do not know your rights, you don't have it. So if you don't know how to protect yourself, or if you don't know what it is that you're saying, then you can get yourself into a lot of trouble. You know, like no man can make laws. The Most High has already made laws, and also He's already told you. You know, even right here, law is a solemn expression of legislative will. It orders and permits and forbids. It announces rewards and punishment. The Most High already tells you what your reward is for obeying His laws, and He has already laid the punishment for disobeying them. So, nobody can actually force you to do anything. They offer it, and if you just don't accept it, then you know there is no actual consequence that they can push against you. So it would mean that what you're doing is not law. It's an offering, you know. But they trick you and they take advantage of your cognitive dissonance, and they take advantage of your aphasia. That's what it is. So it's not law. It's just an offering.
Salaki, Elder Raymond, you have some feedback. So I noticed whenever he would speak, there would be a lag, and then I think your YouTube. So go ahead and whenever the other party is just speaking, if you can just mute that or just kind of mute yourself, that way we can get rid of the feedback.
Salaki, my apologies. I didn't realize I hadn't muted myself.
Fine, yeah. Thawada, Elder. Alondra, so you have to see the deeper meaning behind what's being shared here. It's not just surface level. And it's good that you said you're open to learn, which is what this ministry is all about, is learning. And then once you learn and you acquire the right knowledge, that's when you execute. That's when you act. Now you're obligated to apply it. You can't just learn about it and then sit it down. You have to apply it. That's part of it. And you should already have in your spirit the desire, the drive to apply it, because it's going to make you want to. I mean, no slave that I'm aware of that's really in bondage and suffering wicked captivity wants to remain in bondage. You want to get free. So this is a ministry of freedom, and people invest their time, effort, energy, burning midnight oil, and giving you this right knowledge, and that's because of the effort of Kahan Tazadat. He hasn't been vocal in the last while because he knows that the spirit of the Most High is moving on the people, and we need to speak what he gives us to speak. So it's an open forum, but nonsense and foolishness will not be tolerated. That's the Most High does not tolerate that, and we will not tolerate that, because this is still under this is a ministry for the Most High Yahweh. It just happens to be full spectrum. It covers all areas of life, including commerce, and very importantly, it does cover commerce. But it's not to be misconstrued that this is a platform for the Most High Yahweh, meaning God Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and his son, Yahweh Yahweh Shah, Mashiach, Isu de Cristo, which is the Hebrew and Latin words for the one commonly referred to and improperly referred to as Isu, which is Jesus Christ. We're not the Christian, flawed, improperly understood or misunderstood faith. We're what was originally there, and then was mistranslated, watered down, corrupted, tampered with, and brought to a point where people have been turned away from the truth of the gospel because of malefactors and nefarious parties who've infiltrated, knowing the spirit isn't right, so they could abuse it. But this nation is Hebrew, and we observe things of the Most High. So let's keep that in perspective. We are truly tradition by tradition. We are of a Negro only makeup, because that's our nation, that's our people. but we do, embrace the Most High's will for the Gentile nations, and we will listen. And we know that we're one big family, but we know that the word was given to us to uphold and to teach the other nations. And this is not discrimination. It's not racism. We don't subscribe to any of those. They're evil designs built in by the enemy to cause division. But we know that we have a place to be set apart to do the thing that we are intended to do, because we reflect the image of the Most High Yahweh as described in the Bible. So we're not looking at races, and we're not looking at you don't look like me, or you should not come here with the idea that we don't look like you. So they must not know what they're talking about. So let me correct them. This is not a place for that. What this is an open exchange of proper knowledge, the right knowledge, and the desire to accept the truth and to walk in truth and to walk by faith, not by the sight of the evil things that we may have been experiencing in this journey that we're on into the righteous kingdom of the Most High Yahweh. He is our lawgiver, so we're alien to the ways of this world, the darkness of this world, and the limited understanding and the lack of knowledge. This ministry is to go against the warning of Hosea 4:6, which is, my people are destroyed for their lack of knowledge. We go against that, so we're not destroyed, and the people in the house of the Most High Yahweh is built by the people who survived and thrived. We know that in the end time, there will be, falling away of the church, and there will be people who don't make it, who claim to be Hebrews and whatnot. But such is the will of the Most High. We know that anything that takes place in these days upcoming has to do with what the Most High has allowed in the realm of men. If we want change, we need to get on our knees. We need to get honest before the Most High Yahweh and His Son Yahweh Shah Hamashiach, and ask for forgiveness for anything and all the things that we've done that we know we should not have done, and anything that we didn't know of that we should have corrected, and repent of it, turn away from it. So that the world system is wrong, its ways are wrong, so you got to repent of it. You got to turn away from it. You got to change direction, and you have to have faith that is unwavering in what the Most High Yahweh has presented to you in your life, to embrace the truth, walk in truth, walk according to the word, which is the Yahweh Bible, and learn His ways, accept His ways. When His word is dictated, accept it. The order of men is supposed to be the Most High, Christ, Yahweh Shah, Mashiach, or Iesu de Cristo, above the man, who is living and standing like a man. Biblical definition of a man. And he teaches, guides over, and leads his wife, the woman, into the truth. And you will find peace in your home, because the Most High will be there. He won't set His face against you. The seas could flood, the enemy could come in like a flood, but the Most High Yahweh is a standard for him, for the benefit, protection, security, preservation, and prosperity of His people who are called by His name, who know His voice. So if you don't know the voice of the Most High, you don't know what this is all about, you need to ask Him to help you comprehend and get all these impurities out of your mind, to filter your mind and purge your spirit and your soul and your body of things that corrupted your understanding or your comprehension, and seek His truth and let it be confirmed in your spirit, so that you can actually come forward out of darkness and embrace the truth. because you can listen to this and it will just pass you by. It will pass you by because you are not of the calling. So the one good thing you can say right now is that you're open to learn, and that's a good sign. Because some people come here, they profess like they know certain things, get on here, they have a cantankerous spirit, they have all different types of energies, bringing that to the platform, and then they usually shut themselves down, and then we just get rid of them off the platform because they've manifested who and what they are. All right, so anybody out there that it's still on and wants to speak, because it's getting later, if the Khan wants to permit it, you can come in, speak, try to stay on topic, and then we'll go forward from there.
Ty, what's that website you mentioned again? The something.org.
If you want, Neji, I can put it in a private chat for you. You can see the private chat?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, I'm gonna get the link. And hopefully you activate, your Byakugan and you click on the link.
You got it.
This man.
I pose another question, because when you pose questions, hopefully it causes one to think or to contemplate or to go over something in their own minds. And it goes somewhat this way concerning another precept in Scripture, the book of the beginnings. And it said that Yahweh told man to have dominion. He told man that. He didn't tell any other creature, any other beast, fowls of the air, and he told man to have dominion. So now my question is, if Yahweh told man that, how is it that something that man created usurps and become dominant over him? Man created government. So now we have this so-called, and I put emphasis on that, so-called government that is perpetrating or standing in the stead of what Yahweh told man to do. Something that man created is coming along and telling him how he's supposed to live and what he can and cannot do. Something that he created. So I'm asked, my question then is, how can that be?
Acquiescence.
That along with going away from the law, going away from the Most High, going away from these laws, statutes, commandments that we're supposed to be living by, and not understanding that we have this dominion, this rulership, this we are the sovereigns of this planet, not to be controlled by a de facto. Rather, the de facto is controlling us now, and it's come to a point where it's the other way around. It lies on us. We didn't want to listen to the Most High, so we were punished. and now we're seeing that in full effect. In full effect.
Con. That's it. A big unclear problem reduced to a simple answer. That's literally what it is.
And when you find out, that you're a sovereign, like you just said, ring around Truth Media, it's the acquiescence. You either have two options. You either return to the Most High, you acquiesce to their ways, their so-called, I don't even want to say the laws, their
conditions, contracts.
right, gone. Their conditions, their ways, Hashaitan's ways, and you have two routes. It's one way or the other. It's up to you to decide what you wanna be down for. That's the way it is.
All right. I'm gonna use one term, and before I use this term, I want to lay a foundation for it. If I give you a command, if I'm in authority and I give you a command and you don't do it, what do they call that?
Insubordination.
Disobedience.
Disobedience.
Respect.
And when it's a very, very simple thing. Now, I alluded to the precept concerning dominion. If I tell you to have dominion and you don't do it, then you are in disobedience. You're disobeying a direct order. Well, I want you to lean on that word order. There's an order to things. Yahweh knows that better than we. So he tells us the order of things. He says, you are to have dominion. Why? Because if you don't have dominion,
Put on the armor.
Then you're going to be dominated. Something is going to have dominion over you. And about this for a second. An unreal thing having dominion. Something that's not even real. That will perpetrate or orchestrate a thing in your mind that you would give up dominion, a direct order. This thing is not complicated, actually. And Yahweh even alluded to the fact, he said, I really am going to make this thing simple. It is in your mind that you will complicate it to allow certain things to come in there. It's just like we talked one time about filling up a trash can. You fill the trash can up, you pack it down and whatnot, nothing else can get in there. Now here comes something that might be a necessary thing that's going to come into the can and it ain't no room for it.
Khan. Salaki, so, okay, we have Saib's agent on the platform, and I'd just like to ask you, what have you learned so far? What does all of that sound like to you? What Elder Raymond was saying, and the just a general idea you have of what's going on. Just introduce yourself, and then you can just go ahead and speak.
Well, thank you if you can hear me. I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm new to this.
We can hear you.
I offer a great deal of respect. I am humbled, and I only wish to try and share some information that I may have learned so that you could incorporate it into what you know and maybe help figure out what's gone wrong in the world and maybe try to fix it a little bit. Who knows? I don't know what really I was doing. You've made me think deeply about that all of a sudden. I guess in the spotlight, I just was studying for years. I learned some things years ago, and then I saw the rise of freemen and sovereigns and all kinds of different groups diverting, and I just tried to objectively observe everything and I kind of called it panning for gold, just take the best of everything that I could to find some stability in the great sea, the Admiralty Ocean. And I learned a few things, and many people have many different interpretations and beliefs, and I'm just trying to find a common ground.
Okay, so what do you believe? And before you answer that question, how did you find this channel?
Oh,
I'd also like to know a little bit about what he learned.
yeah, I'm the owner of the channel, the deprogrammed enlightener. I've been subscribed to him for a number of years, and he is an extremely determined and well read and knowledgeable man, and I have respect for that. And I only wanted to just try and, how do I explain things? Allegory is used. It said allegory. I speak in allegory. So just the stories sometimes tell a meaning. So I didn't have a father. So I looked to the greatest men in history in books and things when I was growing up and stuff. So I tried to take role models or things and aspire to be something, whatever. And so people like the deprogrammed enlightener seems to be a gentleman like that, a man for himself, a warrior in history, so to speak. And I only wanted to, just catch a little bit of that shine, maybe but not just from him, but from everyone. And then I just showed up here this evening because all of a sudden so many people were talking, and I was just listening and paying attention. I was in the chat room and people were talking, and then I've had the opportunity to experience a different perception or view of some things. And I think we all share very similar beliefs. We might fragment a lot, but like I said, I'm only trying to seek a common ground. And so if I was thinking about that while sitting in the backstage, if I was to share things, maybe it will be helpful, and nobody has to like me. That was the kind of a point of my channel. It's not really about me. It's about there's a psychological operation. I was trying to figure out how would it be done if there was one, kind of thing. So I looked to figure out the motive and the means and opportunity and all of those things. I was pretending to do like some joke Sherlock Holmes routine, maybe. And it turned into I found out some things that are rather profound. And so all the way back. Yeah, sorry.
I actually. I was gonna say, I'm actually glad that you came onto the platform because you and I were actually exchanging words. First and foremost, I just want to give all praise to the Most High, because I see Yahweh is actually, allowing the Holy Spirit to move upon this man to come up here, seeing that he came up here not being familiar with the platform to begin with. So I think that deserves like some respect, and to that context. I just wanted to state, like I can understand like where you're coming from with the whole speaking allegorical, so on and so forth. You know, like not growing up with a father, being that authority figure, you know, being somewhat misguided in this feminist world. You know, the feminist the agenda that seems to be going on and everything. Um, when you made a reference to believing in Kemet and everything, I wanted to, you know, touch on that because, you know, a lot of brothers believe in the Egyptology and all of that and everything. And this is not to try and get you indoctrinated or anything like that. But none of us up here are religious. We're all spiritual men. You know, we all serve, you know, the Most High Yahweh and His Son Hamashiach Yahushai, who the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ. So
Are you familiar? Like maybe how do I explain all of this? When I think of light, and I think of El as the apparently the Cana-Phoenician god of light was named El, and there may be a reference to Heliopolis where the god of light was referenced as On, and even when we speak, when we say the light is on, it is a reference perhaps to the fact that the god of light used to be called On. And then for Kemet in Egypt, yeah, there's been a lot of perversion and twisting of history. And so I perceive that when we speak English, when I say that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, that we are still speaking Egyptian because the sun Ra is in the east and his opponent Set is in the west. And when you use like grapevine where you manipulate or just get slang kind of lazy with the language, it turns into the sun rises in the east and it sets in the west. Set is
well, if not to cut you off, but if you really want to, you know, talk about something like that, I can just put it like this, my brother. Like there is really like no. I'll put it like this: when you study a lot and you can discern things, and you know right knowledge, you'll see that you know there is like a spark of truth in everything that everybody says. But I'll put it like this: Komet is not the way, and
no, I want
when
to
like I can all right when you say the word El it means power as well as the word Allah or the word God. We do not worship El, God, Allah, any of that stuff. All of that is just power.
No, I understand that. I'm not talking. I'm talking about. I would like to just say three kind of things. There was a man, Ashra Kwesi. He was. He gives a tour, and he has a company, I believe, in Egypt, and he gives tours there or something, talking about ancient Egyptian and African history. And I got a lot of knowledge from him in a playlist, and I've been studying for 10, 15, 20 years, watching everybody all over the world and just taking notes. And so I also understand the concepts with commerce. And so what you're saying there is I see the word L, but I also see L as a 90-degree angle. I also see L as raw, right ascension, the right ascension or right angle sitting on the right hand of the Father. I see some people that were in the occult or dark ages kind of thing. They tried to convey sacred knowledge through mystical or allegorical or these mystery things. And so the people like the Gregorian monks who made the calendars, they were very knowledgeable. And I'm trying to learn from that. So from Egypt, there was a term like the Nile River was important. And you would put your goods, your clay, your jewelry or your ancestors' ashes into an urn, a clay pot, a URN. And you would store that in the river bank. And the act of the currency flowing past the river bank would collect depositions at one side when the river is banked, and it erodes one side and collects depositions or deposits on the other. So when some twisted people in like the 13th or 14th century did this stuff with put this occult knowledge into the English language to try and get power over everyone else. And so we are speaking a language that they have encoded with mystical and perverted information that they understand and gives them this. It's like the legalese, but a little step up. And so you earn your cache of goods and store it in the riverbank has two meanings when you have the homonyms for earn, E-A-R-N, and U-R-N, and cache, C-A-C-H-E, or C-A-S-H. And anyways, it's just a giant money laundering scheme, but it's so perfectly designed based upon the holistic laws of nature and upon electricity. And it's just a super genius kind of Moriarty, Dexter, kind of Lex Luthor,
Well,
all in one.
we understand that it seems like you're very you've been introduced to a lot of
Knowledge.
these
He's so stuck in occult things.
right. But you realize
I asked him to come on the platform.
And
Go ahead,
I
Panaya.
also,
You're on to it.
Hold on.
I have a
Salaki,
thing, know thy enemy. Like when I said I studied great men in history, I listened to quotations.
Salaki, PsyOps agent, let him finish first, and then and then we'll see where we go from there.
Yeah, I'm just saying you know all these things, but you know all these things, Psyop, but do you understand the true Allahim, the true power, the true creator, the most high? Do you understand? Do you know who that is? Do you know who his son is? Do you understand the truth? Because there's a lot of these things in Kemet in Egypt where they
I
would
understand everything that you are saying, and we are not misaligned, even though it might seem that way, or whether or not we like each other.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I'll ask you a couple questions, since that's how you just decided to answer that question. You say you understand. What do you acknowledge as power? Tell me. I'd like
We
to know.
are all, I believe, members of the species Homo sapiens, and we are related no further than 50th cousin, every one of us on this planet.
Okay. My next question.
In these
Do you acknowledge do you like let's say like I wanted to pontificate on certain topics like Gilgamesh or the Emerald Tablet, would you be able to go into depth about these things?
I have studied all of these things. Some things basically, some things on the surface. I know most of anything that anyone could ever mention because, like I said,
Okay, so is it safe to say that you would believe that there is a power hidden within the ancient knowledge on the planet or within this sector of the cosmos that is more powerful than the Most High?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
Do you believe that there is some sort of power that is left here by some sort of ancient means of technology that is possibly more powerful than the Most High? Like you believe that there's something that's been created through technology that is more powerful than the Most High?
I'm not sure if I think that's a possibility.
I'm just trying to pinpoint what you exactly believe because you're not saying it.
Khan, I asked that question a while ago. Thank you. Ring around.
I believe we are all. I was trying to make another.
No, see, that's a dance around. That's a dance
We are
around.
all vessels. We are all light. We are all of the same light, and we are just vessels
dancing.
and containers.
You see, I know what I'm dealing with. I'm not blind here. I'm not a fool. I know what I'm dealing with when I'm dealing with it.
And
that's why I asked the question.
I was raised to be Christian, and I was.
Yeah, that's why I stepped in like I did, because I've danced with people like this before.
What is people like this?
Whatever it is that you're perpetrating, I don't have a name for it.
I'm not trying to perpetrate anything. I see. This is why I was. It's not about me. It's about. And I don't disagree with things that you believe in, that you all are talking about. I'm not saying I disagree with that. I've just been familiar with so many more things, and every single thing has some type of taint of these perverted psychos from the past.
You're lost.
Okay.
And so I know.
Now, hold
What I
on,
know.
hold on, hold on,
When
hold
I
on,
explain
hold
the
on.
earn your cash of goods, there's when people go to the bank, they sign and co-sign and loans to create money or charge.
But isn't that a system that was created within the system?
I am saying that the original holistic system that you probably come from and are speaking about is like been taken, and then it was covered with this veil from these occult people, and they've been using it for their own benefit, and then they
Okay,
offer you their services.
okay, now there was a question that was put to you, and that was, do you believe that there are these ancient
I don't understand what you mean by
powers?
that because
Hold on, let me
yes,
finish.
go ahead. Okay.
Now, when he asked you that question concerning, these ancient secret powers and all this,
I don't know.
hold on, the very thing that came out of your mouth, the very first thing that came out of your mouth, and you may not even been conscious of what you said yourself. You said, I don't know, maybe.
Well, okay.
God.
The question that I understood was, do I think there was some type of ancient technology that is, if it was recreated, it would be more
No,
powerful
because it's
than the
greater
Most High?
Most High. Right. And you said, I don't
God.
know, maybe.
No, I don't. No, I said I
He
don't
was
think
trying to
that
say
would be
like he
possible.
doesn't.
I don't.
Yeah, he
I
doesn't
don't
think
want
that.
to offend you. If that's
But
what
but
you believe, I don't want to offend you. I
Well,
want. I just.
what he's trying to ask is like that he has studied a lot of things. But what he's trying to say is that a lot of things that he has studied, he wants to he's coming to us now to get further knowledge on how is it that this society itself has taken everything, because of how the occult has combined every type of religion, belief, so on and so forth into one,
May I ask a question?
like creating like a new world order. So
May I ask
Let
a
him ask his
question?
question.
When you
He
are
can
asked,
speak for
when you
himself.
say the Most High, are you referring to the Judeo-Christian Bible, the King James version kind of thing, and like a God? And so, are you asking me if I think that some evil people have there's some technology that could be created or recreated or that would be more powerful than God itself? And I would think
Okay.
no. I would think no for yeah.
That answer you gave, and Salaki, that answer you gave is correct, but you are confused. And I knew it from the moment I saw what you typed in that chat, in the
What am
live chat.
I? What does that
You're
mean?
confused.
I'm
Now,
confused by
the
that. Yes.
question, well, we're actually getting to the root of it. Whether or not you can follow it in everything that you know. There are those of us on this panel that actually know more about what is going on with you than perhaps you even know about yourself. In fact, I'm
Well, that's
confident
fine. That's fine.
truly know what you're dealing with. But what is the crux of everything is, what is your experience and connection with the occult? You said in the chat that you
Oh yeah. Well, that is just.
something
I have.
transparently.
I
Don't
grew
attempt
up.
to hurt,
I grew up.
sidestep, dance, or try to politic how you convey what you convey. Just be
These
truthful.
things.
Be honest. Be in the forefront. How did you obtain this information? Who did you go to, and why did you live the way you have been living for those many years with what you've known?
I am
Where did it
honored that
answer
you
the
would.
first question and then answer the second, which is where did it get you? So answer the first question. What is your experience with the occult? How did you learn about this esoteric information?
Okay.
Right, you have the
I was
floor. And
raised. I was raised, I suppose, Christian, and so I paid attention to who we'll call the master. Many different names. I just say the master instead of like Jesus or Yeshua because he didn't say his name. He didn't say Jesus. So I listened to that
Agent.
guy. I don't mean to be disrespectful, and he said things like, "Put." I don't know. This is the lesson that I got is. If there's like a demon or a devil or Satan or Lucifer, it walks behind you. Get behind me, right? I'm only interested in facts and truth. The occult stuff to me is just a curiosity, and I think that people that take it seriously are pretty sick. And
But you believe, yeah.
I only study it because, like, a philosophy, because I am actually a former soldier, but I studied martial arts and Budo and different cultures before I ever became a mercenary for hire, I guess you could say. And so I learned concepts about know thy enemy and stuff like that. So if there is a thing like that, I'm merely just trying to go to the edge of the abyss, but I know that the abyss is tricky. I know how this game is played, but I'm just trying to be an observer and to purify
Psyop,
everything. Neutral.
did you make it to special forces? Yes or no? Direct
Pardon me?
answer. Did you make it to special forces?
Well, I don't know about that. I finished in the top 15 of my platoon, I suppose.
But no, you have the distinction. Did you undergo special forces training? Did you make it into?
Not officially. Not officially.
Were you
I want
ever
a
a
sweatshirt from a guy in the air.
Why don't you tell us what you made it into?
Well, I
while
was
you're
just a
dancing?
guy in the army. Who, it doesn't really matter. I was just a grunt in the army.
No, no,
But
no,
there's
no.
one
Tell
thing I
me.
was
No.
also.
It matters because I'm curious. If you don't mind answering the question.
That is something that might be. I actually chose 3 different types of careers, but they ended up putting
Are you going
me
to tell me what you made it into within the
in
military?
administration. They put
I
me in
see you're not. Okay.
administration, and the root of that word actually to me means admin, which means to serve the moon, which reminds me of Sumerian priests who used to do calculations and try to. They created administration by serving the moon. So, like, the language has been
What type?
perverted.
Hold on. Okay, I'll say this. In what ways are you trying to communicate right now when you're dancing around the idea that maybe, you was in the top 15 or 50 of your platoon, and then you
What's
don't want
that?
to
I
say,
was just a guy in the army. I don't see what this thing has to do with anything. I was also a cook. I also worked in construction, and I poured concrete and did some basements and stuff like that in the past. These are all just things. But like I
but
said,
this is all arbitrary to what the question that was originally posed to you.
I did Tai Chi longer than I was in the army, so I don't know.
Being identified. You did. Being identified.
I'm sorry. I'm just a retired guy, and I got lots of time, so I study all kinds of things.
My eyebrow is raised at this guy.
Hey, I can't say anything.
I'm just
I
suggesting.
I like the
if I could
esoteric
say
stuff
one
too.
last thing. If I could say one last thing, I would just want to suggest that that some criminals are doing a giant money laundering kind of scam, and they're trying to pretend that they're mixed in with your government. It's almost like the movie like there with the Winter Soldier, not to be promoting things or something, but
What
with
do you
the
mean when
Hail
you say
Hydra,
your
it's like
government?
they've been there, they're in the route there, and you have to just, I don't know, they're using things like electrical paperwork. It's a paperwork mafia. I'm at a place right now as a motel, and there's individual rooms are being set up by social kind of mafia social workers. If you want me to be just street talking rude, and they do paperwork, and the fiat currency is created. So these people are like batteries in the matrix, and these are people that are homeless, or that they are heroin addicts or drug addicts or drunks or things like this. They're all being taken care of because of the pandemic. They're being paid for by the socialist kind of governments who are getting rich off of creating all this fiat currency and using this perverted occult system to create a system where they are creating a system of paperwork that creates a chargeback through, and then they're generating their own currency by creating a problem, reaction, solution kind of scenario. All of these things I've been paying attention to all these years. I can perceive it. I'm trying to learn how to communicate the words to share it.
What's amazing is the same thing. I think I was reading this in one of my books too, and they actually use like a formula, an electrical formula that's also written in the book. Behold the pale white horse.
I saw that from Silent Weapons and Quiet Wars, but that to me is offensive because the claim that's made there is that it's just a coincidence that it happens to be aligned with the current monetary system. No, they took it when they destroyed Africa, and they murdered Everyone. The guy who made the Pythagorean theorem took it from a dead Sumerian or Egyptian kid. That's how I
Yeah.
like to explain things. He didn't create it. Pythagoras didn't invent nothing or discover nothing. They stole it all.
Oh, so then you're actually on the right page. Then Doc talks a lot in depth about how they use people's labors to basically power their de
Yes.
facto, and they keep everybody distracted. You're in the right place, but you just you're
And the
gonna have
Romans
to.
came and took it from them.
Right. All these things are important, yes, but yet all of it still
I vote.
the creation.
So
Hold on, let me finish. Let me
yes,
finish.
I'm so
All these things that you're speaking about, yes, it very well may be true concerning all these things, but when you start talking about Pythagorean theorem and energy forces and all these things, I'm going to leave you with this. And Yahweh said, "Let there be light,"
yes.
and there was light.
Yeah.
Everything that you speak about comes after that. Period.
I don't think he's trying to. I don't think he's trying to argue that. He's trying to like put everything together, and
You see, yes, there's the thing.
Okay, let's do the 8. Haven't you been on this channel before?
Deprogrammed enlightener is a man that understands
No, I'm just asking you
intricacies.
a question. I said, listen now.
I'm a little
Haven't
bit of
you
a rough around
haven't
the
you been on this channel before? Yes or no?
I've been to the channel before. I've never
Yeah,
spoken
yeah.
on
Haven't
here.
you spoke? You know what I'm talking about. Haven't you spoke on this platform before?
I don't believe so. No.
Look, yeah. Look, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I just
I
said.
might have
Yeah,
tried to type in a
look,
chat or something one
look,
time,
look,
but I've never
look.
been on it.
You see what I'm
I hope
saying? My eyebrows raised.
I'm not wrong. Trust me. If that's what's up, because
What?
look, Most High sent me over here for a reason. I told you that, and I'm right, and I am right.
I've
Never did.
never been here talking to any of you before.
I remember. I remember you played the same musical chairs you're playing right now. Same dude. I'm sitting back on the ropes, and I remember you. And I remember a couple of things you did, and I remember
What?
enough to make a certain assessment. I'm gonna leave it at that because I know I'm.
I might
Con,
have
thing
shown
that
up to try and type in the chat before.
I had to speak on it, and I had to have this party join us in this chat because I knew something would come of it. Kahan Tazadak, are you still with us? Kahan.
Kahan Tazadak.
Yes, while he's waiting, Mikael.
All right, we deal with the obvious. We'll deal with the apparent obvious. And I asked you a couple of questions and see that plan. Like you don't get it, ain't gonna fly with me because I do remember you. You were on the channel.
I get you. I get it, Marty Mark.
Wait a minute, hold on, man. Hold up, man. Look, I'm just want to speak to this dude. I remember this dude, man. That's why I asked him, and then he started trying to play like he didn't remember and he didn't get it and start jockeying for position. I asked him, has he been on this platform? Or then he's all
What
over
does
the
that
place.
mean? Have I been
I'm only
on this?
look. You know
I've never
exactly
been
what
here
I meant.
before.
No,
I've never
then
been
you
here
start
before.
doing the same thing. Now you can play
He's
that.
using tactics right
Like
now.
you don't
See,
get it, but I remember,
Who's using
and
what
you
type of-
remember what happened last time you were on this channel because you were doing the exact same thing, and
Well,
a
what? I
couple of
don't know
things
what you're
came
talking about.
apparent.
So what are you talking
No,
about?
I know you don't. I know you don't. But you
What
know what?
does
I'm
this
just
mean?
telling you. I'm telling you
Okay.
that you come on here like you can come on here with a little nonsense and why don't you do this then, since you want to be so transparent, why don't you reveal yourself and come correct so we'll know that what's up with you, and we'll just feel all good about it. And that's how we get down. You have a problem with that?
Very strange. this is very strange right now.
Yeah,
Because
I feel
No, it's not
I've
strange at
never
all.
been on
I,
air before or on this platform or never
yeah, you
signed
want to
in
play
before. I might have
you know what?
visited the
You know what?
video or
I'll say
typed
this.
something in the chat.
I'll say this, right?
Why are we
I've been
discussing?
to like, if you don't mind, I've been to
such
so many different places, right? Like country wise, I can speak a few different languages, and I'm the type of person that really enjoys interacting with people. Like that's just something I'm gonna do. And I tell you what, I've been away for I don't know how long, and like there's not much that gets by me. If something goes off of like well, what I'm going on to detect what I detect is very precise. Like it's a honed thing, and I'm telling you that what I'm detecting off you is very suspect. And the
It's
fact that
very
he and the
how
fact
can
that he
you?
was sitting here, Marty Marr, and it came to him that he had to come off mute and say something about how he remembers what he remembers. Like it's more on the point. And then you got Mikael, he acknowledges it as well. We got Malik over here. He's trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm not giving you the benefit of the doubt.
What are you
I'm
talking
going to
about?
acknowledge it as I acknowledge.
I have no
See what
idea
I'm
what they're
saying?
talking about.
It's not necessarily benefit of the doubt. It's just
You're claiming I've
right,
been on
right
here
now,
before.
right now
I know
we're
what it feels like when somebody is playing a game and
You're saying I'm
dancing,
playing a
and
game.
because
But no,
What am
look,
I doing?
look, this guy, we had went through a couple of situations before.
What is
I'm not
going
gonna
on?
go back to. I'm telling you, man, this dude. That's how I know that he had been on this platform before, because he know what unfolded last time, and he's back doing something else because we did go through this before, and then it was a bigger little spiel than we having right now, and you know that. And you do know that that
This
was you,
is like
man. I
wild.
know that was you. I'm absolutely
This,
positive, and I
this
bet
is.
everything on it. I
I
sit
never
back
met
and
this guy
listen,
before in
man.
my life. Hey, how are you?
I'm sitting back
I
listening, man,
remember
and
you.
I be
What are you talking about?
I'm
Oh
not.
yeah, don't deny
Tell you
it.
something.
Like
Let me
what?
tell you, and there ain't no
This is
squares around here, man. Now look, you can pull that nonsense with me and start acting like I'm not being serious. I'm absolutely serious. Ain't no squares up in here,
about
man.
what?
Don't
About what?
don't come in here playing games with me. So if you want to do this, if you want to
Wow.
be like,
Okay.
okay,
Yeah.
improve me in game,
I don't know
look,
about that.
all I'm saying
Yeah.
is
Have a
look,
nice day.
listen,
Take care
come on
now.
and reveal yourself
Just
next time,
has
but don't come on like that. I'm telling you, man, what's up with that dude, man? It's the second time that dude came on here, and the same thing happened with him, but it was a little bit more chaotic. It's been a little while, but the same cat. That's why I asked him. You heard him say, "Yeah, I spoke first. He didn't want to say he
Yeah, I
was
heard it.
and exposed himself. He did say it, but he didn't want to say it. But it popped out his mouth because that is him. And we went through this before because he
You
was
know he's
talking.
squared in it. You know he's squared in a damn graham cracker. Miss Property, you got something? This is your first time on here. Come on in the room.
I'm just telling you the truth, man. But I'm gonna
You know what
fall
I mean?
back.
Like
Just
I
a mess.
know,
It was a
I
like
mess.
watch. I
it's
watch
not too
everybody.
often where I'm off
I
my
watch.
mark when it comes to that.
I
Now,
watch things.
I might,
Watch how people move and think.
if
It's
I
all
may,
good.
shall I?
Hey, do your thing. Do your thing, man. Go back.
Uh, what I sense here, and I've heard Kahan talk about this many times with certain people that comes into a room. Now, what I am getting from this whole thing, and the way and the demeanor that this fella comes into the room and presenting himself, a lot of the things that he found himself entangled with, maybe he don't really understand, but these things carry spirits with them. And this is what I'm sensing.
Hey,
That
this dude he got 86 out of here before. The con may
right.
not remember that dude, man. That dude was playing with us. He was playing with us before, man. And you know what? But it got a little bit more chaotic. That's how I knew when I asked him. He revealed it himself. That I wanted to make sure. Haven't you spoke on this? It was him, man. That's why I kept listening at him. I said, "That's that dude, man, that was playing games with us." You know. I
Right.
think that I thought he was 5 then. and I think he's 5-0 now. Now, do I know that? No, I don't know a damn thing. But I know one thing: that dude likes to play around. And you know, I'm just sitting back here doing what I do, just like Mikael do. I don't. If you're moving funny, I'm gonna just bring it up. You know, he had the right to say something, and I'd have dropped off and kept my mouth shut, man. But you know, as long as the con ain't got a problem with me saying something to that dude, I asked him just to pop up and reveal himself. Because the last time he was on here, he was doing something that I didn't like, and me and him was and other people had an exchange because he was acting real slippery, you know. And then he started acting in the knowledge, playing a lot of games, man, like he was playing with our minds, you know. And
That's what I
that's
felt he was doing. I felt he was just trying to stimulate conversations in all sorts of sporadic directions, and that
Right.
for me was a red alarm already. And
Con.
then whenever Mikhail had communicated with him and it went as it went, red flags went off for me on the level. So then I, formulated 3 questions to ask him, and you saw how he responded to those. And then I mean, I had already pinged the guy for what he was. If you ask me, there was no question, no doubt in my mind about it.
well, I mean, you know, look, you know, I come from the traffic, man. I used to be out the traffic. I ain't gonna pretend like I didn't be. I know when people is moving funny. Do I know that every single time? No. But if I give you a chance to engage with me and clear some things up. When we was in the street, you know, we used to clear up stuff from our real dudes, man, and we talk amongst men like men. You got some people that want to play games with you and put you in and be all comfortable with you and stuff. I don't like to just do all that, you know, because see, I'm gonna just keep it real with you. If I see people on the street and they just want to holler at me and start engaging in polemics and shit with me, you need permission to talk to me. Now, I don't know about you dudes, so you can't, but I like to know why you want to just start coming up and get at me like that. Now, that might sound funny to you dudes, but we live in a funny society with a bunch of funny ass people, you know? And I'm gonna tell you, when you start getting and thinking everybody's all cool in the gang, people usually want something from you, or it's about something, or they don't have time to just kick it with you in intermediately, indiscriminately, you know. But like I said, you know, we all do what we do. That's the same dude. I'm positive of that. Now, is he actually a 50 shot? Do I know that? No, I don't know a damn thing. But I know what he did last time, and he was playing a lot of games with us. And I don't particularly like to play games with people. Now, other than that, you know, I'm cool as a cucumber, and I'm laying back here doing what I do. So till I violate section code being out of line, I'm gonna go back to doing what I'm doing. It's all good.
Well, we all looking forward.
I don't need to be checked. If I nobody on this panel about me checking that motherfucker, I check his fucking ass because he know damn well I remember when I asked him was he on this platform. So you know,
Well, we all looking for the same thing, though, Marty. We want to expose that which is false. But I'm saying it from a standpoint too that even with the word says that we're to know them by the Spirit, and I know His Spirit is off. I see a adverse spirit to what we're looking to accomplish on this platform. That's all I'm saying is that he has a spirit that's off.
John, he's like he's drifting with the wind. And I
Yeah,
saw where
yeah,
he might be
yeah.
unsafe,
Can
and
I
he's
say this, man? You're giving you're giving a dead entity too much life here. You
Con.
keep speaking life into this entity that was just on the platform, so you're keeping it alive. Anytime we give anything attention, we're still giving it life. Just let it die, man. Let him go back to the valley of the dead and stay over there and just keep it moving, man. Stop giving that attention, man. He's not worthy of your energy. That's the waste of energy. He was on here. He came. moving a little funny sideways, moving like a serpent. As long as you keep your grass cut, you're gonna always see it. Just say what you got to say and keep it moving, man. Don't give him any more life, man. Just move on, man. That's how I see it, man. 'Cause we're giving him too much energy right now that he's not worthy of.
Khan. Can't.
agree.
I mean, there's really nothing more to say about that. That sums it up. I
Right.
just needed to know who he was and let that, whatever that is, come to the forefront. So your Most High made him bring that nonsense forward so we could all see what we needed to know.
It'll never last long around.
I was gonna block him off the channel so he can't, whatever he might be doing in the background, whoever he might be communicating with, whatever's going on with him, that can end. Because the enemy transforms himself into an angel of light. And he was saying we're all aligned. The spirit, my spirit didn't take to anything he was saying, to be honest. Even if he's using some things that may have some historical connection, I'm not bought easily by that. So I'm going to end on talking about this party and let's move on. Let's get back to the subject or, whatever the Most High has before we wrap it up. Because it is late on the East Coast. It is after 1 a.m.
Right. It's actually 1:21 a.m. You know, we gotta pay attention to how people conduct themselves, and looking at that entity that was on here, just the name itself, that's something that's designed to call attention to oneself. So these type of entities are generally attention whores, and so they would do anything that they can to grasp your attention. And so the more that we give these type of entities life, the more they're actually getting what they want, not necessarily something that they deserve. And remember, anyone that comes in the capacity of a debtor, they're always going to come with polemics. They're always going to come with the art of disputation. They create arguments, and any kind of attention that they get, be it positive or negative, is what they're longing for, is attention. It's an attention whore. Now, we don't even want to reference this entity's name anymore. We realize what it was. It's gone. Let's move on. Maybe if the right spirit move on that, it'll be edified. But from what I can see, this type is only cast out by fasting and prayer. So the only thing that thing could do is fast and prayer. And then maybe it'll come to a level of awareness of what we're saying. Because right now, if you look at what it's communicating in the room, it pretends not to even be aware of what's going on. See, that's what the devil does. The devil, he'll cause some sort of catastrophe and astonishment and then claim like, hey, I don't know what's going on. What are you talking about? We can't give that kind of thing entity, man. We have bigger veggies to fry. Well, for those of you that still eat fish to fry. So to the people in the room that's saying this is my first time coming into the channel, what is this channel about? Well, the topic was, will Trump be impeached? And was the assault or the siege on the Capitol building, was it justified, or was it riotous conditions, or were those people rebels? That's the content of the channel. When you come to this channel, the people in this channel are usually creditors, and you could actually determine a creditor by the way that he conducts himself. And one thing a creditor that does not engage into is polemics. It's the art of disputation. It's arguing with someone. The very moment that a debtor
Wait a
wants to
minute.
engage into an
Wait a
argument,
minute. Wait a
the
minute.
creditor
I know,
goes
but you're
silent.
not talking about me because look, you argue with a lot of people on this channel. So I do remember that dude. Now, if you
Salaki Martin,
We're still going on. We're still
do
going
that
on.
thing that's towards
Wrong
me,
track.
I'm not sure what that's about.
Salaki Marty, that's not you. And please, the Kahan was speaking, man.
Hey, look, I'm talking to the Khan. I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, but that's out of pocket though. Salaki, Elder Marty Mar, Salaki.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I don't know where Marty applied that to himself. What I'm talking about is the foreigner that came on here. Now, look, you see what happens when you give attention to some entity that doesn't deserve it.
Jump
It
from one to another.
right. This is what this is the entire plan of the devil is to cause confusion in the body. You see that? Now he's accomplished his will. Now he could just sit back with a smile and say, "Wow, I've done my job. Let me go and confuse others." Um, yeah, man, we can't give these type of entities attention, man. I mean, we just can't. I don't even want to use the name, man. This is why when some people come, up against me, I don't even reference their name, because to reference their name would to give them the attention that they're seeking. They're attention seeking whores, and they would do anything to get that attention because they want to be famous. These are the things that most people in this world strive for: is a fiat currency, notoriety, or fame. They would do damn anything to get it. I mean, if you look at the name of the entity that came on, it kind of speaks for itself. So why would
Con,
we give that any kind of attention, man? Just keep it moving, man. Just stay on topic of what we was actually discussing and stop allowing these lower level of vibrations to try and bring you down to its level, because that's what's going on, man.
Con, Con. I'm I'm so glad, Con, you were able to speak on that the way you have, because there's really nothing left, no other angle for that spirit to come in, because that's the nature of the system and everything we're fighting for. The people think it's gonna be as clear as black and white, but you have to be spiritually in the right place. You gotta have the armor of the most high on too. You have to have your mind prepared, because you've seen it with the Patriots. I mean, even the enemy was moving in the midst of them in Washington D.C., Washington D.C. And this is the game they're playing. If they can't get you from the other side, they come in and they come into your house to cause discord. The enemy always goes into the churches. The enemy always comes on this platform to speak his ways and things and cause dissension and confusion. You've seen what happened with Elder Marty. Might be tired. I take it as that, but you know, it just goes from it's insidious. So we really need to pull away from all of that and allow the Most High to have all of us, our whole being, so that we could see these spiritual implications of what we engage in and what we entertain. And I read that loud and clear, Kahan. I see that. Roger that. That's a definite affirmative. And I don't want my time wasted on anything that is not productive toward ends of establishing the Most High Yahweh and His ways on this earth, and especially letting them be self-evident in my own life, as I'm changing for the better and moving forward from the circumstances by which the enemy sought to befall me or to beset me. So I just wanted to close on my end with that, and I'm gonna go mute again.
Yeah, this is why we're warned with the scriptures that the devil is a roaring lion, seeing who could actually seek. And so if we're coming together, if we coalesce in uniformity, and someone could come along like this and cause the disruption that just occurred, and then Marty think we're talking about him, the enemy has already accomplished his will. He's caused a division in the body. He's caused what he was initially coming on here for: attention, and to actually cause a disruption in a righteous body. People have to be stronger than that, man. You have to be so compact that you would know that he couldn't actually mean that about me. And this is why I keep reiterating all night, hey, let's stay on topic. Let's stay on topic. And when someone comes on like that and they go off topic, we have to immediately eliminate them from the forum so the subject matter won't keep getting diverted. When these people come on here and they start speaking, we on here, we're speaking the Ibrit. They come on here and they start speaking Greek. We got to say, well, you got to go because you're going off topic. That way, we keep it solid foundation and everything stays in harmony, because a creditor is always operating in harmony. These debtors keep coming in and they always want to divert to a different topic. And then when they cause a confusion, they act as if they don't know what's going on. It's kind of the same game that the Democrats are playing right now. They see what's going on, and when they cause people to rebel against oppression, they're saying, hey, what's going on? These guys are rioters. They're not rioters. They're rebels. They're rebelling against oppression. But they act as if they don't know what's going on, and then they paint this imagery into the minds of the masses that, hey, these people are violating. These people are rioters. These people are violent. Never mind all the times that these people try to suggest to them, hey, well, we need to do this. We need to do that. We need a regress. That all fell on deaf ears. So when you finally get their attention, they said, hey, well, that's not the way to do it. You got to do a regress. Well, we've been asking for a regress for years, and it's falling on deaf ears. You acquiesce. Acquiesce is agreement that the only thing left is rebellion. A rebellion is a righteous act, man, because one is actually tired of being oppressed. But that's not what they call it when you start rebelling. They started calling it riotous. See, this is what scienters do. These people are scienters, and this is how scienters move. And sadly enough, most people probably have no clue what I think, what I'm saying when I say they're scienters. You're probably thinking of science, but that's not what a scienter or. I challenge any of you to go and define the word scienter, and you will understand what's going on. That's what this entity came on here. He was operating from that vibration of a scienter. They cause division. They cause you to drop to a lower level of vibration, and then they get back, and then they watch you argue amongst each other. This is how so few has been able to control so many for so long. They divide you. They divide you. You disagree. You argue. Boom. And there goes the neighborhood. Then they sit back and then they enjoy the performance. Same thing that happened last Wednesday. Same thing that just took place right now. We got to be wiser than this, folks. We got to be wiser than this. We got to come together and know, because if the enemy could come in like that and cause confusion amongst righteous brothers, then we don't stand a chance, man. You got to know when people are saying, yeah, I'm going to ride with you until the wheels fall off. And then an enemy could come and he cause some sort of discord like that. Are you really sincere in your words? We can't allow people to come between us like that or cause any kind of discord. When you say you're going to ride or die, you got to really mean that from your heart, which is your mind. So you got to be conscious of that the enemy's always at work trying to divide us. You know what I'm talking about, Raymond? That's the only way that the enemy can continue to stand.
Time. That was actually my whole reason for saying what I said concerning the matter, and nothing more, that we must know the spirit by the spirit. And when things reveal itself, such as that, you got to know what spirit that is and cut it off.
Right. That was the point of my question, was to that entity, was what's the point of bringing up all these other esoteric things? Yeah, we get all that, but what are you really about? What are you about? We understand what you know and stuff, but what are you about? What is your point being here on the Channel 4? That's what I was trying to get across, but I don't think I really elaborated that well. But what is your point on being here? Because I could already smell the confusion off my phone. It was kind of just, what is this dude even doing here for?
Yeah,
Carl, Yeah. What I'm saying though, Benaya, with all the people that I have here as moderators, but when someone comes in a room like that, someone should take the initiative and say, okay, listen, see, you first, just like the scriptures say, you first have to warn your brother. Okay, listen, guy, you're going off topic. This is the topic. What is your point of being here? What is your purpose? You give him the warning. He doesn't heed the warning. Then he goes. It's simple as that. You dismiss him from the platform. That's it. That's how we have to deal with these spirits. Otherwise, look how Marty left, and I don't know why Marty thought that I was talking to him. I was talking about the entity, but I don't want to use that name anymore because I don't want to give it energy. I don't want to give it any more attention than it's already stolen from this platform.
Right. Con.
See, we got to be able to read between the lines and discern what's going on. Why would I be talking about Marty? I was talking about it, and it is a thing. It's a rest.
It's crazy, but like you said, it's just that was his whole plan.
Yep.
That was the whole plan. It was because as soon as it is what it is. It's over with. But you could tell it from the beginning. As soon as the entity came on, a bunch of nonsense. Now he got Marty done fell off the whole channel. It's crazy. You could just tell, just the way you even come on the platform. Because usually a real genuine person who really wants to have a discussion and learn, at least will show their face once. That's a sign right there. I mean, off rip, but it's over with, done with now.
Yeah, it's it's dead, man. We gotta we gotta stay on topic, man, and focus on the things that really warrant our attention, and that was not one of them. What's going on now is more important. Like, what's going to happen in your state? Is there going to be a insurrection in your state? Will your state be next? Will your town be next? Are they really enforcing the Insurrection Act again? Will the Insurrection Act be used to? Because I'm gonna tell you now, where guys are on here paying attention to these type of entities in the background, that the de facto is using social media to silence people. And what I mean by that, there's enough discriminative statues on social media, but they're talking about heightening that. So because right now, social media is one of the quickest ways to get your word out there. And so they realized that because you could use social media to actually incite, not excite, but incite people to coalesce together and form alliance to rebel against oppression. And they're coming to this reality that, damn, these people are using social media to tap with similar minds around the world. So we have to eliminate these platforms. So now they've designed trigger words, and the least thing that you say, especially after Wednesday, your account will be gone forever. And they will track your MAC address, IP address, and any other thing that you're doing. Because let me tell you something. Jiggle owns BooTube, and they also own Sandjoy. All of these are owned by Google. And so they monitor everywhere you are. They know where you are when you go, when you travel. Because they have the platform that you're on. They know who you're interacting with. Because if you have a Droid phone and you have a Google account, and again, Google owns BooTube, then they're tracking your every movement. This is why when you want to shop for something, they already know what to put out there because they're monitoring your every move. So we got to begin to move a little more strategically and not allow these deterrents that is sent, that's intentionally sent to distract us and cause the division. Because if that's all it takes, man, we're losing, man. We're not winning. Because right now, from what I saw, we just took a L and they got one up on us.
Khan, I know you're right, Khan, because a perfect example, me and my rib, we were sitting here uh, in our in the living room, and we were discussing some things concerning our animal, our dog. And lo and behold, within 5 minutes, a commercial for dog food comes up on the TV 2, 3 different times.
Hey, I got a preset for the congregation.
Oh, but there was one other thing. I saw somebody post something in the chat too before saying that the Insurrection Act had been instituted. I tried to go back and find that to see who that was to ask them, was there some information that they had gotten that we didn't know about? Because it seems like they were making a statement that the Insurrection Act had been instituted. So I was trying to find that to question them concerning, how they come about that information.
This is the book of Matthew, chapter 10, verse 16. Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves.
Okay. Might want to take heed to that. But the Insurrection Act has been instituted since March the 3rd, 1807. That was put intact by the 9th United States Congress. So it's already there on their books. It's usually enforced by the commander-in-chief. So these people that keep talking about the Insurrection Act, it's clear that these people don't clearly understand law. This is why we can't listen to the babbling. We can't listen to the Nimrodism because that's confusion. So the only one that could actually really enforce the Insurrection Act is the commander-in-chief. And right now, like it or not, Trump is still the commander-in-chief. So what are they saying that Trump is going to enforce the Insurrection Act for? Is it not more likely that Sleeping Joe would be the one that want to enforce the Insurrection Act against the people that's rising up? So when these people are talking, they're just talking out of the side of their necks. They just repeating something that they heard, and it doesn't really have any validity. And half of them, when they listen to something, as I was going over earlier, they don't comprehend what they're listening to. They hear something, they think they're hearing a thing, but, because of the scientists, they're not actually hearing what they think they hear.
Con.
That's what it is, man. Yeah, Stefan, they're talking about not letting that come out because of what happened Wednesday. That alternative. But I'm telling you, man, all of these platforms, they're designed to monitor us. They know who you are associating with. They know where you're going, when you're there, what type of food you like to eat. It's all monitored. You have a Droid phone, it's being monitored. You have Google, it's being monitored. That's what's going on, man. They made your lives very transparent. So the last thing we need is one of these agents to come along like that and divide the whole assembly, and then cause what we saw, the elder Marty leaving in discontent. We should never allow them to get us to that point. We got to be better than that. We got to be bigger than that.
Well, from what they're saying in the chat, hey, Parler will be shut down come Monday. Like, basically, like, they want to take out Parler because
So that's where, I am on the thing, man. Sit back and listen to this. And we keep allowing these people to take us off course, man. Believe it or not, man, anyone that's here speaking something positive, you're speaking life. You're speaking life. But when you allow the enemy comes along and starts speaking death, then he's taking you off of your purpose. We got to stay on our center, man. We got to stop allowing things to distract us and be aware of our surroundings. And so this is why I emphasized earlier, man, this is a spiritual warfare. This is spirit. And we got to be able to discern when an unclean spirit is trying to come in and mingle amongst us. Because we don't need any more tears amongst us. There's enough tears in the midst of us now. It's hard to discern who's who. And T-Doc should realize that more than anyone. There's a lot of people, I'm down. Yeah, I'm going to sign this. I'm going to sign this oath. And then they betray you. Then they just mysteriously disappear out of nowhere. So there's already plenty of tears amongst us. But where are they when they go down? They're nowhere to be found. They're in the back. They're in the closet. They're in the salon. So we got to look out for these type of things, man. We got to stay in the spirit. There's always going to be these entities, man, that come in and they're going to claim to be for you. But that thing that was here earlier, someone should have caught that earlier. And if you guys saw that, you should have just got them out of here. Just about everyone on the platform now has that capacity to kick them out because there's so many moderators here. And this is why I made so many people moderators, because when one is not present, the other one could take care of that. You use your judgment on that. You know when something's not right. If you're moving in the right spirit, and get it the hell up out of here before it accomplishes will, which is the division. And it did that. Look how the brother, the elder Marty, left up out of here, man. We can't allow things like that to happen between us, man. So we got to know, man. It's kind of like, look at this morning when I was texting in the group text, the sister, Whitfield. She said, "Oh yeah, I don't think Tyler Doc likes me. He always kicks me out of the room." It's ironic that she never heard me say each and every time that she came on. I would always say, you have a lot of background noise. There's a lot of background noise. Mute yourself. Never mind.
Con, I know.
Tyler Doc doesn't like me. He's always kicking me out. But I said that every single time she came in. See, people is always looking for an out. They never want to look at themselves. And if you notice, Benaiah, she didn't come on here tonight. This is the first time that we done this that she didn't come on.
She would come on always, but she would have that background noise like crazy.
Right.
Just like turn that. Nobody. It's not like we don't want you on. Just fix your audio.
That's all it is. Because it's crazy that she would suggest that, because she wouldn't be able to get in. And look how contradictory this is. She wouldn't be able to get in unless I allowed her in. Even when people come into the back door, I still had to allow them in the room.
Right.
So what happens when I allow her in and unmute her, it's all the static and background noise. And I said that every time, but all of that fell on deaf ears. Maybe it's because of the noise. She probably couldn't even hear it. But she took it personally.
Yeah.
And this is the same thing that just transpired with the elder Marty. I wasn't even relating to him. I was relating to the enemy. I was talking everything I was stating, I was relating it to the enemy. So, you know, we just got to pay more attention, man.
I don't know if he just took it as trying to talk to him. I think he just went way overboard. But that's what Hashaitan does. Like you said, it's just confusing. Just confuse the whole body.
Yeah, I think that too. There's some validity, like you, Kahan was saying too. These spirits, they move about, and if you're not careful and you're not girded up, they can jump from one to another.
Right.
A lot of times, these cats that come on here, that's what they're looking for to happen.
You see, they try to attack me like that all of the time, Raymond. This is why I always study them before I respond. And I'd be like, okay, this guy's coming with demons. So I'm going to stop in my head. Sometimes they want to come on and show you how intelligent they are. Sometimes they want to come on and they want to promote their brand. They want to steal the energy from overhead and they want people to follow them. That's their intent. And so you got to be able to read these spirits out. Like this spirit right here has ill intent. So this is how I'm going to deal with him. We got to be looking for stuff like that, man.
Khan, again, that's why I said what I said. We must know the spirit by the spirit. So when we see things, we don't feed it.
And try the spirit. Try the spirit.
Hey, Raymond, Elder Raymond, can you put a message on the YouTube chat room so I can make you a moderator, or over there also? Just put a text message or something there. I don't see any messages or anything from you there. I just need Malachi moderator, so that way when these kind of spirits pop up, there's no excuse. If Mikael's on here talking and my rib is not on, there's always someone there that could eliminate these kind of entities, man.
Khan, is that
Steph Mom?
Chat?
On the YouTube chat. You could just put shalom or anything there. You see that right by
comment section, right?
What was that?
That's not the comment section?
No, I don't mean on StreamYard. I mean on YouTube itself, in the YouTube room.
Oh, I got out of that because when I have that open at the same time as StreamYard, it gives a lot of
yeah, I mean you could just put shalom in there real quick. You see, when you look at Mikael on YouTube, you see how that wrench is by his name? That means he's a moderator.
Okay.
If you Malachi, you still on here?
Con, I'm still here.
Yeah. If you look at your name now, Malachi, if you refresh your page, you will see I just made you a moderator. That way, you know, you could there's always someone that'll be on that would deal, because lots of times when I'm talking, I don't monitor what's going on in the chat room. And these people put all kind of crazy things in the chat room. Malachi just fell out. They said, that's what it is, man. That should have never happened, man. That should never happen, man.
I thought you were talking about refreshing this page. That was a little slow mo.
No. I just meant on YouTube. But anyways, if you put a text in the YouTube now, you'll see that you're a moderator. Look over there now. See, you're a moderator. Now Raymond is also now. So I mean, there's no excuse for people like that to come on anymore. If you see someone saying something that they shouldn't be saying, or texting something they shouldn't be texting, just give them a warning. They don't heed the warning, just simply remove them. It's really that simple. Just get them out of here. We don't have to deal with entities like that. You see what I'm talking about, Malachi? You see how you're showing up on the thing now with a wrench by your name?
I see it. I was just going to put the precept of Matthew chapter 5, verse 25. Agree with thy adversary quickly while those without are in the way with him. Like I wasn't going to, give him the quote unquote benefit of the doubt or anything like that. I was actually like, I was in agreement that he was off or that, that entity was off with like their beliefs, but he did start to talk about the commerce, and he did like say something of value. He was actually waiting for you, Tazadak, but whatever question he had, that's like long gone now. I just didn't want to argue with him or anything like that because I didn't know who else was watching. So I was just like, I didn't want to argue like beliefs with him and everything. I kind of wanted to just stay on the topic of like the actual video, or the whole like we having a common enemy. So I kind of like just discerned like whatever his beliefs were. I just discerned it. I just ignored it.
Right, but you don't necessarily have to argue with them because we, as creditors, don't argue. But the one thing that we cannot allow is for these other opposing forces to come over here and take charge of this platform and cause confusion on the platform. You see what happened with the Elder Marty.
Yeah, like I really strongly felt the only thing he was trying to do whenever he brought up the, intellectual points of interest around commerce or whatnot, he was just trying to bait you into his world. That's all he was trying to do. He was just trying to bait you into his world so that he could then play with you and engage in an exchange with you that really wasn't going to go anywhere. So that's why I had to call him out like I called him out, and I wasn't giving him any type of leeway with that because I know what that is.
You're exactly right. That's exactly what he was doing. You're exactly right. I never saw the wrench come in there by my name in the YouTube chat. Kahan.
Your name should be blue, or just try to comment again. Might pop up, and you'll see a little wrench on the left hand side.
Well, he's a moderator. He just needs to refresh his screen. I made him a moderator.
Right.
If he refreshes his screen, he'll show up in blue with the wrench by his name.
Okay, I got it.
Right. Go on.
And I noticed y'all are talking about. I noticed you guys are talking about Parlor, and as far as Parlor goes, I'll say this. Um, Basically, Parlor, the way that like from where I'm looking at it, the way that the enemy is looking at Parlor, they're looking at Parlor as being one of the main tools that allowed so many patriots to assemble on the 6th because a lot of people weren't communicating on the mainstream social media sites, so they used Parlor. And with that, Parler is under attack like it is with basically Facebook and Twitter coming out and saying that they should moderate, and then Apple and Google coming out and saying if you don't moderate, then we're going to basically remove you from our app store, and then they removed it from the app store, and then Amazon basically came out and did the final thing, which makes it where Parler is going to be offline by Monday, and that's when Amazon came out and basically removed Parler from the servers that they needed to operate in order to maintain their network. So that's why Parler is going down. A lot of people moved over to a place called Gab.com, but guarantee they're going to attack that too because it needs to be understood not just what's happening, but the message that they're sending across. They're sending you across the message that number one, you're going to be regulated. Number two, if you're trying to run away from our regulations to another platform, we're going to go get that and regulate it. And if it doesn't want to play ball, we're just going to smash it. So you're just going to have to deal with us regardless. And that's basically what they're trying to put the message out there that they're going to control what you do when it comes to how you interact socially online.
Well, what
But not
about
just that.
What about BitChute? I've heard some people speak about BitChute.
I have a BitChute. I have a BitChute account. I have a Gab account. BitChute is good, but BitChute is compromised as well.
I was just looking at that today. I didn't know
Yeah.
they were would be compromised like that so quickly because BitChute is relatively not as
Yeah, it's
popular to
been
compare.
compromised.
Wow.
So I mean, that's just the thing. I mean, it's just gonna be like that. Ideally, the greatest thing, like Mikhail said it earlier, and, I don't know if too many people know about this, but they should. Trump is attempting to put together, a national media or situation, but I mean, that should have been done. I mean, to be trying to do it at this point, maybe it'll come to fruition, but it's not something anybody should be holding their breath for. They should always, get right with God before anything. I mean, when it
Hey,
comes to how to
Salakia,
communicate,
Claw, you saying that the election was a fraud. You want to come on the platform and give some validity to your allegation? Do you have, because this is a creditor's channel, do you have any kind of validity behind what you're stating? Could you come on and provide some concrete evidence that the election was a fraud? Because we don't like allegations over here. We like to deal with truths from facts. This is truth at the lies. And so over here, we want the unadulterated truth. Let's not make allegations that can't be supported. You're welcome to come to the platform, Claw. I'm going to post the link on the room right now, and you could come on in and give some validity and show us from your perspective how the election was a fraud. I yield.
well, it'd be interesting what perspective. I mean, to see what perspective they're coming with on that. But as far as social media outlets, I really completely believe that. I mean, really, unless let's say people organize to the extent to where they're going to be able to manifest something that's like the equivalent of, well, you know what? It's not even possible. I mean, you have to ask yourself this type of question: how are you going to create anything that is going to be able to withstand what they're going to be able to do to it? Because guaranteed, if anybody, patriots, people who want to say the republic, rebels, whatever, if anything is created so that the people can communicate in a time where the enemy wants to control communications, because that is
Claw, you made a statement. Come in the room and justify your statement. Come in the room and justify your statement, Claw. The link is in the room. You come on this channel, you make statements like that. You need to offer some sort of validity. Otherwise, you're spreading allegations or heresies. And we don't want damnable heresies on this channel. So it doesn't matter whether you're independent or not. When you come in the room and you make an accusatory statement like that, you should be able to offer some sort of supporting evidence. So come on in the room, Claw.
Yeah, ring around truth. Yeah, I believe it'd be possible, but like you
oh
said,
yeah,
it's doing that securely. It's the
yeah, but
because the
anything,
people
even if,
there's the minds to do that. I've been looking
yeah,
into that, but it would be the
they're
secure part.
going
That's
to
what
attack it. You know
right.
what I'm saying? That's the thing. Anything you create, you have to have the idea at mind that, okay, we're going to create this, but we're going to have this lined up and that lined up ready to go as well, because they're going to attack that, and we need to have other things ready to roll out for whenever they attack the initial thing that we bring out. So, I mean, we need to be thinking into the future in multiple aspects, a multi-dimensional facet, so that we can properly.
Must have fell out.
That brother ring around the Truth Media should consider joining T-Dot and becoming a part of the greater solution and just really allowing the Most High to fellowship. I would like to see him make that commitment because he is of our spirit, and I hear it, and I don't find that I have a disharmony with what he shares.
But we need to stay on topic here. I just remove him because again, now he's talking about we got to stay on topic. I just gave a soliloquy on that. I try to redirect the topic to what Claw was saying when he came into the room because what he was talking about was in reference to the subject matter. We got to stay on topic. We got to stop diverting away. And this is not even the appropriate forum to discuss which type of platform that we're going to be using. Will we really want to discuss our plans before the enemy? We'd want to do that somewhere on pretty good privacy or something of that nature, not allowing the enemy knows where we're going to move, what time we're going to do it, and so on and so forth. We really got to stay on topic, folks. I cannot overemphasize that, man. We got to stay on topic on the subject matter, man. We got to have some order here, man. There has to be order. And
I was off track.
Until people get that, Mikael, I'm going to keep kicking them out of the room, man. That's the only way to get folks' attention. They don't understand talking. The only thing they understand is, okay, you got to get up out of here, man. Now, Claw is changing it. You see what I'm saying? You see the type of energy he put out there? Then he comes back. I was kidding. I don't think the election was a fraud. This is, the Claw, maybe you need to go and try up for a stand-up philosopher, which is a comedian, right? This is not the appropriate platform for this. If you mistakenly mistake this for a comedian platform where one portrays theatrics, then you're on the wrong platform. This is real life stuff here, man. People are dying. 5 people died in reference to what occurred last Wednesday in the Capitol building. Yet you come on here portraying theatrics. This is what I'm talking about. This is where we got to check these people. We don't have time for this nonsense.
Khan Salaki, Khan, I stand corrected. I was just buying into some of what was being said. I just let it slip past me the implications of what was being discussed. And these are the hours. It's very important that we have strength because when Yahweh Hamashiach was saying in the garden on the Mount of Olives, he was asking the disciples to stay up and pray and not fall asleep. The enemies did what they did, the most dastardly deed Congress and Senate did in the wee hours of the night around this hour. And they were plunging the country under cover of darkness into the depths of hell, attempting to subvert it and take it when the night watchman was not watching and was not vigilant. This is when the enemy struck, and this is where we're at with this. So this is very important because though we on the East Coast we're approaching 2:30, this is important for other parts of the country for people who are 3 hours behind to have an opportunity to chime in and get what they need to as well. So yes, Kahan, I stand corrected. Hopefully he will fall in line, heed the word, and come around.
Oh, good.
You know how I know the dialogue is not going how it should be? When I started talking again, and I looked in the room, and Miss Property say, "What is this channel about? This is my first time being here. What's going on here?" Because everyone was off topic. If people was staying on the subject matter, see, I put a title on the videos for a reason because these are the topics that we should actually be discussing. But when we veer off topic, There's several people saying, what kind of channel is this? What's going on here? Because the only thing they hear is an argument. They hear an argument where we're engaged with someone we shouldn't even be engaged with. And so it's kind of defeating the whole purpose of the message. That this channel right here is to dispatch the truth. This channel is a venue for people to come over here and hear the truth and speak the truth. And so anyone in opposition to the truth doesn't belong over here, but we cannot allow them to divert us as they continuously doing. But we ourselves have to be able to stay on topic. I know people want to say, what's coming up in their emotions and feelings and all of that. But believe it or not, if you're on this platform, the Most High is using you for a noble purpose, and you have to stay on purpose. Like, you got to ask yourself, what is your purpose here? This is not we shouldn't be on here discussing about on which platform we're going to use and all of that. You do that in privacy. You do that in private. Right now, we got a message that needs to be going out. And like Mikael keeps saying, it's after 2 a.m. over here for me, man. So everything that's coming out needs to be something that's relevant and something that's going to actually produce some sort of change. We don't have time to be wasting time. We don't have time for that, man. We have to stay on center. And as he's stating, now we have an opportunity to reach people in different regions of the country. We have the opportunity to reach people that's on the West Coast, because while we're getting sleepy, these people, it's pretty early over there. They're 3 hours behind. So if we're staying on topic, they get to hear what we was talking about earlier that they may have missed. So we just got to stay on topic, folks.
Khan. This situation that unfolded does have an answer, and the people hopefully they won't be so foolish as to trying the same method where they just meet these agents of the de facto in uniform, pushing them away and tort between them and parties that have nothing to do with the actual issues at hand. Everything that we're dealing with is paperwork as patriots. They're putting what they want to put on paper and then making us have to deal with the fallout. But it's all paper. It's all words they're using. They're going before the public in the public venue on these platforms, and then they're putting paperwork behind it. So we need to realize that this is our platform, one of them, to speak, get it out there, and then put the paperwork in. And how do we do that? We have to secure our position. We have to know that our house is strong. And how we make our house strong is using the right knowledge. The means that go with the right knowledge are the processes. And Kahan Tazadak teaches that. So that we could actually just something strange happened. I thought I lost the platform. But so that we can actually be effective.
That was Benaiah that fell out.
And then
he had some weird sound in his background.
Okay, my screen went black too, but that was just my phone on screensaver. But this is something that we need to do. We have to secure our back so that we can attack from the front. And we don't have to, if your paperwork is strong and you know what you know, they can't make you. And if they put their hands on you or threaten you with, they're physically present in front of you and, they try to, do something to you, you have a right to defend yourself. That's just a divine, unalienable right that you have to secure your body and your person. And also, if the country or those who are elected responsible for, taking care of the needs of the people, derelict their duty, you have a right to eject them as well. All of them can be fired. They're all servants. That's what they're supposed to be. The servant is not greater than the master. That's just not how it works. And their fundamental principles that they have to answer to in natural law. And for them, they are under the law of karma. So anything they do that they know they shouldn't do, and you don't agree with it, you don't give consent, they have to answer for that spiritually. And you have to comprehend out there, people, that these entities that are in these business suits and whatnot, and pantsuits, and dictating this and dictating that, and voting on this and voting, they're serving something, an agenda. They're referring to the Congressional Hall as a temple. Speaker Pelosi saying she's undergone the ceremony and ritual of her being re-elected as a Speaker of the House. I mean, they're using the words right in front of you, so you need to be aware. You need to take into account what you want to accomplish in your own life, and look at the barriers, look at the obstacles, and then weigh out the solution. If these well-to-do, well-meaning patriots, went in full force to show themselves at these locations where these people are supposed to congregate and make legislation happen, and it was ineffective, they were only injured, and damage to their property by these de facto agents, then clearly another means needs to be employed. And I said this a few hours earlier. I mean, there are much better places, and times to meet with people that you don't like. You don't have to do things, in a conspicuous way. Things can be private. You can engage with parties privately. So I just wanted to kind of help guide people to solutions. That's what we're about. Truth and solutions go together, because problem begins in some form of error, or an issue that is begging correction, so it can have a beneficial end. The means are justified by the ends. So we just have to get into the mindset of being on one accord, one purpose, one plan, and the willpower to execute it to the letter and properly. And everyone likes to use a trite expression: the pen is mightier than the sword. Well, is it? The patriots should know that the pen is mightier than the sword. So you're always supposed to put something, lay down the foundation in paperwork first before you act.
I want to take about 10 or 11 minutes of you guys' time, and I want you to observe the mind of a true revolutionary, because I think a lot of people you have it twisted. I want you to listen to this real quick, man.
Black, it's just a continuation of the same thing we've been going through on the street.
George Jackson was born in Chicago in 1941, one of 5 children in a poor working-class family. His mother, Georgia, was afraid of what the streets could do to him.
She wouldn't let him go out and play. She kept him up on the roof. She wouldn't let him go out because she didn't want him to get in trouble.
I used to tell them that they were black, and in order to achieve, they'd have to be twice as good as white. I said, if you're twice as good as a white in school, then maybe you'll make something. Yes, that's what I used to tell them. It was the truth. So why hide it from them?
As a young boy at Catholic school, Jackson experienced racism. The playground was for white kids only. Growing up in the projects, he became involved in petty crime, fighting, stealing.
At age 15, his parents moved to LA and they settled in the Watts district, where he began to be involved in a little bit more serious crime, stealing a motorbike, breaking and entering. In 1958, he was convicted of a store.
To those of you that's not familiar with George Jackson, He got a 1 to life on a $70 petty crime. He got 1 to life. Now, most people will go in and do that year and they will be set free. George Jackson had already done up to 10 years on a 1 to life. On a 1 to life, they would generally allow people to go. But certain minds, the powers that be, they realize that these kind of minds are unusual and they have the capacity to unite others and lead others. George Jackson was such a mind. If you never read the Soledad Brothers, if you never heard of the Soledad Brothers, you need to educate yourselves, because men like this cannot be written out of the annals of histories, because men like this is what changes systems. Let's continue to listen a little more. Maybe this will get your attention in the right place where it should be.
Floor burglary and sent to CYA, California Youth Authority camp for several months. He escaped, fled back to Chicago, was involved in a knifing, came back to California in chains.
After spending time locked up in the California Youth Authority, Jackson graduated to state prison when he pled guilty to the robbery of a Bakersfield gas station. It was 1961. Jackson was 19 years old, and he received the indeterminate sentence of 1 year to life.
Well, I was incarcerated under a 1 to life. A term they called for 1 to life, where I could have done 1 year and been released. I've done 10. That's more time than anybody in the state has ever done on a 1 to life.
According to fellow inmate James Carr, when the two became leaders of a gang known as the Wolf Pack, much of her time was spent in the usual convict hustles: gambling, booze, sex, blackmail.
He knew how to play the game. He was a tough guy. He studied martial arts. He was, strong, very muscular, very smart, very cunning guy.
Good behavior dictated Jackson's chance for parole. It became non-existent. Prison records indicate that he received over 40 disciplinary actions. Jackson spent 7 years in solitary.
He was a big guy. He was a tough guy. He was a predator when he was in the general population. He was a predator of other inmates. He just abused people.
He became a professional prisoner, a real dyed-in-the-wool convict.
And then he started reading revolutionary theory. Then he started reading Marx and Lenin.
These are the imageries that the system will paint of you. The fact of the matter is that this brother right here had one of the most brilliant minds of all time. If you read some of his writings, the man's mind and writing style was impeccable. It was impeccable. But they're not giving him the true glory that he deserved. He was a true revolutionary. He fought against oppressive systems. And he literally had a mass following. This man was a leader. And he done this. This man was pretty much institutionalized most of his life. Most of his short life, should I say. His short life. Because at age 29, they took his life. He was murdered behind prison walls.
And then Mao. And he wrote, I read Marx and Lenin and Mao, and they redeemed me. All of a sudden, he had a context for his anger. He realized, why he was there, why people of his race, of his working class background, why they were in prison in disproportionate numbers. And that was the appeal of George Jackson. He represented in the highest way the injustice of the system and the cruelty and the institutionalized racism of the system.
Coming up on Day of the Gun, inmate killings at Soledad Prison begins a chain of
See, they became known as the Soledad Brothers. See, instead of us, being here bickering against each other and talking about how, bad things are, we gotta, we gotta, learn to, I guess, utilize our power and our brilliant minds that the Creator has gifted us with, man. Because this man done it from behind the walls. Most of his life, he was institutionalized from a youth. He done it from behind the walls, man. Now he's written his name in the annals of history. They're trying to write him out. They're trying to paint pictures that he was just a monster, but he was really rebelling against oppression. And he was a warrior. They was unable to break him. They was unable to break him. Though they tried, they was unable to break him. And so what happened is that he managed to get a weapon inside of the prison walls, and then he rebelled. This was an amazing man. So what I'm trying to teach you guys, man, is you got to stop being docile, weak, and allowing these forces to come and divert you and take you off of your purpose, off of your center, off of your mission. Your mission, your primary mission is to stay focused on the mission. And there is nothing more important than the mission. The mission is more important than my life, your life, any of our lives on here, because the mission is for the life of the people and the betterment of the people. And if that requires you laying your life down, that's what you have to be willing to do, not talk about it, but ready to give your life. And if you're not ready to do that, man, you're not no damn revolutionary. You're nothing but a pretend, make-believe damn coward. And when it pop off, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to turn and run, or you're going to become a damn Sammy the Bull, and you're going to start selling out your brothers and sisters. So this over here, this is real, man. And so we got to stay focused, and we cannot allow people to continuously come on here and divert us and cause discord amongst the brethren. Don't forget your purpose, man. We all have a purpose here. If we're just here for entertainment, then we're all wasting our damn times. But if we're here to produce change, and you're a real warrior for freedom, and you're rebelling against oppression, then hey man, you could respect or expect that you may not make it out of this thing alive. It's prophesied in the scripture that some of us are going to die for this truth. If you're a true adept of the Most High, and you're on this platform, you speaking this stuff, just know that there's a possibility that that could be you. I'm telling all of you under the sounds of my voice, any of you that's associating with Tazadak, listen, man, this is not an easy walk. And if you're not willing to lay down your life, you could take your scary ass up from around me, man, because this thing is real. I'm going to tell you, man, that over the past couple days, I was in an area and I got approached today by them guys in them dark coats and them dark glasses when I was about to leave. I literally had people tracking me while I was over there in that area. I went to the gym and I saw the same car that was following me by the time I got to the gym. And what gave them away is these new cars that these constables have. They have these they have these computers on the dashboard. So when I went to put money in the meter, I looked up to my left because I'm always checking my surroundings. When I looked up, I saw these same two guys in dark glasses looking at me directly in the eye. So I just kept it moving and played it off. So when people out here portraying damn theatrics and all of this and playing games, when I got up this morning, I had to check my damn car before I left. I had to walk around my damn car and check for devices. And people probably think I'm crazy, but you don't know how serious this is, man. This is not a damn game. So when you come on here and you give energy to these damn these forces that don't deserve it, you're diverting attention, and you think this is a game, man. This is not a game. You got to realize that you might lose your life in this. Anytime, I'm going to tell you, man, because all you scary ass dudes and females that want to walk away, you better walk away now. Because anytime you associate with Taza Doc, you're being watched, man. And you could think that's a damn game if you want to, but you're being watched. And you're being watched closely. Because the kind of information that I put out, if this information get into enough of people, this is going to change systems. You got to realize what you're dealing with, man. So don't waste time on small time entities.
Kahan, you just said something very profound, and the fact that the people need to get the idea of what this is all about. Because even if they leave, and this is for all the cowards, if you leave, the spirit of fear was not given by the Most High, for one. That shows double-mindedness if you know the truth but don't do it. That's disobedience. Number two, and number three, if you know the truth, you walk away from the plow. The Most High will have no part with you either, because he said it. And that's Luke 9:62. With regard to who you are, you can't escape what the deep state wants to bring upon you if we let them do it. If we let them, mind you. If we choose to disagree with the Most High and his movement of the truth, and we let them do that, you are going to be affected too. So you need to face it at some point. You're going to have to face it, because every trouble, every oppression, every issue you've been living with all these generations, all these decades, has been because you did not face it, but it still came to your doorstep. It still affects you to this day. Paying taxes to a de facto that you don't even believe in. So let's get with the program. It's already headed in a direction. You just have to get on board and make your position known. You know you don't like what's going on. You know you don't want to be a part of it. You got to be a part of the solution. You have to go in a different direction. If you've ever had these corporate policy terrorists, these constables on patrol that are operating in the privateer jurisdiction of the de facto, if you've ever been in any type of situation where you had to go to a county jail, or you had to go into a credit facility, custodial housing, detainment, prison, whatever you want to call it, and you see the way they act or what they do, you gain a sense of where you're at and where things can go. You want to take that microcosm, this prison-based penal colony that they've turned everything into and monetized it for billions of dollars, trillions of dollars soon. This is what they want to do to society on the whole, and then the world, and your mind, and your body, and put devices in you that control you, keep you bound. It's already started, folks. The fight has already started. Patriots have already decided to storm Capitol Hill of their de facto regime empire. So we're already in this thing, right? Even after what May on the 20th. We're in this. We're in this, people and family. We are in this. So just get that into your head and really comprehend there's no more you being in the background and just kind of slipping away and say, oh, well, I got my life. I'll still go to the store. I'll still maintain myself. I'll be depressed or I'll be upset, but I'll bear it. And, as long as my kids can as long as I can, as long as my wife can, or my husband can, if you're a woman listening to this. That's where you're at. But it's being taken away. And the powers that be, if we allow them on the presidential level as a nation, oh man. That's all the Quran is really saying. We know that in this life, we're mortal, we're finite. Don't love your body and love the idea of what it's like to not be in pain so much that you'll let the enemy crush you. Because if you're in a camp, they put you into one of these camps that they've made. It's clearly there. We don't know it's at this point it's neutral. They put you in this camp. What do you think could happen to you? Okay, now you have no rights. Before they had to have the idea, the guise that you had rights, that you needed to pay attention to. Okay, they get rid of those. Now you're really under the New World Order regime structure, communism. You know, they take their prisoners in China, they pulverize their legs and things like that. They put them to slave labor and they beat them and really make life difficult, deprive them of food, all of these things. Like this is the sort of thing you're fighting here. So let's just wake up, face it, and take it head on. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, man. There was a lot of strange activities going around where I was this weekend, and when I was leaving that hotel this morning, and they always use one of our own. When I was leaving, this guy literally tried to he immediately locked the door behind me in a damn hotel, and so I had to go back down because my car was parked right in front of the FEMA building, so I had to go back down and get my car out of the garage. So as soon as I walk out and I put the cart on the curb and I was going to swing around, this guy locks the damn door and locks me out. So I say, yo, I bang on the door. I'm like, man, what the hell are you doing? You just see. He's like, yeah, how may I help you? So what the hell you mean? How may you help you? You just see me walk out, man. What's wrong with you? You just let me out, man. 3 seconds ago. Now you acting as if you don't know me. He literally locked the damn door. I said, I need to go down to the garage. I need to get my conveyance from into the garage. So when I go down there, all these suspicious things, and then at the same time, there's this really funny looking Edomite that walks right by me, and looks me in the eyes, and he mutters something. And so, I just keep it moving. I'm like, damn, there's a lot of strange activities going on. And I try to tell my rib that, but I didn't want to cause her any panic. I didn't even tell her about the 2 people in the dark coats and dark glasses that was actually following me around. So when I get down to the garage, man, my mind just started to go into defense mode. And I started thinking about some of the things I learned in the military. So the first thing I did was walk around the conveyance. I checked under the bottom for any kind of devices that I may have noticed before I got in. And when I got in, before starting it, I try to listen for any kind of clicking or anything like that. So, I had to literally clear the conveyance before I got in. And it was still strange activity because keep in mind, I'm right by the FEMA building. So it's heightened security. And so when I went out and came back, my rib had the damn curtains open. I was like, do you realize where we are? Well, why you got the curtains over? I'm like really secure in my person. I don't like people being able to look in. And I pointed out to her, you know what kind of building that is right there? Do you realize where we are? And so this is why, and I've always told people this, man, when you're involved in this kind of thing, you better make certain to educate your damn family members, or they will get you in a world of problems that you may never be able to get out of, man. You better make damn sure that you educate them about the things that's going on around you, man. So I'm telling you folks again, man, you could think this is a game. You could think I'm coming with some sort of story and I'm dramatizing this. I'm telling you, I'm being followed. I'm being monitored. My phones are being tapped. I've received all sorts of threats for people trying to make me go away, but I haven't backed down. And did so when I come on here and people see me heated, sometime when people don't show up, it's because I don't need fake ass people around me that's gonna vanish. I don't need people around me that's gonna vanish. So if you're not built like this, like I said today in the text, then stay the hell away from me, because you will be one of the people that are trying to give me up. That's why I had to get rid of that weak ass David. He's not qualified to stand in these situations. And I could look at a man and determine whether or not a man's a real damn man by looking at his eyes. I could see his whole damn soul by looking at him in his eyes. And a lot of these guys that I seen, they're not built like this. This is why they came around and they damn vanished. And this is why I've been accurate every single time I would tell Marty or someone, yo, this dude's not gonna last, man. This dude's not real. Because someone that's willing to ride with you, man, they're gonna stand with you and they're gonna be there when you need them to be there. They're not gonna come up with no damn excuse. Ain't no damn excuse for this, man. Your life is on the line. This is not a game, man. I keep telling them people this is not entertainment. This is not entertainment, man. This is real life. And you got people out there that would take your life to get what they want. And if you don't think that is real, you better wake the hell up, because you just associated yourself with a man that they've been stalking for quite some time now. And they always get their man. They all, whatever they need to create, whatever kind of story that they need to create to bring someone down, they always do it. And this is why your damn minds have to be in the right place. This is why we can't be on here talking about damn frivolous nonsense, allowing someone to come on and divide us. The only thing you're showing me is that we're weak and we will not be able to sustain real people that try to encroach upon us, because people are not mindful of what's going on around them. This is serious for me, man. This is real life.
What this is and what you're talking about, Kahad, for those to have perspective, because they've been so indoctrinated by the rhetoric of the de facto, by criminalizing things that are really not criminal but are part of the de jure republic, is you are speaking of living in the de jure republic of the proper Union States of America, United States of America, that was given to us, a republic given to us by the founding fathers. That's all you're trying to do. And it's perfectly righteous, it's honorable, it's upright, it's the right thing. And you're suffering these strange peculiarities by agents of the de facto, which to me, to be honest, it appears that that's very likely the FBI, national security, and also Secret Service. It seems to fit that detail. But nonetheless, those are the things that we have to be aware of, because those are the end. That's a control scheme. Everybody, you want to walk in truth, live in truth, live in truth. And Kahan Tazadak is just doing that. He's living in truth. Why should he be accosted, singled out, and threatened with any type of bodily violence for doing that? Because the enemy and the powers that be, so-called powers that be, have monetized every single aspect of this society. So you're already at war with the deep state and the globalists. And President Trump has already declared war on the deep state and the globalists. So even doubly so, even though in legislation in past presidencies, we the people have been declared enemies so that they trade with us when we do business in their foreign jurisdiction on our soil, our property, the de jure North American Republic. They consider us enemies. And these foreign agents of the de facto or domestic terrorists operating for the interests of a foreign power, and also intertwined with the secret society agenda. They're tracking Khan Tazadat because they see the light. These people do divination, astrology. They speak to spirits and mediums, psychics, all that stuff. It's a mess. They're in a mess. They're of a certain kingdom, and they're looking at either hunting the righteous down, because evil hates what God makes. And that's what we need to be aware of. So if you're really standing for the Most High, you need to know you have to do battle. It has to happen. That's just a part of it. But you've already won the war. You have to agree with the Most High and just be willing to accept your mortality. You need to be able to trust that the Most High truly has you, and whatever it means, consigning your soul, your mind, your body, your will, your life to the Most High and His purposes. And that's what Kahan Tazadat is expressing to you right now. Kahan, I just have one question. Did you check the rooftop as well? I'm sure you've been very thorough, but I just need to ask if you've checked the rooftop or whatever you're traveling in.
Gone. Yeah.
Okay. And of course, the grill.
On the rooftop, they had these antennas. I mean, I was really in a heightened security area. I was in that Capitol hotel. I won't say which one.
Right.
It was right there. The Capitol building was literally maybe 2 blocks from me, 2-3 blocks. That's it. To the left.
Come.
And they really have heightened security there now. Each time I came out, man, literally, each time that I came out, I seen one of their officers on every block. They was making me very well aware of their presence.
Mm-hmm.
And they had literally had hasty formation set up. So every time that I would make a turn on a corner or something, there was already one of them right there making a turn, like monitoring every movement, man. Every movement in the streets was so clear that you could see for several blocks up, and you could see them parked down long range. And that this morning, the thickness in the air, I mean, it just tells you, hey, something's wrong. Something's just not right. I mean, I could just like feel that. And I was like, man, I just need to get out of here. So I just woke her up early and say, yeah, I'm out of here. I just woke up early, and just, left, but still experienced those things there. And I was still encountered by that one guy that seems as though he wanted to swipe me. That's how close he walked to me. He walked by me. He was walking up the sidewalk, and he walked so damn close that it almost looks like he wanted to swipe me. I don't know if he was trying to bug me or something or whatever. People could think I'm paranoid, but this is real life, man. And I was just totally undaunted. I never allowed these people to see me sweat. I just showed them totally undauntedness.
Con, you can't, because it's the way they want to operate too. And that's a good thing you said it. For people to comprehend how they work. They want to see something that makes you suspicious or incriminating. They need something to go off of so that they can create a circumstance that requires probable cause for them to come out and mess with you. You have to have some become a person of interest. So what Khan is describing, they made him into a person of interest in that area. Now, obviously, we know the de facto court system is a sham. The star chambers. They're actually territorial. So any of those parties are all Department of Justice, generally, because they know they're dealing with a civilian population. But the guys that would be deployed after, they can be different agencies like FBI, and then they'll escalate. Marshals, you have the U.S. Marshals out there. They were likely out there as well. When you were there, depending on the length of your stay, they would have alerted other field offices like the FBI, whatnot, person of interest. U.S. Marshals do a lot of stuff. And Khan Tazadai also in the past, I'm sure, hopefully you were able to view some things. We're not going to get into all those details, but hopefully you got to see that thing that I sent. But they're generally the ones you'll run into. You'll have the police, privateers, obviously. You'll have special operations from them. They feel like they need to escalate. You'll have the U.S. Marshals. They'll be around. Joint counter terrorism task force. They'll be around if they think something fishy is going on. They'll have the FBI. If you're a person that has any type of history of anything, for if you've ever had a criminal conviction or something, you already have a file with the FBI. These are the people you'll tend to run into on this level. And of course, don't think that they don't do corrupt things. So they'll have other parties out there as well that really shouldn't be out there to abuse you, harass you. So just be mindful. I mean, you're doing stuff. People have pictures. I mean, you got to know everybody. They have cameras in all these cities, edifices. They're running PRISM. They're running, total information awareness. Whether or not Edward Snowden actually discouraged them and defeated that plan, they still have it. So they're tracking you. They can see who you are. They zoom in. They, they have IT people on it in little like clustered offices, data centers, and they pay attention. They take pictures. They have live video capture feed, and try to see what everybody's doing. Also, the traffic lights. They have cameras. They can see. They control the traffic lights. So you're not gonna. There's some things you're just gonna have to face, and it's that we don't know if we have the technology yet to blur out your face on cameras. I'm sure it exists for them because of taxpayer funding, but we're getting to a stage where we just need to be smarter about our privacy, how we get things done. I mean, we need to come together. All those people that are out there with all these great skills and tech and whatnot, and they've been working for the de facto. Now they've seen the de facto attacking the president, doing what they've been doing. Use those skills in a constructive capacity now for what's right, for the truth, and bring it over and help the true cause combat what years of taxpayers have paid into the system that created their oppression and bondage. But I'm extremely honored and blessed to be here, to even know you, Kahan, in any type of capacity. I know we've never met face to face. Yeah, willing, we will. And it's just good to know you made it out of that circumstance in one piece, and you know how to move. So really, there's the only way you could get into anything is if they do something to you that provokes or warrants some kind of response. So I'm just grateful to hear how, even though you came close, it wasn't it didn't amount to anything. It just kind of fizzled out. We just need to move with the spirit. Most High let you know to leave. You got out of there, even though you had every right to stay in a hotel, to have your peace and privacy respected. They still, that spirit, that evil spirit, the territorial spirit over that area is trying to accomplish goals for the dark side, and we're against that. So I'm thankful the Most High use you to bring some light, your presence so he could be there in you as a vessel for that area to challenge that darkness, and for the angels to come in that area as well with you, to challenge that darkness. So I'm just grateful for that.
Calm, calm. Hallelujah. We all have to walk circumspectively and really keep our head on a swivel. See what's going on around us. Making sure we stay on our P's and Q's.
Just got to stay prayed up. If you know the truth, you got to walk in it. Believe like never before. Don't read the Bible as just a book. It's the truth. It's why Kahan Tazadak, the ministry T-Doc, is able to exist. He tells you all the time. I tell you all the time. The Most High is the reason. You know, I've fought with this type of enemy directly, face to face, with and the paperwork and all that stuff. I've been in their backroom offices, dealing with them, standing as a man. No witnesses around, just me and them. Office full of de facto, and they dress like the special op. They dress the same way you saw in that video when the Patriots stormed the Oregon location, so-called capital of the de facto privateers. Dressed like that, have their vests, pouches, magazines, all that, special operations. And I'm dealing with them, dictating what they're not going to do, threatening them, and I do mean threatening them and their jobs in their conference room to their big boss. It has to come from somewhere, people. You gotta walk in boldness to the Most High. You have to. I'm submitting paperwork to them. I'm sending them negotiable instruments that they can't even put into the Treasury lest it cause them to be in violation of federal law.
Hey, I want to say this, guys. I'm about to shut this down. It's 3 minutes to 3 over here, 3 a.m. Need to try to get some sleep. This video is probably not gonna stay up. I'm gonna go ahead and privatize it. Hopefully, I could download it. Certain videos is in my spirit, just not to keep up. I don't mean to interrupt you, Mikael, but I've been going at this for a while now, man.
Con. We
almost 8 hours, 7 hours, 53 minutes.
An average of 8 hours, full slave wages, days work.
Cool.
With that, then I'm gonna say shalom, Kahan. It's always a pleasure, and I'm just grateful.
Everyone, be safe, man.
I gotta go do what debtors do and go get some sleep.
Shalom, family. Shalom.
Blessings, brother.